Surveillance states are expanding. Entire societies are being hollowed out. Tragically, this is often done in our name, under the guise of preserving stability, frequently with the tacit approval or direct support of Western allies, including the United States and European governments. Let us be clear, dictatorship is not stability, and repression is not reform. Authoritarianism is not the solution, it is the root of the problem. We are here today because we refuse to accept that reality. We are here because we believe resolutely and without apology that freedom and democracy are not foreign concepts imposed from the outside. They are deeply embedded in the moral and ethical traditions of Islam, as we have seen in our 23 conferences in the previous 25 years since CSID was established in 1999. They are part of our cultural heritage, and as we will see again today in many of the papers that are being presented. And most importantly, they represent the authentic aspirations of the peoples of the Muslim world. We are convinced that there can be no viable or sustainable solution to the political, economic, and social crises facing our region without a commitment to democratic governance, the rule of law, human rights, and the dignity of every citizen. Yes, the past decade has been marked by immense setbacks, but our struggle is far from over. Indeed, it is more urgent now than ever. This gathering is not merely an occasion for reflection. It is a moment to recommit to the belief that freedom is not a luxury for the few, but a right for all. To recommit to the millions of courageous individuals, young and old, men and women, who continue to demand their voice be heard, often at great personal costs and risks. To recommit to the vision of the Arab Spring, not as a fleeting episode, but as a generational movement for justice and self-determination. Yes, the path ahead is long and arduous, but the alternative is a future defined by greater repression, greater inequality, and greater instability. If we abandon this struggle, we abandon our people and their future. We must not give up. We will not give up. We must build broad coalitions between religious and secular voices, between Sunni and Shia, between Muslims, Christians, and people of all faiths, between civil society in the Middle East and global partners committed to democratic values. We must continue to speak truth to power, particularly here in Washington, where foreign policy decisions often enable autocrats in the name of expediency. And above all, we must remain united. Unity is not always easy, but history shows us that division is fatal. Authoritarian regimes thrive by dividing us, the Democrats, dividing us by ideology, Islamists and secularists, by sects, by identity, by gender. We must resist those tactics. We must reject that logic. This is what makes today's conference so timely and so important. It brings together not only scholars and researchers, but also activists and practitioners and policy experts and makers. It is a forum of conviction, of courage, and of shared hope. Today, we will examine how Islamic values can be harnessed to support inclusive governance, We will hear about the ongoing struggles for freedom in Syria. We have a whole panel on Syria, but also in Tunisia, Jordan, Morocco, and other parts of the Muslim world. We will interrogate the role of the US and Western policies in either enabling authoritarianism or in reversing it. And we will be inspired by keynote speakers who remind us that the quest for human dignity is not only possible, it is necessary, and it is winnable. Let this be more than a day of academic inquiry and study. Let it also be a day of conviction, a day of renewal, a day where we remind ourselves and the whole world that the people of the Muslim world will never realize their full potential until they are free to choose, to speak, and to govern themselves with justice and dignity. Thank you very much for joining us today. Now it is my pleasure to invite my esteemed brother and partner in this conference, Salam al-Marayati, President of the Muslim Public Affairs Council, to share his opening remarks. God bless you. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, most gracious, most merciful. Thank you, Radwan. Thank you for leading us on one of the most important discussions that we as a community need to have on the issue of Islam and democracy and how we counter authoritarianism. And I believe that there's one thing that we can do to learn from our academics, our scholars, but we also have to figure out how can we apply these lessons for mainstream communities. How do we bring that message to communities? Because at the end of the day, what Islam is, in my opinion, is an inoculation on him. But inoculation is a good term. Important for us to see what is it that we have to offer to the people. And I believe that the most important document that we have that is not taught in our schools, that we are not nursed by growing up, is the Medina Constitution or the Medina Charter. And when you compare the Medina Constitution with the US Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, you find striking similarities. Yes, different language, but really the goal and the outcomes are very, very similar. And unless we have that integrated understanding of how a mutual for freedom and democracy, then we will allow the others that use the clash of civilizations and that this is, or on the other side, they say, well, this is too westernized and too secularized and too Americanized. And we are trying to dilute our faith. No, we are applying the faith. And the Quran, at the end of the day, is best it is applied, not weaponized. I should have submitted a proposal for a paper, but I'll have to talk to the organizers next time. But there are 5 things I just want to everybody with in terms of thinking about how to apply these issues or have these conversations. First, the Medina Constitution starts out by defining the Ummah. The Ummah is not just Muslims. It is people that want citizens of this republic called Medina, including the Muslims, those who support the Prophet Muhammad as a leader of Medina. And by the way, we recall he was invited to Medina not to impose Islam, but to make peace between the tribes. So he was invited as a peacemaker. And by the time he arrived to Medina, definitely the majority of the people were not Muslim. It was later on that they became Muslim, and again, not by any coercion, as the Quran kept saying, you cannot compel people to believe. So it was about the Ummah, and the Ummah included Jews, for example. The Medina Constitution said Jews are an Ummah alongside the believers. And in the Constitution, we have the phrase we people. So we people and Ummah have this commonality. Number two is the notion of religious freedom, that in the Medina Constitution, each group, each tribe, each religion was free to practice their religion. But you cannot have freedom of religion without freedom of speech. Number three is the rule of law, that yes, the Prophet was the arbiter for all that was to be adjudicated at that time, and he used the Quran. But what is the most often repeated value in the Quran? Adl, adala, justice, equality. So that rule of law, by bringing justice, is so important. Number four, that this, when you see that this Medina Constitution is really becomes more of a secular document. In other words, it's not religious. It's not without religion. And even in America, there's a religious underpinning. But you have this idea now, how do the tribes come together in a pact to form a common defense and have means of security for one another, and penalties for those who commit treason. Exactly the same as we have in the US Constitution and in US statutes. And number five is this idea of shura. Shura meaning consultation as the social contract, and shura is probably very closely aligned here with the term democracy, which is the rule of the people. So this idea that, well, you know, what Muslims did was religious and what we have is secular, that division is not as distinct as you think it is. There is secularism with religious underpinning, i.e. our democracy here in America, and there is religious endeavors that actually have secular processes. And I would say that the Medina Constitution fits as something that has a secular process and definitely secular goals. So for us then, we have to think about two things after going over these 5 points. And I agree with Radwan that we are in a time of crisis and there are consequences. Number one, the 2 points to leave you with is, how do Islamic governments and Islamic groups measure to the Medina Constitution? Unfortunately, very low, if not zero. And that is our responsibility to say, if you're invoking Islam to be your government or to be your group or to be how you are organizing and working, then we will measure you by these Islamic standards. We now have equity in what you're doing. If you want to say you're just a tribal group or an ethnic group, that's one thing. But once you take on this mandate in the name of Islam, then you should be measured by these Islamic standards. Unfortunately, then the second point, as we saw in Islamic history, dynasties which became very convenient in terms of ruling and governing eroded these values. And now we have tribalism back in place of the Ummah. And unfortunately, the same is happening in Western societies and here in the United States, where we look to oligarchs and the wealthy and the wealthy tribes, so to speak, to take over our governance. And that should be our number one order of the day. It's the demand that we retain and preserve democracy in the name of our religion and in the name of our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Salam. With that, we'd like to move directly to the first panel. Can I ask the moderator and the speakers to please join us here at the podium for the first panel?
So will the 4 panelists please step up to the podium? And we will follow the order of presenters as given in the program.
By the way, if you are a speaker and you have a PowerPoint presentation, make sure that Sharif over there has it. Tell him to get it ready. Give him your name so he can project it on the screen. Before your panel starts, ideally. So right now, Sahar has a PowerPoint presentation. Anybody else on this panel has a PowerPoint presentation? Okay. We just emailed it, yeah. So we'll let you at the end of the panel. We'll let somebody else speak, and hopefully we'll move it.
Yeah, sure. Musical chairs. It's convenient. All right, good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. It gives me great pleasure to welcome all of you to our first panel today on the topic of Islam and democracy, why religion and religious values matter. My name is Asma Saruddin. I'm the chair of the board of directors of CSID, and I will be moderating this panel. So we have 4 panelists today who will be sharing their perspectives on this critical topic. The format of the panel is as follows. Each panelist will make initial remarks for about 13 to 15 minutes, and we have to watch the time like a hawk because we are constrained by time. And after the conclusion of each of these presentations, I will then offer everyone an opportunity to engage among yourselves first for about 10 minutes or so. And then at the end, I will open it up to the floor and we invite your comments and your questions. And I'm very much hoping for a lively discussion of this very important topic. Our first speaker is John Thomas Pinna, who is the Executive Director of Muslims for Muslims International. I think the program lists the organization incorrectly. And the title of his presentation is The Amman Message and Participatory Governance in the Muslim World.
This is what happens when you get 50 or above. You need glasses to read your speech. I want to thank my hosts. I see a lot of old friends here, and I appreciate the opportunity to spend this time with you all. My mother would say that there's always space for the niceties and the protocols and the cordialities. So I thank you. I thank my hosts, and I appreciate the sponsors of this event and for allowing me to come and speak and spend some time with you. When I was thinking about writing this speech, a buddy of mine from the northern territories of Pakistan, he said to me in Urdu, "Kam karo besab panao," which basically means keep your head down, make money. And I thought about something that my grandfather said to me some time ago, Bitu Rabdi Nadari, which is basically mind your own business. We cannot afford to be siloed, divided by factionalism. Our name, my name, is Pinna. It was Latinized from Pana. And my grandfather would always say, our name is ancient and indisputable, with his hand up in the air. And this came to mind when I was writing my comments. Democracy isn't a Western patent. It is ancient and indisputable. Before Jefferson penned Life, Liberty, and the Pursuit of Happiness, Bedouin tribes were holding Shura councils under the desert stars, and Pashtun elders were hashing out decisions in the Jirga House. Consent of the governed isn't a Western import. It's older, sand-worn technology built right into our Muslim software. So why in 2025 do pundits still treat Islam and democracy like oil and water? Because we keep letting extremists and armchair academics write our own narrative. It's time to repossess the pen, and the Amman Message gives us the legal pad. So picture a scroll signed by more than 500 heavyweight scholars, Sunni, Shia, Ibadis, Sufi, Salafi. In 2004, they met in Jordan and said, enough fragmentation. This house needs new wiring. Their 3-point blueprint became known as the Amman Message. 8 legal schools, all legit, takfir off the table, fatwas only by credentialed grown-ups. That's not legal, that's not theological fluff. That's a firewall against the viruses of sectarianism and lone wolf ideology. So why this matters for democracy? Because democracy is messy. So is Islam's legal matrix. But the Amman Message does what a good constitution does. It names stakeholders, defines red lines, and sets up quality control. Stakeholders. It recognizes every mainstream maktab, a pluralist roster older than most nation states. Red lines. You can't excommunicate people because they pray with their arms higher or lower than yours. I'm giggling because my godchildren put their fake mustache in between the pages. So I'm sorry. No, we're serious, but quality control. Fatwas come with a license of accountability, not a YouTube channel or a PayPal wall. So strip out the Arabic, and that's Madisonian logic. Representation, minority protections, checks and balances. Let's connect the dots. So shura, a consultative decision-making, appears in the Quran. Jirga Afghan tribal councils predate the Prophet, peace be upon him, by centuries. These are indigenous democratic engines. The Amman Message tunes them up for the 21st century superhighway. From informal to institutional, local councils morph into municipal boards and fatwa councils with transparent rules. From might makes right to credential makes right. Knowledge outweighs Kalashnikovs. That's how you build participatory governance without importing prefab systems that fall apart at the first sandstorm. Flashback to Herat in 2009. The local council didn't want to hear about democracy from me. I told them that no two democracies are the same, just like no two Muslims are the same. I gave them an example of how British democracy, with a House of Lords, a hereditary representative body, is appalling to Americans, but it's democracy nonetheless. And that Afghans have been practicing democracy at the shura and jirga level longer than any democratic nation has been in existence. Utilizing Islam as a framework to set stakeholder guidelines and contextualize democracy with the little d into something that is wholly Afghan isn't something that is a foreign concept at all. One elder stood up and said, "This is who we are." And everyone started nodding their heads. So the problem is it takes work to come up with a new system that's appropriate for not only dealing with the local level, but the regional, national, international level. And we're uniquely set up to do that. It's in our DNA. When unity own can hands down. From consensus to legislation, let's look at the ripple effect. UAE's Fatwa Council fines you for freelance fanaticism. Jordan's Imam Training Institute, imams now study civic engagement alongside Hadith science. Pakistan's interfaith harmony policy cites Amman norms to shield church churches and temples. Is every law perfect? No, but the architecture is there. Pluralism is welded into, yeah, but extremists still bomb us. True. And here's the unanswered, unsweetened truth. A document cannot fix unemployment or reform the police. Suhail Nahuda said, there's no water and no pavements. Refer to the Amman Message. And he's right. It needs just follows. But without theological consensus, every pothole becomes sectarian quicksand. Think of the Amman Message as an operating system. You still need apps such as education reform, women's rights, and anti-corruption units. But if the OS is infected with sectarian malware, no app of installation that's installed will be clean. So the call to action is a version 2.0 that comes from the people. It comes from people like us in the room. We're at the 20-year mark, and here's my Gen X punch list. Localize it. Translate the message in every dialect of every mosque board from Tangier to Kabul. Teach it before it's too late. Embed it in high school civics and Friday huppahs. Get it to the kids before TikTok theologians do. And audit your governance. If your city council, majlis, or parliament isn't as representative as Nate's school model, you're falling short. Hold a new ijma. Bring women scholars, minority sects, and yes, critics to draft the 2025 democracy upgrades that are iterative. And civil society practitioners to mobilize. Scholars, did their thing. They did their bit. And now it's time for us to take the reins. Surah 3:103 tells us, hold fast the rope of Allah, all together, and do not be divided. The rope in the sand and the braided cord. A single fiber breaks, a braided cord hauls ships. The Amman Message is that cord, 8 strands thick, consensus woven, ready to pull 1.9 billion souls toward the future where democracy speaks Arabic, Pashto, Hausa, Bahasa, fluently and authentically. Democracy in the Muslim world isn't a mirage. It's an old water well we've neglected. The Amman Message hands us the rope. All we've got to do is pull. Thank you.
Okay, we'll play musical chairs. All right, our next speakers are Palwasha Kakar, who's the director for the Religion and Peace Building Program at USIP, which I've learned is in the process of being resurrected. And along with a second presenter, whose name unfortunately didn't make it to the program, Mohammed Tariq. Are you here? Okay. Very good. Who is a PhD candidate at George Mason University. And they will be speaking on the topic of the evolution of authoritarianism in the Muslim world, from governance principles to autocratic rule.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. In the name of the Creator, the most compassionate, the most merciful. All praise is due to the compassionate Creator. Distinguished scholars, guests, and friends, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Peace and blessings be upon all of you. I'm Palwasha Kakar, and I direct the religion program at the United States Institute of Peace, which is the oldest thematic at the Institute of Peace. And I'm happy to say that we have now won our case and we are supposed to be back in business. I'm joined with my colleague, Ustad Muhammad Usman Tariq. I've been working with him for over 20 years in this space. And although he is now a PhD candidate, he was also a senior advisor at U.S. Institute of Peace, working with me on governance and also on women's rights in Islam. And before that, he was working in very important positions in the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, both in education and in religious affairs. And this presentation really stems from our joint research that we did when the peace talks were happening in Afghanistan. And we heard that the Taliban were talking about an Islamic Nizam, and the Republic was saying, we already have an Islamic system of government, that our constitution is one of the most Islamic constitutions in the world. And so there was this bafflement of misunderstanding of what is Islamic government and governance, and a lack of understanding of people to be on the same page on these concepts. And so we embarked on this research to better understand how to speak and have some white papers in the background about Islamic governance from the original sources, the Quran and the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. I don't have the clicker, so maybe that'd be helpful. Oops. So through this presentation, we'll talk about the principles that we did research on for the peace process, and then we'll also look at some of the historical deviations. My colleague will do that, and then finally look at the principles and how they're so relevant today. We'll do that in these 3 sections. Let's see, do I click that way? So for the first section, we'll look at the principles governing ethical leadership. We'll look at the principles empowering citizen participation and the principles on mutual accountability and the social contract. Ethical leadership focuses on moral character and responsible authority. Citizenship participation is centered on public rights and political engagement, and mutual accountability emphasizes shared responsibilities. There's been a lot of reference to the Medina Constitution and to other references in the Quran. So I'll try to go quickly through some of these topics because I believe all of you are very well aware of them. But I think the way we've organized them have been helpful when we're talking about governance and also in comparison with principles of good governance that are the common parlance to work. So in terms of the foundational principles, the first thing we emphasize is looking at stewardship in the Quran. And so the whole concept of the Khalifa is basically the beginning of understanding the importance of human beings and their role on earth as being stewards and representatives, but having the responsibility to take action and be leaders. Next slide. If I can press this slide. Can press this slide? Okay. So we talked about trust or Makharadze. So leadership can also be a trust of people. And has this, I think the story of Abu Bakr, when he was chosen as a caliph, really stands out to explain this dynamic that's described in the Quranic verses that we have up on the screen. He stood before the people when he was elected and he said, I've been appointed over you, but I am not the best among you. Help me if I do right and correct me if I do wrong. And that really set the ethical tone of leadership based on public trust and not personal entitlement. Next slide. The second very important is before on justice law of this governance. It's important to uphold justice even against ourselves, and that's been brought up many times before. The Prophet ﷺ emphasized equality before the law. One story of the Caliph Ali radiallahu ta'ala anhu really stands out as an example of how this really can be enforced and implemented. And that is when he lost court to a Jewish citizen. He took a Jewish man to court over a shield, and the judge ruled in favor of the non-Muslim because they had no witnesses. That moment really became a lesson in quality law, that is when the ruler held to the same system. Next slide. Meritocracy with is hikmah. The verses on leadership and trust also talk about giving it to people who deserve it, entrusting responsibility to those who are capable. And wisdom is also key in effective governance. The Prophet ﷺ and Omar radiallahu ta'ala anhu exemplified this meritocracy by prioritizing integrity. Many examples of how people were changed in the government when there was a more capable person that came to Omar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, who was recommended. And the Prophet ﷺ also refused to appoint people who requested a leadership role rather than had the merits of being a leader. Next slide, please. So now we're getting to the second, the citizen rights and responsibilities, consultation and public consent. Public consent in Islam is about shura, and the emphasis is on shura, that is consultation and collective affairs. My brother, John Pinna, spoke about shura before, and it's not just about consultation, and as my brother Salam also mentioned, in terms of just the social contract, but it also was used as a way to appoint and elect representatives and leaders. There was through consultation, and then through a process of bay'ah, or pledging allegiance, that confirms the consent that caliphs were elected. In the rightly guided caliphs in the first four, that's a very important example. And many scholars after that declared that leadership that was established without that kind of consultation was illegitimate. Unfortunately, we have scholars that wrote about justifying authoritarian regimes, and we don't hear as much about, for example, Imam Abu Hanifa, who was jailed because he refused to recognize the leader that was illegitimate and not brought through public consultation. The next is on civic accountability. Citizens, are we on the next one? All right. We're talking about public consultation and public consent and civic accountability. The whole concept of Amr bil Maruf and Nahi an al-Munkar is to enjoin right and forbid wrong. That is to speak truth to power. And we have so many examples of this. It's about the people speaking out. And it's the duty of the people to speak out, not in terms of the government imposing this. A quick example was during the time of the Caliph Omar, when a woman spoke out and said during a public sermon that he was wrong about limiting dowry. And he accepted her correction, saying, this woman is right and Omar is wrong. The next is on the protection of rights and minorities. And we already heard about that in the Constitution of Medina that was spoken about earlier. So I won't speak to that. The last section is about mutual accountability and the social contract. And I think it's just important to note here that legitimacy is not static, that there are examples of how people had to continue to show legitimacy, and that authority was not granted once and for all. And during Uthman radiallahu ta'ala's caliphate, he sent envoys to request the renewal of bay'ah. This wasn't ceremonial. It was important to continue to show legitimacy of the leaders. And finally, on corruption and monitoring, there are examples of how the Prophet ﷺ forbade governors from accepting gifts, and that there was continual audits, and particularly under Omar radiallahu ta'ala anhu, there was a continuous auditing and holding officials accountable. So these are all examples of very clear ways that Islam lays out governance structures that are accountable to the people, that are in consultation, that have leadership and ethical leadership that are in line very much so with how we understand current day governance systems and discussing peace building. Tariq Saab will be talking about the second half of this presentation, which is authoritarianism and extremism. So Tariq Saab, over to you.
So you can buy the microphone and actually could just
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Good morning. I think it's morning, yes. I will continue with the authoritarianism, rise of extremism and war on terror. It is a very long period starting from 662 until now. It's very difficult to cover it, but I will be very short on going through. Important things we already heard about it. That's the principle of governance. However, I will call it golden principle of governance because it is relevant to all good governance in the history of human being, from Yusuf alayhi salam to Musa alayhi salam to Dawood alayhi salam to Sulaiman alayhi salam, everyone. For that reason, this is not something only came in Quran, and we have to follow it as a Muslim, but it is golden principle coming with the فَمَنْ تَبِعَ هُدَايَ فَلَا خَوْفٌ عَلَيْهِمْ وَلَا هُمْ يَحْزَنُونَ. From that part with Adam alayhi salam, the father of all human. And that's the reason that these golden principles are implemented during the 40 years of Prophet's statehood and the 30 years of Khulafa. According to the saying of Prophet, peace be upon him, 30 years the Khilafah will continue. After that, the autocrats will come, the kings. And that's where this authoritarianism started. In another hadith, narrated in Sahih al-Bukhari, it says that the facade corruption of this ummah will be done by the hand of few younger Quraysh. And that's another saying, which is a forecast of Prophet Muhammad about the governance. Then with what this started, let's talk about the content. The content is that the golden principle of governance was reversed by these people. First of all, they didn't call themselves Khalifa. As it is very famous from Muawiyah radiallahu anhu, when he was asked, he said, Ana awwalul muluk. He didn't say Ana awwalul Khalifa or Ana Khalifa. The other narration is from Sa'd ibn Abi Waqqas radiallahu anhu. When he came to meet Muawiyah radiallahu anhu, he told him, Ya ayyuhal malik. He didn't tell him, Ya Amirul Mu'mineen or Khalifa. The other indication is the book written by Imam Abu Yusuf rahimahullah, the students of Imam Abu Hanifa, called Kitab al-Kharaj. He only mentioned the example of good governance in the reform proposal that he submitted to Harun al-Rashid, the king of Abbasid, 5 Abu Bakr, Omar, Osman, Ali, radiallahu anhu, and Omar ibn Abdul Aziz, the Khalifatul Khamis. There is no other Khalifa. They're all authoritarian. And the best example is I told someone that these Umayyad Abbasid dynasty until now, even Ottoman Empire, they were all fighting not for Islam, but fighting for wealth and conquest. He told me, no, you are not right. I said, I'm right, because in Iraq, during the Hajjaj ibn Yusuf al-Thaqafi, non-Muslim people, which called Mu'ahid or Zimmi, they become Muslim. Then the officers of Hajjaj reported to him that the jizya this year is very low. We are in deficit. Let's do something. What happened? Because many of those people who we were taking jizya, they became Muslim. Then he ordered them to take them out of the cities to the villages and took jizya from them. It means to tell them you are not Muslim. If this was for Islam, then why they didn't care about those people? The other important point I was warned about my time, as this is 200 pages research done by Afghan scholars. We are just talking in 10 minutes. The other point is that the policy of government started to kind of people have to take into illiteracy. It means education has to go. And the reason was because those people from Tabi'in and Tabi'in and others, they had a lot of knowledge of Islam, and they didn't accept this illegitimate government, as Imam Abu Hanifa called it, bil fil, hukuma, or la marche. Then they started to think, the kings, that if we have people know Islam, they will always revolt against us. For that reason, make them uneducated. Then they start to not have education department. Especially, they were very hard on women. And their policy was to put them in houses and then not let them to learn. Because the women were very hard on criticizing the kings and autocrats. There are many examples. You can go to the book of Ibn Bakr called al-Mawfaqiyat. There are hundreds of examples of this. I will stop here, then we'll be in your service during the question and answer.
Yeah, you can trade places with the third speaker in a minute. Thank you very much, Palwasha and Mohammed, for your illuminating paper, which actually nicely complemented the first paper by John. And I can only say is that I wish a lot of those ethical guidelines were still being enforced today. We'd be living in a different world, wouldn't we? Our third speaker is Sahar Khamis. Communication and justice, stability, and prosperity. Okay.
Transnational repression.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry, because the title was actually given on top of the speaker's name. Let me rephrase that. I just gave you the title of the last presentation, and actually she will be speaking on transnational online repression and resistance, gendered digital activism to advance democracy in the Muslim world. That's the continuing, I think, what Mohammed had started talking about in terms of gendered activities. Please, my pleasure. Oh, where is the pizza?
All right, Salam alaikum, everyone. Peace be upon you. Morning. So happy and to be with you in another great Center for the Study of Islam and Democracy conference. Thanks to Center for Islam and Democracy and also for MPAC, Muslim Public Affairs Council, for putting together this important and timely conference. I cannot think of a more important and timely moment to talk about the issue of authoritarianism and the need to stand regionally, internationally, domestically, you name it. The slides to advance democracy. About myself, I'm an Egyptian American communication scholar, and I've been in feminist research with a special focus on media dynamics in the Arab world and the Muslim world. My investigation always focused on Arab and Muslim women, and it's a particular area of interest for me. Women's multiple resistances and multiple roles and activisms in the Arab and Muslim world, whether they are journalists, whether they are opponents, dissidents, activists, you name it. There's actually some kind of overlap between these categories, as my presentation is gonna show. And I am the co-editor of the book Arab Women's Activism and Socio-Political Transformation, Unfinished Gendered Revolutions. So some of my findings in this study are based on. So about this study, you know that more than a decade ago, the Arab Spring uprisings have erupted and brought about a wide array of outcomes unfolded, of course, in these different countries. And of course, as we all know as well, women played a very important and pivotal role in the midst of these uprisings. Politically, socially, economically, they have been an important cornerstone for the initial success of the Arab Spring uprisings before things went in a wrong direction. We're going to talk about that also in a moment. But initially, what we have seen in countries like Egypt, Tunisia, is that we have seen some kind of regime change and things were looking favorable, at least at the beginning, before things started to go in a negative direction. So this study is based on interviews with 20 women activists, journalists, opponents, dissidents for different countries, 4 countries in particular: Egypt, Bahrain, Syria, and Tunisia. And of course, the names here are changed to keep them anonymous and protect their own privacy, except in a case where there's actually a journalist from Bahrain who said it's okay to use her real name. So I did that. Of course, the interviews were studied very quickly. I will say it's very important to focus on women because not just I'm a professor of communication, also an affiliate professor of gender and women's studies, but mainly because women are half of society and they give birth to the second half. So we cannot talk about issues of development or advancement or democracy or change without talking about women and women's important role. It's also very important to deconstruct some of the myths, stereotypes about Arab women misrepresented as weak and helpless and powerless, or simply as sexualized objects, or all of the above. So when you see images of women who are resisting, and many times with great risk to their own safety and the safety and welfare of their own families, putting themselves at risk of being arrested, harassed, detained, or even killed, that immediately changes many of these negative misperceptions, stereotypes, and myths about Arab and Muslim women. Of course, women have also suffered, Arab women and Muslim women in particular, from 3 layers of invisibility. Invisibility in everyday life, for their work and labor is oftentimes not recognized as quote-unquote work, because they don't receive a paycheck every week or every couple of weeks. So therefore, it's informal and undocumented labor. Also, invisibility in academia that has not been giving them a fair share of the attention they deserve. And of course, invisibility and misrepresentation in the media as well through some of these stereotypes and misrepresentations. So it's very important to try to overcome these layers of invisibility. And illustrating as well the different activisms, resistances, and feminisms of these Arab and Muslim women. And I'm using here the plural on purpose because I don't believe that there is one-size-fits-all activism, or one-size-fits-all resistance, or one-size-fits-all feminism. So we have to talk about all of these in the plural, using the plural as activism, resistances, and feminisms. It is also very important here to talk about a very important phenomena that this presentation is focusing on, which is the phenomena of cyber feminism. Cyber feminism, simply put, is the sister term for cyber activism. And cyber activism is the use of social media and new media in order to bring about change, to fight authoritarianism, to bring about some kind of positive social and political themselves, try to take the digital media and social media in their own hands. And in that particular sense, we can say that women are fighting what we can describe as a dual struggle. In other words, they're joining their male counterparts, their fellow male citizens, in the struggle against dictatorship and authoritarianism. They're fighting against dictatorial regimes in the Arab/Muslim world, but they're also having a parallel dual struggle to also fight against patriarchy, sexism, and many other things impacting Arab and Muslim women. So it's very important to talk about all of these issues and the role of new media and social media as important tools which are used by Arab/Muslim women in this regard. Next, please. So cyber feminism in the Arab Spring, it is not a secret, of course, that supporters of the fellow male citizens, or helping them in some kind of way, risking their own lives, risking their own bodies. Leaders, in many examples of leadership, some of these women in certain movements against autocracy and dictatorship and authoritarianism. Some of them were harassed, some of them were detained, arrested, killed, you name it. So they were very, very active and very much outspoken. And it's a very important thing to say that this particular moment showed some kind of grassroots activism across the board. It was for that in terms of the First Lady syndrome. Now it's the grassroots movement across the board. Everybody is participating from every corner, men, you name it. And the court of the Tahrir. Next, please. And this is another one of my favorite iconic images as well. This is a very much middle-class Egyptian woman in the heart of the Tahrir. Where stop using things like the emergency law? Where are we going to stop these kinds of actions? That's another iconic image of how social media in particular, Facebook, Twitter, played a very important pivotal role in the midst of these uprisings. So that's another one of my favorite images as well. However, this is a very important moment of redefining what activism and resistance actually means, just like we were talking a moment ago about the indigenous, autonomous, bottom-up rather than top-down activism and resistance, which is coming from the grassroots, not from the top-down, but from the bottom-up, and engulfing different segments of society and different society across the board. Even women themselves, some of them were rich, some of them were poor, some of them were Muslim, some of them were Coptic Christians, you name it. I mean, there was this kind of inclusive moment of solidarity and unity. That was very important. And we also talked about the parallel revolution, the dual struggle of women in that particular sense, the socio-political kind of resistance they have been engaging in. Next, please. The contributions of cyber feminism, the digital media tools gave these women very, very important tools to mobilize, to organize, and to confront authoritarianism and dictatorship, to create some kind of resistance movements. It gave them the opportunity to amplify their own voices and to be heard, not just domestically or locally, but also regionally and internationally, bringing about awareness to issues like corruption, violations of human rights, sexism, misogyny, and other types of pressures that they were facing. The post-Arab Spring landscape, unfortunately, looks very different, with the reversals in the course of democracy in many of the so-called quote-unquote post-Arab Spring countries. We are seeing what we can describe as authoritarian adaptation and reassertion. In other words, these regimes are now, 3 minutes, okay. These regimes are now reinventing themselves again and starting to use measures like repression, arrests, detention, forcible disappearance. In the case of women in particular, they faced additional layers of doxing, trolling, character assassination, shaming on social media, profiling, and the list can go on and on and on. However, they started to use social media to create some kind of resistance using 3 very important tactics: mobilization, documentation, and education. Mobilization is trying to bring people together in action. Let's organize a protest. Let's organize some kind of movement on the ground. Let's do something about it. And documentation, if anybody tries to arrest me or harass me or detain me, I'm going to use my cell phone camera as my weapon. I'm going to document moments of democracy, the importance of women's rights. So they're engaging in struggles very quickly. A political struggle, of course, is pushing back against the governments which are authoritarian, dictatorial. One good example is a group called and leaders in Egypt, in order to try to stop any kind of military trial for any civilian in Egypt. Next slide, please. The social struggle pushing back against an issue like sexual harassment, which impacts women in particular, creating groups like and Harass Map, which show here these types of harassment are actually taking place. And is the legal struggle. The legal struggle is often a blind spot. People don't talk about it, but it's very important to change the laws and regulations are very much discriminating against women. Women were successful, for example, in the case of Tunisia, to create a new law which defines gendered violence not just as domestic violence, but as political violence, social violence, any type of violence we face in any sphere of society. So when we look at these 3 parallel struggles, we can see women were using the social change in their own societies and to create some kind of shift away from authoritarian and positive change in their own societies. Next, please. Yes. So there are some gains and opportunities for sure. Women were able to increase the visibility of their own issues, of their own struggles, to speak up, to bring about international awareness, to bring about a lot of visibility for their own causes. And many of these women became role models, not just for other women, but even for young men and for society as a whole. Next, please. Also, they were able to really become leaders in their own right in the political, social, economic, and legal spheres, therefore shattering many of the myths and stereotypes we were talking about earlier and setting a Muslim world. Next. However, there are a lot of threats as well. We have to say that reversals in the process of democracy and democratization in this region meant also huge challenges for women. The shift from solidarity to fragmentation, from unity to polarization, the persistence of some of the negative practices and patriarchy and other negative traditions that are still impacting women. And for some people on the secular/liberal camp, they see the rise of political Islam as also a challenge. The limitations of cyber feminism, just like everything else in life. Yes, we talked about all of these potentialities and all of these great things about cyber feminism, but it's not a magical stick. It is not a magic stick or a magic tool. It can only go so far. It has to be the people on the ground, in this case, the women on the ground, that must actually bring about change whenever they decide to do so and however they decide to do so. It's not an end all be all. It's not like, oh, we have the digital tools, next thing we're going to have democracy. That is not the case. So to conclude, we are actually seeing some potentialities, limitations, and future prospects for gender diasporic resistance. Of course, as you can imagine, with the reversals in democracy in this part of the world, many activists, including women activists, started to leave their own countries and exercise their own activism and resistance from the diaspora. But even there, in the diaspora, they're not free of government persecution, of government intimidation going after them. We saw what happened with Jamal Khashoggi in the case of Saudi Arabia. He is not the only one, but the most famous example. So yes, you can bring about amplifying the voice of opposition, and you can bring about more attention and visibility internationally, but still there are limitations and still there are threats even in the diaspora. Next, please. So these women succeed to bring about this attention, but we can see that there is a limited trickle-down effect. In other words, when you are creating movement in the diaspora, usually it does not trickle down to the wider segments of society, because people see you as living in the safety of Arlington, Virginia. You are not really on the ground in Tahrir Square. You are not on the ground in Tunisia or Syria. So what are you talking about? So it has some kind of limited credibility and limited on-the-ground effect. And that is one of the limitations of activism in the diaspora. And finally, a very last final word, we need to really adopt what we can call a middle ground. We don't want to be in the extremes of too much optimism or too much pessimism, because both of them are unfavorable extremes. Whether in terms of talking about the phenomena of cyber activism and cyber feminism, we need to stay away from what we call cyber pessimism or cyber optimism, and to adopt the middle ground of cyber realism. See it for what it is, acknowledge the powers and the strengths, but also the weaknesses and the limitations. And the same thing when we talk about the future of democracy and activism and resistance in this part of the world, we need to acknowledge what has been done, what has been achieved, and challenges ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Sahar, for that very useful and impassioned presentation, providing us with a very helpful survey of the various kinds of women's activisms, particularly digital activisms that we don't hear very much about, and how that's contributing to the promotion of democracy in the Muslim majority world. Our final speaker is Irma Makharadze, who is an independent, and she is speaking on the topic of now this time, defending democracy in the Muslim world, a path to justice, stability, and prosperity.
First of all, I would like to greet the organizers of the conference, participants, and all the guests, and I really feel privileged that I've made this long way to come and participate in this really interesting event. So in today's global political climate, Muslim majority countries face a range of complex and interconnected challenges. These challenges have made it increasingly important to defend and strengthen democratic governance. Democratic systems are especially valuable in societies with diverse populations. Many Muslim majority states are home to a rich mix of ethnic, religious, and cultural groups. When the democratic principles are applied, such as the protection of minority rights and the encouragement of broad political participation, they have an ongoing debate about the relationship between Islamic teachings and democratic values. Muslim societies have different political histories and cultural backgrounds, which shape their views on governance. One of the main points of today's discussion is how Islamic ideas can align with and even support democratic principles. While democracy is sometimes seen as a Western concept, its core values such as human dignity, individual freedom, and inclusive governance are universal cultures and religious contexts. Many scholars, next slide please. Many scholars argue that the Quran contains principles that can support democratization, such as shura, consultation, adl, equality or justice, religious tolerance, accountability, and opposition to oppression and tyranny. Shura, consultation, the slide before. What I tried to do, it was to search for the principles in the Quran, which is relevant principles to strengthen the idea of democracy, the idea that it is possible to make a basis, a good basis in the religious book itself for a modern realization of democracy in Muslim majority countries. So the Quran says, consult them in matters, and when you have decided, then rely upon Allah, which encourages leaders to consult their people. The concept of shura, mutual consultation, can be highlighted as a democratic principle. It suggests that rulers should not act dictatorially, but should consult with the people. Some modern Muslim scholars and activists interpret shura as the Islamic foundation for parliamentary democracy or systems where leaders are accountable to people. Equality and justice. Quran says, indeed, Allah commands ye are due, and when you judge between people and judge with justice. This calls just governance and trustworthy leadership. Justice or adl is a core value. In a democratic system, this would translate to laws that are fairly applied, leadership that is accountable, and institutions that serve everyone equally. One of the opinion is also that there is no compulsion in religion. Quran says there is no compulsion in religion. This supports freedom of choice in matters of faith. Freedom of conscience is a key democratic value. This verse is often cited to argue for political systems that protect individual freedoms, including the religious one. Accountability. Regarding accountability in Quran, we find many different verses, but I will cite only one of them. Indeed, we have made you a successor upon the earth, and do not follow your own desire, as it will lead you astray from the way of Allah. This is for leaders who must govern with truth and justice, avoiding personal bias. Some Islamic thinkers have expanded this idea to justify political accountability mechanisms. And the next thing is opposition to tyranny and oppression. Quranic basis for it, 75th verse. And what is the matter with you that you fight not in the cause of Allah and for the oppressed among men, women, and children who say, O Lord, take us out of this city and of oppressive people and appoint for us from yourself a protector and appoint for us from yourself a helper and for the right of the oppressed. With Islamic intellectual tradition, which provides which provides substantial support for the principles of democratization rooted in the Quran, emphasizes on consultation, justice, accountability. Al-Marayati, writing in the 11th century. I guess the slide before, please. The previous slide, please. Okay, so al-Marayati, writing in the should emerge through consultation among the qualified and must serve the public good. Al-Ghazali further reinforced this notion by arguing that rules derive legitimacy from their adherence to justice and that the people have a duty to advise and, if necessary, correct their leaders. Ibn Taymiyyah advanced these ideas by asserting that governance is a divine trust and rulers must uphold justice or be held accountable by the community. Building upon these classical foundations, modern Islamic thinkers, next slide please, have argued that democracy is not only compatible with Islamic governance, but essential to its ethical realization. Khalid Abu al-Fadl contends that democracy operationalizes the Quranic mandates for consultation and justice by institutionalizing public participation and safeguarding moral responsibility. Rashid Ghanouchi similarly emphasizes that Islam supports a civil state based on political pluralism, electoral competition, and individual freedoms. Abdul Karim Sulrush offers a profound philosophical rationale, asserting that while divine revelation is infallible, human understanding of religion is inherently fallible, thus necessitating democratic openness to divine interpretations and critical discourse. Together, these classical and contemporary perspectives reveal that democratization is not an alien import to Islam, but rather a modern articulation of its enduring moral and political ideas. Empirical studies indicate that democratic governance correlates with sustainable economic development as it promotes institutional transparency and adherence to the rule of law. Authoritarian regimes, by contrast, frequently engender corruption and economic stagnation due to the absence of accountability mechanisms. The establishment of subtle democratic institutions in Muslim majority states has the potential to attract foreign investment, alleviate poverty, and enhance overall socioeconomic development. Educational initiatives that emphasize the theoretical and practical congruence of democratic principles with Islamic governance can serve a counter prevailing misconception and bolster public support for democratic reforms. Additionally, institutional actors must adopt a strategic approach in supporting democratization efforts, one that involves diplomatic engagement, economic investments, and institutional capacity building, while simultaneously respecting the principle of non-interference in domestic political affairs. Finally, sustainable economic development constitutes a fundamental pillar of democratic stability. Policymakers must prioritize strategies aimed at reducing socio-economic disparities and enhancing access to essential services, including education, healthcare, and employment opportunities. The defense and promotion of democracy within the Muslim world thus emerge not only an ethical imperative in counteracting global authoritarianism. By integrating democratic governance with the fundamental Islamic principles of justice and equity, Muslim majority nations can cultivate political systems and uphold human dignity, foster economic prosperity, and contribute to international peace and stability. In conclusion, the defense of democracy in the Muslim world is not merely a political choice, it is a moral and strategic imperative. As illustrated, Islamic principles such as Shura, Adl, and Mas'uliyah are not only compatible with democratic governance, but can actively enrich and legitimize it. By drawing on both classical Islamic thought and contemporary scholarship, Muslim majority societies can forge a unique indigenous model of democracy, one that is faithful to their religious heritage while responsive to modern political and socio-economic realities. The journey toward democratic resilience will require sustained efforts in education, civil society empowerment, and international cooperation. But it remains a vital and achievable goal for a just and prosperous future. Thank you for your attention. I will take this.
Food for thought. Now, since we are considerably running over time, I'm going to forego the initial discussion that I'd thought about having among just the questions and comments. Do we have a microphone circulating, or can we arrange for a microphone to circulate among the audience? So please raise your hand and wait for yourself to be recognized. And when you do pose your question, please identify yourself, give us your name and your affiliation, and keep your questions, comments very, very, very short and succinct. Okay, the floor is now open. I see all kinds of hands shooting up. Okay.
Thank you very much for the great presentations.
Could you tell us
My
your
name
name?
is Abdulhamid Biligi. I am a journalist from Turkey. So my question is, when I listen to those kind of presentations that democracy has very strong roots in Islam, this is the theory. And when I look at the Muslim world, there is no democracy. So this is the question. Why these roots do not lead to an exemplary democracy that we can be proud of?
Now, are you directing that question to anyone in particular or a general question for everyone to respond?
Anyone? Yeah.
Okay. All right. So after this first question, we'll bundle the questions. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, to respond to your question, that's a very fundamental question, mainly for Muslim countries and Muslim societies. And that's where we are struggling. And we have extremism because of that. The main point is that many people ask why we have different sects or school of thoughts. When coming to the consultation principle in Islam, one is popular voting that come under consultation or mashwara or shura. The second one is legislation. Legislation during Khulafa was done by the state with the shura of legislator exist in Medina, and they were paid as now we are paying the parliament members or MPs, Congress, Senate. When they had to develop a law, then they were asked to come and they talk about what they heard from Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him. Then they were telling all those, if not found with them, then going to women, because women was also is the second one. The third one is the appointment of big kind of important high-rank officers in the government. That was done by Shura at the central capital of Khilafah. Then the formula was, if someone is appointed by Khalifa to go as a governor to a province, and the people didn't accept that, then he will be removed because people didn't accept it. Then they will be asked to come with some suggestion. That was the third part of function of the consultation. The fourth part was,
okay.
If
go ahead and give your fourth point, and then we'll move on.
Yeah.
Yes.
Coming to the referendum on big issues, these were all gone, and we had these authoritarian coming and just pressing people. We don't have education of Islam. Even Mawardi, in that higher place that he has in the current political arena, he was gone wrong about the Ahl al-Aqd. We don't have Ahl al-Aqd in Sunnah and Quran. This is all Muslim to be voting on the leader of the state.
Okay, thank
not
you.
Just few people.
Yeah, thank you. Okay,
Can I make a very quick comment?
Sure.
I'm not a scholar of Islamic studies or Islamic history, but I'm going to respond to your thought-provoking question because it reminds me of another question I always get asked, which is basically, if Islam gave women all of these great rights, why is the condition of women in Muslim societies not so great? So your question really provoked my thought, like, if Islam has all of these great pillars of democratic foundations, why aren't we seeing democracy? And I think the answer to both questions is the same, which is basically Islam is different from the cultures of Muslim societies and the day-to-day practices of Muslim people. In other words, if you want to know what Islam is, read the Holy Quran, the Hadith of the Prophet, the Sunnah of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and the great teachings of Islam itself. But if you go to Muslim societies, unfortunately, many of them are not living by these principles, but rather by layers of inherited generational traditions, which bring about things like repression, autocracy, misogyny, sexism, discrimination, and the list can go on and on and on. So I think the short answer here is Islam is one thing, and the cultures and traditions in Muslim societies is something else.
Okay, thank you. All right, if you can raise your hand again and identify yourself, and again, keep your questions very short. Please go ahead.
Hi, good morning. I'm Master Sigilla. I'm an Italian political scientist from the University of Bologna, and I work on diasporic activism. And I have a question for Sahar. Thank you very much for the very rich presentation. I have two questions, actually. I will try to be brief. The first one is about the dangers of cyber activism. And I would like to know from you if you have some observation about cyber repression and how activists reacted to cyber repression that might be very dangerous. Regimes have very sophisticated mechanisms to infiltrate by creating bots, even to downsize the resistant movements. So I was wondering first if you have some observation about that. And the second question is if you have observed any coalition between religious and secular feminist voices. Thank you.
Thank you so much. These are two excellent questions.
I'm going to bundle these questions, yes.
Okay.
There was another handout.
Try to remember.
Yeah. And keep your hand up if I can't see you out of the corner of my eye, and I'll eventually get to you.
Well, thank you for these distinguished guests, and thank you for this amazing organization. So my name is Muad Faitor, and I graduated last year from University of Georgia in religion, and I came to you here today from Turkey. So my wife is Turkish, and we decided to settle down there. So for the question, I think our friend asked, I mean, all the points could be there, which is Islam is different, people are different. So Islam is here, but people acting are not presenting Islam. This is also a good point. But you feel like for me, I feel like the throne or like the sharing power is so sweet. We used to have a lot of Islam that is close to regime. They would say, "Oh, he is the ulama al-sultan. He's a scholar of the sultan. He's a scholar of the regime or the king or the sultan." The thing is that when it is so sweet, you invest so much money and you create not only ulama al-sultan, the scholars of the regime, but you get the actors of the sultan.
Can I ask you to get to the question, please?
Yeah, it was just a comment.
Okay.
I wanted to comment on this.
Okay.
That's it. It was
Okay.
my point on it.
And that's
It was
just
not
a general comment directed at the panel.
Oh,
Right.
okay. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So,
Where's the microphone?
Hi, panel. My name is Jillian George, and I'm an intern at the Institute for Global Engagement, and I'm a student at Pepperdine University. And this is a question for the panel, but it's a quote from what Mr. John Thomas Pinna said. It says, "Get it to the kids before the TikTok theologians do." So I'm from America. I am a Christian, and I'm not very familiar with the Muslim world, but I'm interested in learning. But what is something that, as someone who wants to be an ally, but also someone as a member of GD can do in order to continue the work that you're doing?
Okay. All right. Thank you. Great questions. You can respond in any order.
Esther, thank you so much. These are two excellent questions. I'll respond before I forget them, please. Okay. The first one was about digital authoritarianism, right? So with the reversals in democratization that we have been witnessing in the Arab/Muslim world, lately we talked about that in the presentation. Definitely a new wave of digital authoritarianism is also very much alive and well. And it's taking very severe forms, whether it is blocking, sabotaging, online harassment, turning off the internet, completely shutting down the internet, or shutting down certain websites. The list can go on and on. In some severe cases, you can even get the IP address of a certain activist or online dissident and go after this person, locate their location, arrest them, or kill them. So there have been very, very severe examples. And in the case of women in particular, there is the additional layer of doxing, trolling, character assassination, reputation assassination, shaming, and naming, because they know that this kind of tactics are especially more hurtful and more impactful for women, especially in the Arab/Muslim world in particular. Now, does that mean that these activists are doing nothing about it? Of course not. They're finding new ways and tactics to try to circumvent some of these digital authoritarianism tactics and strategies from the regime. Therefore, we can say that there is some kind of push and pull, tug of war between the regimes on one side and the dissidents, activists, and opponents on the other side. And I think that this tug of war will continue for years to come. Every party or every group is going to invent new ways and new tools, and the other one is going to do the same, and it's not going to go away anytime soon. Sadly enough, however, there are those who stop their activism altogether, both online and offline, for fear of regime retaliation. And there are those who decided to exercise it from the diaspora. And there are those who decided to post anonymously, right? Just to do it anonymously in order to try to avoid the regime retaliation, right? But there are those who are still very courageous and bold and public facing and using ways to circumvent these tactics. The second question about coalition building between the secular camp and the Islamist camp when it comes to feminist movements, I love this question, by the way. And we have seen that happening in one case, the case of Tunisia, which really explains why the women's movement in Tunisia has been a lot stronger and more vital than many other Arab countries. I'm sure Dr. Radwan is going to love that so much when I say that, but it's also the reality, right? Tunisia had this kind of groundbreaking laws and regulations that were mimicked and imitated by other countries, like trying, for example, to give women more rights and define, gendered violence as a societal issue. It's not a domestic issue. It's a societal issue. Politically, economically, socially, we have to address issues of violence against women. That was possible because of two reasons. The high level of education in Tunisia, women are at the bench. And I always say, if you're not at the table, you're going to be on the menu. In this case, they are actually at the bench. They're judges. And they were able to build successful coalitions between the Islamists and the secular and different ideological groups. So that explains why Tunisia in particular has been a success story to be modeled by other countries in the Arab/Muslim world in that regard. Thank you so much.
Okay. I'd like to give the panelists who haven't spoken yet a chance to respond. Please.
I appreciate the comment. And I think the first comment, it's the Muslim community is really concerned with community care and family care, with all of the tragedy, wars, and even the Arab Spring, the outcomes are treacherous and unpredictable. And I think that's the simple answer, at least from my perspective. When it comes to the young lady's comment from IGE, and I spent a lot of time working with Chris back in the day, we don't give wins enough attention. And we're not really mobilized and plugged into the media. And I'll give you an example. Okay. I don't have the trouble that most of the panelists have here. I'm a third generation African-American. So I don't have family in country that I'm worried about. I'm not worried about reprisals. And I'm not saying that's anyone here, but that's generally one of the concerns. I started the first Muslim Christian podcast. It's now the largest multi-faith podcast. We have a reach of 3 million globally and just under 1 million listenership. And at any given time, there's a few hundred to a few thousand listening. And it's not an innovation, but someone had to do it. And so I think that's one element, is providing a platform where there can be community and regular engagement, where we can talk in the multi-faith space, we can unplug issues, and we can talk about the stuff that we don't like to talk about at the dining room table. So it's third faith journeys, a third religion and politics, and a third topical issues. When it comes to Islam and it comes to speaking directly about all these wonderful things that the Medina Constitution Declaration, and we talked about the Amman Message, anchoring it in something that's real is what makes it work. And I'll give you a perfect example. My office is like a multi-faith madrasa. I've got all kinds of stuff in there. And I remember the Syrian community came to me and said, we're having problems because we're being persecuted by Muslims. And I was like, what are you talking about? And she goes, what are you talking about? And I said, there's a book called The Covenants of the Prophet, peace be upon him, with the Christian community by Dr. Mara. I opened up to the Syrian chapter, and the treaty is right there. And so I go, well, why aren't we executing this? Why aren't we utilizing this? And so taking some of these things that we have, that we talk about are so beautiful, that exist, and then operationalizing them, we had to talk to the patriarch. We had to go to Istanbul because it's tucked away in the archives. And the patriarch had a copy of it written by the prophet's scribe in his day, in the prophet's words. So operationalizing these things that we already have and contextualize them for today is really where it's at. and then making sure we have media, and making sure we celebrate the wins. I'll give one more example is we helped raise all the funds and help produce this documentary called Amen. It's about a flourishing Jewish community in the UAE. It's the most awarded multi-faith documentary ever. We showed it in Berlin and premiered it all over the world, but at the ministerial. And everyone said in Berlin, the conversation was so serious, but we were able to take a break and celebrate something positive. And it was a change in the air, and the whole conversation turned to something positive. And so I think celebrating our wins is really important, and media can only do that, and it counterbalances. And the activism is where it's at, because traditional media isn't going to give us attention. So I hope that's sort of a concise answer.
Thank you. Yeah, Palwasha and Irma, last words, brief.
Thank you so much. A number of topics that came to my mind. One, I just wanted to mention that I've been doing research since 2013 on women and Islamic constitutionalism, and looking at, there's many examples that you mentioned. Tunisia, we actually looked at Egypt, Libya, and Afghanistan in comparison, and the coming together of secular and religious women has been really important in all of these cases, and there are examples around the world of how this comes together. The work I've been doing at the United States Institute of Peace on working with religious women who are negotiating on the front line shows the really important work that religious women do, but also in conjunction with secular women in this space to negotiate for peace, and the activism that they do in peace building that's been very courageous around the world. Finally, I just wanted to end, there's a lot of questions about how did we get where we are? I think there's, you can write papers and papers and papers on this. There's many different theories. Education is one of the keys that was there. Power corrupts is another big theory. The whole issue of the scholar of the Sultan, and al-Marayati being one of that, and that we have the scholarship, just like we have patriarchy written in and writing women out of Islam, we also have that kind of writing Islamic governance principles out of Islam by scholars, by these sultans, the scholars of the Sultan. So I just wanted to mention those things. Thank you very much.
Okay. And final comments from Irma.
Okay, a really brief one. So I would like to address to the Gen Z who asked the question about what they can do. The only thing I think they can do it is to get a good education, not only in the field of their interest, but also in different cultures. So when people understand each other, when they have mutual understanding, when they are not alien to other people, it is possible to find the ways to understand each other, and that's the solution, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. One sentence.
Sentence. How about we continue the conversation over lunch? So, all right, well, thank you all for this very rich discussion. Let's have another round of applause for our panelists. Thank you. Get ready for this next panel.
Yeah, because we are out of time, we're going to go directly into the next panel, which is on Syria. We add the platform, and if you food, there is food, coffee is available. Already half an hour behind schedule, so we want to start the next panel. Please go ahead.
Thank you so much. Yes, you did. Yes, you did. Yes, how are you? How are you, Khalid? Good to see you. Hey, buddy. How are you? How's everything going? You ready to go up?
Water, yes. He's good. Do we have? Let's moderate. السلام عليكم. كيف الحمد لله. شو الاخبار والله؟ Yeah, I'm not going to use 15. Yeah. There will be coffee upstairs. There will be coffee. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon. If I did not hear a response. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. There you go. That's much better. If we can ask everyone to please go ahead and take a seat. We will be starting our next session. And we do have some very prolific and smart panelists who will shed light on a topic that is very pertinent to us as a country and as a community as well. So please go ahead and take a seat. My name is Haris Tareen, and I'm the Vice President of Policy and Programming at the Muslim Public Affairs Council, MPAC. And thank you again for joining us today. And this is actually, I'm going to be a little biased, this is my favorite panel. Because the topic is something that many of us, those of us who are students of the Middle East, those of us who are students of the MENA region, who've studied it for many years, have been personally invested in the region. This topic is one that has consumed us for many years, but especially this past year. This past year has been a year of major change and shifts in Syria. Late last year, we saw major shifts in the fall of the Assad regime after a decade of war, of authoritarianism, of torture, of just every kind of human rights abuse that you can imagine. We saw the Syrian people finally able to breathe a sigh of relief and with the fall of the Assad regime, actually be able to establish a nation, a governance system that would be representative of the diversity, the cultural history, the richness of Syria. And as many people say, Syria is a bellwether for the region. Syria really points to where the region can potentially head and where it can go. But these past few months have also been extremely dizzying because there's so much going on in Syria, and not just in Syria, but in the region. And the response of Syria's neighbors, of course, there's the Gulf, there is Israel, there is Egypt, there is so much that is, and then the rest of the states that surround Syria. But so much has happened just in the past few months. So we have a really amazing panel of speakers who will be able to shed light on what has happened in the past few months. And they've been intimately involved and we'll go into that in a little bit. But what's happened in the past few months, but also what this means, not only for democracy in the region, for self-governance in the region, for authoritarianism in the region, but also what this means for us as Americans. And I think that's key. We as Americans, I think the reason we gather here and the reason we have these conversations is because we as Americans know that democracy and rule of law is extremely important. It is what's given our communities here, American Muslim communities, Arab American communities, South Asian American communities. It is what's given us the ability to thrive in this country. Rule of law and democracy has given us, again, as minorities, the ability to thrive in this country. And so what happens in that region and the relationship between our government, our communities, and what happens in the region, and specifically Syria, is extremely important and of utmost importance. So I'll quickly introduce, I don't want to go into detail, but quickly introduce our panel. We will give them some opening remarks, and then we'll go into a conversation and a discussion with questions and answers. Our first panelist is Wael Zayat, who is the CEO of Engage USA. Prior to leading Engage, Wael was at the State Department for many years and worked on Syria, and so he brings a level of experience and understanding that will be really helpful for us to understand. Our second panelist is Mohammed Ghanem, who is policy chief at the Syrian American Council. Mohammed has been back and forth between the U.S. and Syria, and just watching his social media activity has been enlightening. He's been meeting policymakers here. He's been meeting policymakers in Syria, and it's been just great to see the Syrian American community really be able to mobilize and effectively engage both here and in Syria. And then our last panelist is Qutayba Idlibi, who's senior fellow and head of Syria Initiative at the Rafiq Hariri Center and Middle East Programs. And just recently, we found out that he'll be joining the Syrian Foreign Ministry. And we're really happy that to have him and have him shed light on what he will potentially be doing and what he has been doing. So we'll go ahead and get started with Wael, please.
Okay. Thank you, Harris, for that. It's great to be with my fellow Syrian colleagues here, and to be with all of you. And thank you to CSID for consistently doing this important conference year in, year out. It's a very important topic and subject when it comes to the region. I'll be brief. That's probably my State Department training. So if I go over 10 minutes, let me know. Obviously, you've all been watching the historical developments in Syria, which to some degree caught many of us by surprise in terms of the pace, in terms of the change of how it happened and how it's continuing to happen. Of course, we all had hoped that this day would come, but did we imagine that it would come on December 8th the way it did, and Syria today would be where it is and where it seems to be heading? I think the answer is no. There were signs of it. The regime has been crumbling from within. Its backers have been weakened over time, whether in Ukraine or in Lebanon or in Iran. Its source of funding, its morale, and obviously its corruption and abuse of its people contributed to that. But what I'm really looking at is, where does Syria go and how does that impact the region and the global community, including the United States? I think that you have an administration here that is pushing forward in historic ways and in bold ways, but for different reasons, right? There's no monolithic reason within this administration, just like in any administration. But it is a confluence of interests that are coming together. The geopolitical imperative, obviously the reorientation of Syria is of interest to a lot of folks, including senior members of the Trump administration, particularly, Secretary of State Rubio and others like him. Others look at the opportunity to cement relations with Saudi Arabia, with Turkey, and to forge kind of a new axis in the region that is focused on investment and development and growth and stability through that. And here are the personal relationships, obviously, that have been developed over time between President Trump and the Saudi Crown Prince, the President of Turkey, and others in the region has clearly played a role. Personalized or patrimonial politics is a way to understand what's happened here. It's personal relations, and but also reading what the new U.S. envoy to Syria and ambassador to Turkey has been posting. You would think it's a far left liberal on the West Coast talking about the imperialist past of the region and the need to give it more agency and independence. But that's coming from Tom Barrack, who works for President Trump.
How is that?
And so how is that? I think that what we have to understand is the Trump administration is a unique administration. We often think in Democratic or Republican terms, but they're not quite just that. They are obviously a Republican administration, but they have their own view on the region and the world, and they have their relationships. And I think that they have, and this is something that Trump has always said, which is, look, we don't want to be involved in wars in the region. We want to be making money. We want to be investing, and I want to have friends. I don't want to have enemies. Now, where he will run into trouble, as you've seen with Ukraine and maybe the Iranian negotiation or even Gaza, is he loves to make a deal, right? And thankfully, the new Syrian leadership is looking to make deals, right? President al-Shara in Syria and his team, they want to make deals because they want to rebuild the country. So the interests are aligning in that sense. They're aligning with the Europeans, who also not only want to make a deal, they want to send back some refugees, hopefully, or at least tell their politics, their political, their community that, look, they can go back now, even if not most of them go back. But where I think the administration will run into issues is when there are intractable issues, when their interests do not align, right? The interests of Russia and Ukraine do not align. The interests of Israel and the Palestinians do not align. And the interest of Syria in some level with the US, with the Europeans, with the Israelis is not going to align in some areas, right? So it'll be interesting to see how do they navigate that, where it's less clear where the interests are. But I think just in a simpler way, looking at Syria and the map, where it's located, what's interesting about Syria is, people won't forget it when it is, a source of tension and of instability, but it's now extremely irrelevant, given the change that has happened there, given the opportunity. And that's something I want to conclude with. From a U.S. perspective, when you look at Saudi Arabia and Turkey, who's in the middle? It's Syria. You're looking at the energy gateway to Europe. If you're looking at a new hub for investments, and we can talk more about that. Traditionally, it's been Tel Aviv and Dubai. And I think a lot of people want to be in Syria. It's a lovely country. It's on the Mediterranean, has gas, oil. It's bordering all these countries. It's 25 million people that can get to 30 million very quickly. There's a lot of tech and investments in tech that are possibly advantageous, not just for Syria, but for the investors. The country can benefit quite a bit from AI, for example, as it looks to redevelop its industries, to leapfrog a few steps. I think it can become a very big destination for tourists and tourism. And that's going to give some of those countries I mentioned a run for their money over time. And I think so what you're seeing, particularly from the Israelis, is a concern not about Syria as a source of instability. It's actually the opposite. What they're concerned about is a stable and prosperous Syria, which will compete with them in many ways and across many fields. But where does democracy, inclusivity, transparency comes into play here? A lot of questions, I think, going to remain about Syria and where it's heading. Elections have been announced to be in about 4 years or so. People are asking whether that's too long. Is that just right? It certainly needs time, obviously. But others are asking, okay, inclusivity, and let's not, talk about minorities and all that. It's just inclusivity of different political perspectives, different even views on the economy, for example, or about the political orientation of Syria? Are you going to see political parties in Syria? Are you going to see opposition groups tolerated? What's the extent of the freedom of speech? It's not just about the superficial Western view of looking like, are people going to drink or not, wear miniskirts? Like the personal liberties issue, actually, I think the government is too sophisticated for that. They're beyond that stuff. It's like, you can have your personal liberties. But the real litmus test is going to be the management of the country and its future, and how inclusive is that going to be? Not about necessarily like this particular group or that, but anybody with different or diverse views or not part of the inner circles of the new leadership. That's going to be a challenge for the question of democratic governance. But so far, so good. And, these are exciting times and important times. And Syria will be probably one of the more dynamic countries to watch over the next decade.
Salam alaikum, everyone, and good morning. Should I say? Yeah, it's good morning. Good morning. It's really good to be here. Thank you to the Center for the Study of Islamic Democracy for your consistent work on this very important theme. It is also a very relevant theme to Syria, and I hope that we can get into some of that today. Haris, I'm also biased. You are 100% my favorite moderator as well. When the organizers reached out to me, they asked me to offer an honest assessment of the situation on the ground, given that I've spent considerable time on the ground the past 6 months, but also to talk about where things are headed. I think Wael has done a very good job. My colleague Wael has done a very good job of speaking to maybe the geopolitics of Syria, how interests align or diverge. Maybe I should help you zoom in a little bit on this moment and what it means for Syrians. So a couple of points. Number one, I think we need to take a step back and just appreciate how meaningful this moment is for Syrians. And I'm going to talk from my own personal experience. I was born under Hafez al-Assad, and I spent most of my early adulthood under Bashar al-Assad. The Assads were all we knew. I had to, when I was a second grader, I skipped first grade. When I was a second grader, I was automatically added to a Tala'i al-Ba'ath, which is like literally translated as the vanguard of the Ba'ath party. I was in the second grade. I didn't even know what that was. I remember seeing this huge portrait of Hafez al-Assad and being told that I was now Tala'i, like a member of this vanguard. Same when I was in middle school, Shabib al-Thawra, the youth of the Ba'ath party. In college, of course, you also have to. So this was not just a political system that was based on authoritarianism. This was also a cult of personality, and it was all we knew. Now imagine all of that crumbling, this whole edifice crumbling. Imagine hearing the news saying Bashar al-Assad has fled Damascus. This was an Allahu Akbar moment for all Syrians. And for those who not intimately familiar with that, this was the hallelujah moment for Syrians. This was huge. This was epic. It was incredible. And so Syrians celebrated for months, and I think we're still celebrating. Now, I was in Doha when that happened. I was attending the Doha forum because there was a lot of international diplomacy surrounding Syria at the moment, and the United States and the UK and Europe and other countries and Turkey and Russia convening to make decisions about what to do about the fact that those guys, like the current government now, at the time they were an army, they were on the verge of capturing Damascus. Should we allow that to happen? Should we not allow that to happen? What should be done about this? So of course we were there because we're advocates for Syria and we wanted to influence that conversation. Now that happens, I immediately lost interest in all these governments. I got on a plane, I flew to Beirut, and a car was waiting for me, drove over to Damascus. I'm from Damascus, born and raised. I had not been in Damascus for almost 15 years. I had been back in non-regime controlled areas, a lot. In Aleppo, in Idlib, in the north generally, a lot, because we used to shuttle back and forth and work with folks on the ground, supports for 15 years. Now, back to the moment of euphoria, people were euphoric. They were incredibly happy. Even though, like, some of the people I ran into were in rags, literally in rags. The level of poverty, the level of immiseration, really language fails to capture how terrible the situation was. The cars from the 70s, the cabs, the taxis, incredibly small, very poor condition, clunkers basically. Nonetheless, people were happy. I was not surprised that they were happy because I understood and appreciated what that meant, what that moment meant for Syrians. But The Economist, the magazine, was, a couple of months ago, they published reports saying, quote, Syrians are surprisingly upbeat. And for The Economist, this didn't make any sense because the economy is in shambles. I wouldn't say it was on the brink of collapse, completely collapsed a long time ago. People had not been paid, civil servants had not been paid salaries for months. Economically speaking, if that's all you're thinking about, it was beyond abysmal. But to us, Syrians, this was not surprising because this was an incredibly meaningful moment. Now, mixed with that euphoria and that happiness and that joy, of course, I also encountered a lot of anxiety because of the same reason. The situation was abysmal. No electricity. Electricity was, we had it an hour in the morning and an hour in the evening. Transportation also very poor condition. And that has ramifications for your daily life, going through daily life in Damascus, at least at the time. Things have improved since then. But at the time, it was really, really hard. The things that you take for granted here, like taking a shower, I was not able to take a shower every single day. And I'm someone who likes to shower a lot. I was not, because it was incredibly cold. So Syrians have something called sobia, which is like a heating like stove. So you have that in your living room, but once you leave the living room, because there's no electricity, there's no central heating, it's like going to Siberia. If you want to go to the kitchen, it's like going to Siberia. If you want to go to the bathroom, it's going to Siberia. If you like, you're going to have to heat up water. Okay, you're going to have to heat up water in order to take a shower. So the daily life, incredibly tough. And so there was also a lot of anxiety about that, about the future, about the state of the economy. So that was my second point. So first point was the joy. The second point was the anxiety. Now, what about the legacy the regime left? If we said that Syria at the moment is rising from the ashes, this would not be a figure of speech. Syria is literally rising from the ashes. And I say ashes because the country, or at least, large swath of the country was literally burned, to the ground through barrel bombs and chemical weapons and the like. The country, entire cities were razed to the ground. That's why a lot of millions of people fled the country. So the legacy of the regime is one of utter annihilation, utter destruction. You go to some neighborhoods just outside, I wouldn't say just outside Damascus, they're actually part of Damascus proper, like Jobar. It's a moonscape, like nothing standing. You go to Daraya, you see also utter devastation. And I'm talking about parts of Damascus, let alone other parts of the country. If you take a trip from the north, from Idlib all the way down to the south, to Damascus, the state institutions themselves, the regime. I went to, just to give you an example, I was given a tour of a nufus. Nufus is the civil registry. That's where we record births and marriages and divorces and the like. Very essential, basic service that Syrians need on a daily basis. Destroyed, computers broken, the machines to print IDs also broken or missing or stolen. To this day, it's been almost 6 months, to this day, the civil registry in Syria, especially in Damascus, I think throughout the country except for Idlib, Still, if you have a if you have a new baby, if you get married, if you get a divorce, you can't record any of that. So my attorney shared with me about a lady who recently had a divorce, but as far as the state is concerned, she's still married, so she can't move on with her life, and she's losing her mind. That's what he told me. She's living in Lebanon, and you have a spouse in Syria at the moment, and you need to do family reunion here, and you just can't, because the USCIS is going to ask you for certain kind of document that the civil registry should issue. And this is just a small example of the utter devastation that the regime had brought on the country. Now, this is literally what the government took over. Now, since then, I think the government has taken a lot of meaningful steps in order to improve a lot of these conditions. Today, for example, they signed, I think, might be one of the biggest deals in Syria's history ever, a deal for the provision of electricity, I think worth almost $7 billion with a consortium of companies, including an American company. So policy-wise, the state seems to be headed in the right direction. The state is very focused on the economy, and I saw that focus, singular focus on the economy during the early days. I was in Old Damascus, and I discovered, this was barely a couple of days into the liberation of Syria, and I discovered that I was in Old Damascus, and I ran into Naqib Sahar, like the chief of the Guild of Jewelers, and I was like, asked, like, what is this guy doing here? And they told me he just had a meeting with the government. I was amazed. Within a couple of days, they were doing these meetings because they were interested in stabilizing, the prices of gold and silver and stuff like that. This was within a couple of days. I think if I had been in their shoes, I don't think I would have done that within a couple of days. I think I would have had the priorities, but I'm wrong and they're right. Because, and this is very good news for the population. The population, especially on my first month in Damascus, really people couldn't care less who was in government. And they cared, at least most people I spoke with. I'm not talking about like elite civil society. Most people I spoke with, and I spoke to a lot of everyday citizens, couldn't care less who was in the presidential issue. It was a struggle. They cared about those were the priorities. Now, combine that with the current government's focus on the economy. The current government is very interested in proving its mettle. The current government is very interested in delivering, improving themselves. So in that aspect, this is very good news for the population. Now, just two final points. On top of all this destruction that I've shared about, Syria is, and as Syria was trying to rise from the ashes, it's not like, they had access to an expressway or things were easy and all you had to do was just make the good policy decisions. Making good policy decisions, I was 100% a part of it, but that was not enough. Why? Because of crippling economic sanctions, especially US sanctions. Now, we're talking about sanctions that date all the way back to 1979, a whole labyrinth of sanctions, from designating the SST designation, Syria as a state sponsor of terrorism, to the designation of the current government, to the Caesar Act, to the SALSA Act, the Syria Accountability Act, to so much more. I could go on and on about sanctions. So Syria was practically off limits. So here, as a community, as a Syrian American community over the past 14 years, because of our advocacy against the Assad regime, we had built this muscle. Now we're not APAC, but we have built this muscle, and we put this muscle immediately to work, reaching out to senior lawmakers. We're talking very senior people in the Senate and the House. Of course, very consistent outreach to the administration that goes back to November of last year, to try and explain what's happening and also influence U.S. policy decision making. So I would say between the work that the community did, community and allies, of course, did in Washington, D.C., and the help that we got from MBS, Mohammed bin Salman, Saudi Arabia, and of course the president of Turkey, who spoke with Trump and asked him for help. President Trump asked President Erdogan for help with Ukraine. And in return, President Erdogan asked him for help with Syria, specifically with sanctions, and Trump said, I don't mind. And so now that most of these sanctions have either been lifted or suspended, Syria, to quote the current U.S. envoy to Syria, Tom Barrack, Syria, quote, is open for business. So today, as I address members of the Muslim American community, I use the same phrase, Syria is open for business. And one of the recommendations that we have for you is to go and invest. Go and invest, go visit, go talk to people. I think it would be remiss not to say that some parts within the Syrian American community feel that they have been let down by some parts within the Muslim American community. Because Syria, was a controversial issue, lots of stakeholders, but we also had a lot of allies. We had a lot of allies, so that's something we're going to be forever indebted to. But now that Syrians are happy and overjoyed and Syria is open for business, one of the things that we would love the Syrian American to do is, to join in the moment. We have the same concerns that I get a lot of concerns from members of the Muslim American community who reach out to me and say, these things are happening, maybe some of the sanctions are being lifted, but there's a price you guys are going to have to pay. And of course, we're aware of that. And this is something that we're also trying to navigate, but what we need is help. If you feel that we're going to be blackmailed, if you feel that we're going to be subject to this, bargaining process, then what we need is your support. And so the final point I'll make is about the current government. So I've already shared with you that the current government, the priority is to prove itself, prove its mettle, focus on the economy. Keep in mind, last year, just a few months ago, we had a lot of armed groups in Syria. The current president has done a miraculous job so far of uniting. It's the term that's bandied about in Syria is Tawhid al-Mumtaqiyya. He's done an amazing job so far so good, of bringing a lot of these disparate groups under the umbrella of the Ministry of Defense. Now, there's still a lot of work to be done. Things could still happen, down the road. But one thing we were deeply concerned about, as even in January, was a Libya-like scenario where you have, or Sudan. I think the president, who's a force of nature, has done a very good job so far of trying to conclude a lot of deals. The last big deal that all Syrians are anxiously anticipating is a deal with the SDF, and the SDF is the U.S. partner force in the northeastern Syria. That's majority Kurds. I think this is gonna, if some sort of an agreement has been concluded, but the devil is in the details, and it's all about implementation. Now, if that happens, and the government is also able to persuade the Druze in the south, in southern Syria, then I think that whole issue of staving off a Libya-like scenario will have been taken care of. So I feel that we're headed towards, since you asked me about where we're headed towards having a very strong government. I think what we need to ensure, and that's also to some of the very legitimate points that Wael raised, we need to ensure that we maintain a very strong civil society. Here today, I talked about power, sweet power. I couldn't agree more with you. So I think that's why it's very important to maintain a very strong civil society, to have checks and balances. And that task, I think, falls to us, falls to people in Syria. But to get there, yes, of course, that's the political life. Having political life is very important. But I think to get there, and I'm going to conclude on this point, to get there, we need to ensure that we're empowering, wanted to demand these things through using sanctions as a leverage. Sanctions should not be lifted unless we have political parties and democracies in Switzerland in a couple of months. I was vehemently opposed to that, because towards the end of my first month in America, I had money in my pocket. My family's at war. Even though I knew I could go back to the United States anytime I wanted, towards the end of my stay the last week, I started acting like a local. I was jostling because you can't help but become, because of daily life, you're just going through daily life is really tough. And I was not staying at a hotel. If you're staying at a hotel, you have the lights on most of the day and you have Wi-Fi. I was not staying at a hotel. I was staying at my family's home. And again, we're not poor, but simply, energy is scarce. So I go through daily life, and it's like you become less focused on Jeffersonian democracy. And I didn't want to hear anything about that. Like, I wanted to ensure that I was getting to places in time. What I'm trying to say here, and this is also to the Muslim American community, we need to ensure that all restrictions, there are a lot of restrictions that are still in place, like the export controls. There will be more good news coming down the pipeline, inshallah, very soon. But there are still things in place. We need everything lifted. We need the SST designation lifted because we need to empower the population, because the population is the best bet for an inclusive future. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Haris. Thank you, CSID, for having me. Let me first start by saying I'm here in my personal capacity. Sadly, I had to leave the Atlantic Council just yesterday as the news came out. So very happy to be here with you. Travel to Damascus.
Congratulations for leaving the Atlantic Council for greener pastures.
It's it's been great. Like all of this time I've been spending in DC. For me, actually going back to Damascus, I think part of the transformation that Syria is going through, and we are going through it as Syrians as well. And this is actually what I wanted to highlight in my opening remarks, is that all of those different transformations that Syria and Syrians are going through. I think starting with Syria itself, we just left a 62 years old dictatorship from 1963. I grew up in a household where my own father was a scholar of nonviolence in Islam. He was detained 8 times between 1960s and 1980s. And I didn't know any of his history until he died, because he was too afraid for our own sake to tell us who he is, what he was doing in society. And this is the Syria. And I mean, again, like, if you ask people about my dad, they would tell you like he's the most person they knew, but even the most courageous person at the time under Assad was not even able to tell his own kids who he was or what he does. So that is the Syria we grew up in. So it's a moment to really, take in. And I think all of us, I'm still taking this in, trying to really understand this transformation that our country has been through on December 8th, but also this transformation that we've been part of as Syrians, at least for the last 14 years or even beyond, as young as I can remember back in the day. We're finally done with this chapter, and we are opening a new chapter. And as Ala and Wa'il mentioned, there are so many challenges ahead of us. The Assads basically left Syria with nothing. Not only in terms of, we always think of, money in the central bank, assets here and there, but they actually even left no institutions. Because in the last 14 years, the Assads did not only fight the Syrian people themselves and kill them with chemical weapons, with barrel bombs, with Scud missiles, but they also destroyed even government institutions, because as they were trying to feed basically their own army, they turned the public sector into a way basically to benefit the families of soldiers, of intelligence officers. So literally by December 8th, there was nothing left. And as officers in the army, and the intelligence and the police were escaping the capital in different places because they knew what they were doing, not because someone was threatening them, but they knew what they were up to in the last 14 years. It's not only them that they left. Their families, who basically were monopolizing the public sector, also left with them, which almost in a sense, basically that moment on December 8th was a complete state collapse in so many different sectors. So in a sense, also as we realize the transformation, I think as a Syrian, I'm very proud also of how much Syrians were on autopilot to really preserve the country after December 8th. And even until today, I mean, when we talk about security level, yes, security in the country is pretty weak. As I say, the main security force is existence in the capital. The country definitely, after 14 years of war, is full of weapons. But what is really preventing the country from sliding into a bloody civil war, as we've seen in so many examples as political scientists, what is preserving that from happening is this autopilot that Syrians are on. They feel, and this is every Syrian you would meet today, they would tell you, we finally got our country back. And that, I mean, I'm feeling the goosebumps as I'm telling you that by itself, what a moment is that for not only for Syria, but for the whole region. So that transformation that Syria, of course, like is going through is a moment I think is feeding this hype, this positive feelings that all of Syrians are going through that make them, be patient on 4 hours of electricity a day, internet in many places that is still on 2G networks, for those of you who are old enough to actually remember 2G networks. And at the same time, yes, we do realize the challenges that are coming ahead. What I would say is, as we externally monitor what is happening, I think what is very important for Syria is to give Syria a chance. Those 62 years of a lot of people, when the transitional period was announced, everyone was saying, is this too long? Is this too short? This is a full presidential term. Do we need 5 years in Syria? As a political science, I can tell you, on average, with such civil wars, like Syria, in terms of length, in terms of intensity, the average actually transitional period is about 7 years. So we are very optimistic to actually plan for 5 years. But what I would also say, to Syrians, but also to people who are watching outside, and in a sense, I think part of those who are watching outside, some of us, we've seen so many different experiences that have failed. So I think we are very much afraid of, wishing for the best for Syria, and then things would go south and we would be disappointed. And there are many who actually wish for this experience to fail. And my message is always, as Syrians who've been patient for 62 years over this dictatorship of Assad, I'm willing to be patient for at least 5 to 10 years for this transformation to actually be successful. Because for those of us who work in the policy world, we do know that fixing things does not happen overnight, and that this work is really, for the long haul, is not really for a year or two. It's a generational change that requires to happen. But what is very important is that as Syrians, we are all in to make sure that this is successful. This is not only Qutayba speaking. This is so many Syrians who are willing to do the work, to take the plunge, to come back to a country that is completely destroyed, to continue the mission. And this is a reminder, I think, also to all of us who've been, in a sense, also focused on, or very much working on democracy in the Muslim world. This is the mission here. This is a continuation of the mission. And as I moved to Damascus, this is also the way I see it. I came to Washington in 2013, because I realized that there is more space in Washington for me to work on freedom and democracy in Syria than there was a space within the political elite circles of the opposition across the region. And in a sense, I see my return to Damascus today as a continuation of this mission, because that is where the work that needs to be done. So one very transformative moment for Syria. It will take time. I think what makes me optimistic that no matter how much time it will take, the minimum that is there, which it's part of the prophetic heritage. The Prophet ﷺ, his main message in Mecca for so many years was, خَلُّوا بَيْنِي وَبَيْنَ النَّاسِ. Let me and the people be. Basically, give me freedom. And in Syria today, we do have that. You have the freedom to speak. You have the freedom to politically organize. You have the freedom to do the work that you need. And that by itself, preserving that is the most important element, because no society, no matter what happens, like on a higher level, whether there are so many pending questions, I think there will be elections. I think there will be some sort of political transition. There's a question how democratic Syria it would be, how would that fit within the region. Those are all pending questions. But I think preserving that minimum where there is freedom of expression and freedom of political work, the fact that we have that, I think it is on us as Syrians, as individuals, and how active we are to make sure this transforms to something else. So I feel we've won by the fact that we have that, because our fight with Assad was exactly about that. It was about going out and preaching and talking to people about politics, about religion, about the society, about everything else. That was the fight from 2011 until 2024. For me, that was the main fight. Just خلوا بيني وبين الناس. خلوا بيننا وبين الناس. I think the second transformation, which is very important, is a transformation for the region. Let's be very clear. For so many decades, Iran has been, first the Assad regime has been the bully of the region. They fought, Palestinians and Lebanese in Lebanon, starting 1978, killed both Palestinians and Lebanese there. They were a tool for Iran whenever Iran wanted to actually go over the region, destabilize the region. And I'm talking here about the whole region. I'm talking, even in the last, sometimes we have like narrow focus to really think about only Iranian-Israeli kind of like confrontation or fight over hegemony in the region. But this is not about that. Iran, for example, for starting 2019 until 2024, was utilizing Syria to infiltrate Jordan, to send weapons and drugs there because they wanted to destabilize Jordan. And from there, and that was the main problem with Iran, similar actually to Israel, is that there was no end goal that you can see. So you can never know like, is there anything after Syria? Is there anything after Jordan? So the fact that now Syria has kind of like cut off that Iranian access from the region, I think is a win for all of us. I'm not I don't believe that the Iranian project, in a sense, was about the transformation of the region, was about actually the freedom of the Muslim Ummah. I don't believe that was ever the case. I think it was a very political project that uses religion as a cover to try to infiltrate, different Muslim societies. But that transformation, I think, is very important because it really allows to bring back some balance between political Sunni and political Shia powers in the region. And hopefully it would allow to actually have a serious conversation, constructive conversation about reducing the polarization between political Sunni and political Shia in the region. Because now there is some military balance, at least in a sense, or geopolitical balance that allows for that conversation to happen. In the last so many decades, the lack of geopolitical balance was really preventing that conversation from going anywhere. And my own father has worked a lot on this in the 1990s and early 2000s with President Khatami and others. And that conversation was not going anywhere because Iran had the access on the ground. They didn't really have to give up anything. So I think looking to see how would that also transform the region is very important. The third and most important one, which is always the elephant in the room, I think not a lot of people are talking about, we are talking about a new experience of conservative Sunni political power that is taking over in Syria. And that is presenting a new view for politics that we're not really used to. And in a sense, it has been really interesting the last 6 months. I think here in Washington, a lot of people are looking at the group, I would call it, because it's HTS++ right now. There is no name. They're looking at it from the lens of, Al-Qaeda in Iraq or, Al-Qaeda in 2011. And they're missing really all of the transformation that happened between 2013 and 2024. Some of us who also have not been following Syria, especially between 2016 and 2024, they're looking at it from the lens of 2016. But there was a lot of actually not only political transformation, there was a lot of ideological transformation that happened actually in Syria. And a revision of a Sunni view to, how actually conservative Sunni power could rule, a view of transnational jihadism, a view of the Salafi jihadism itself. It didn't start in 2016. It actually, interesting enough, it started in prisons that Assad set up for jihadists who fought in Iraq. And then that revision started in those prisons back in 2006 and 2007. But then on the ground, when there was no more practice, there was actually more revision and transformation to really, work practically in fixing those ideas or changing those ideas that were just merely theoretical for so many years. So we have this new model, which I think it has two important things. One, it's very realist and very operational. It doesn't talk about theory. It tries to implement Islamic fiqh in a way that really touches the lives of people. So in a sense, we need to look at this project and how it is really trying to think immediately, how can we make the lives of people better? And that is very important within Islamic theology of the state.
Can you expand on this point a little bit? Because, part of the challenge, this forum has been going on for 23 years. Conversations about Islamism, Islam and democracy have been happening for decades, even more than that. But this specific question of a new Sunni conservative model that you just brought up, and what it means in Syria and what it means for transnational jihadism and transnational Islamism. If you can talk a little bit about this, because part of the challenge that you get to when you talk about Syria is people will say, well, President Ahmed Shara, he was in a prison in Iraq. How is he suddenly now meeting with Trump in Riyadh? How did that transformation happen? Is that real? Is this some conspiracy project that the Americans created? And now you're talking about the fact that there was this transformation, and the fact that he really has not talked about fiqh. He has not talked about an Islamic state. He's not talked about implementing Sharia, where you have places like Afghanistan, and you've got places like parts of North Africa, where the first conversation goes to implementation of Sharia and everything else. Talk a little bit about that.
So that is actually the second element that we need to talk about in this experience, which is it has peace with the modern state as a model to govern people, which in previous Islamic models, I feel in a sense, the latest model usually people go back to is al-Khulafa al-Rashidin. So, I think, as people try to move forward, probably the latest model people can talk to Islamic model is the Ottomans. But there is a big gap that is left there. And that is always, there was always then a problem okay, how do you reconcile that with the modern state itself? And how much power the modern state and control over society? So I think to start with, there is a lot of peace under this project with the modern state. It looks at the state as a tool of a time, not by itself, basically like a project of Islam itself. So in a sense, the impact you have again on society is the most important element, not the tool that you are using as part of this ruling. So that on one hand, and I think what is really important is that it looks really at a limited role of the state. It looks at the public space, not as a space for the government to control. So it's not really a super invasive modern state. It's actually a more kind of light modern state that sees that the role to control the public space is for the society, not for the state. So that kind of leaves the issue of, Sharia and implementing Sharia. It is not really the job of the state. It is the job of the society to decide how it wants to rule itself. And that kind of brings a high level of decentralization, if you want to call it federalism in a sense, because then each society, can decide the parameters. There are general parameters the state
sets.
It's
Islamic federalism.
Yes.
So
yeah.
Islamic civic federalism almost.
Yeah.
No, I agree with Qutayba, but it's not, don't think of it in the geographic way.
Yeah.
Because federalism and decentralization is usually tied to a piece of land and who's in. This is about distinguishing between the personal societal space and the political government role. And in that sense, it is a unique model that even, in a way, it's a separation of state and church and state. Obviously, it has its own flavor. But on that, in a way, it's also it's another variation of what the Saudis are doing in Saudi Arabia, to some degree, right? Again, there are major differences here. One is a monarchy; it's been there for hundreds of years, versus a rebel movement that essentially seized power in Damascus, and that is very popular. But that's kind of where some of the region is heading. Is how do we improve the economic situations? How do we create jobs? How do we end the wars? How do we end the instabilities, at least the political security ones? But we will manage the economy, the politics, and the diplomacy, and make the major macro decisions about and obviously, again, there's differences in all of that. So that's the piece that I was alluding to earlier. And so the question is not about the personal freedoms, it is about the political decisions of the country. I agree with Qutayba completely. And I think that's why a lot of the non-Muslim communities in Syria are feeling better, including the Christian community, is that they're coming to terms that our personal religious sectarian needs, we might be able to manage them with even greater freedoms than the previous regime, with lesser interference by the state.
To end there, so that is why I think it's important to keep an eye on that model and how it evolves, because in a sense, we might be seeing kind of like the best model that reconciles the situation and political situation of the region, the cultural and religious background, but also reconciles with previous experiences. And I think if we look at that transformation that's happened between, let's say, at least 2011 and 2024, there's so many lessons to learn of, but also it carries a lot of hope, because there is, in a sense, there was no problem of admitting where the project really failed.
Yeah.
And there was no problem in a sense of shifting gears and moving to sometimes a completely different way of implementing governance when they figure out that, yes, this does not work. It works with certain society, but as you expand, because the project was expanding also in terms of geography, in terms of the type of societies they were ruling. So I'm also optimistic about this transformation and what it would mean for the whole relationship between Islam and democracy in the region and across the globe.
And that's what, one of the things that kind of excites me about this is we've been dealing, as students of the region, we've been dealing with transnational jihadists and Islamists. There was never a model that actually stuck that could help in that evolution and transformation of thought and practice. And now maybe there is a potential model of success, and that can change the dynamic between the state, democracy, and Islam. And I think there's a lot out there. We'll open it up to the audience. I do want to say, 14 years ago, in Washington D.C., I think when everybody was debating the Syria thing after the revolution started, MPAC, we hosted, I think it was the first conference. Do you remember that, on the revolution with the New America Foundation? It was MPAC at the New America Foundation. So I do want to mention that.
That's why I said we're so grateful we had that.
But we'll go ahead and open it up. We've got a few minutes. We'll start from there and then head this way. Kareem, please go ahead.
Who can hear you?
We can hear you.
Go for it.
Yeah, but you have 50 people on Zoom.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Thank you for the panel. Thank you for hosting this this conversation. As a Syrian American, my name is Kareem. I'm a private citizen. Obviously, I was born in Damascus, so I have strong interest in the information you shared. One question I had that I don't think was directly addressed is the continued, at least inside Washington, D.C., the continued securitization of Syria. I understand that the primary focus of the interim government is economic in nature. Fully understood, the message is very clear. But the primary conversation in officialdom in Washington, D.C. is still a securitized Syria, for good reason, perhaps. I think, Ala, you mentioned something about the efforts that are being undertaken to unite the security apparatus and the military apparatus outside of the Assad regime, Makharadze, that we're all familiar with. What are the solid steps, if you know of those steps, to tackle the securitization of Syria, the continuous securitization of Syria, whether within the US government or more broadly in society here in DC? Thank you.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be largely the responsibility of the Syrian government is to address that in the sense that if there are legitimate security concerns, that they address them, right? Whether it is regarding, you hear about the presence of foreign fighters in sensitive posts in the Syrian government. That's one. The disposition of ISIS fighters and their families who are still in Syria by the thousands in few camps. Al-Hol is one of them. That's going to be transferred to the Syrian government from the SDF. Assurances to regional countries, Jordan, Turkey, Lebanon, Iraq has concerns, Israel. They all have their unique sensitivities. So addressing that directly with them or through intermediaries that, look, I may not be able to have a full peace treaty with you, but leave me alone and I'll leave you alone. Or in other cases, how do we build bilateral relationships and healthy economic trade and investments and all of that? Also, it is their representation here should be pushing on other avenues to reorient the focus as well, to change the conversation, to change the narrative, right? So be on the offensive regarding the investment, business opportunities in Syria, tourism, cultural exchanges. Syria has a rich, very rich and lovely culture. Food, music, right? All art. And so it is addressing the legitimate issues or dispelling any rumors or disinformation or addressing things that are real, but also provide other discussion topics with policymakers here away from only the challenges, but also the opportunities. And for that, I think that's a conversation a lot of people want to have. I mean, I was in the Bay Area talking to, some tech executives about what's happening in Syria and the region. And of course, President Trump went out there and went to those countries and took a lot of executives with him. They don't know the region. They don't know what's happening in Syria. They only know as much as the average person. And so, but then once you start talking about the opportunities there that are mutually beneficial for the development of Syria, and yes, a return on investment for the investor. That's what business is. You see a lot of folks interested, and there is actually still despite the 14 years of war, Syria has positive connotation actually when you just get beyond the civil war period in terms of its food, its culture, how lovely its people are, its geographic location. There's nostalgia there. There's maybe romanticization of it, which could be good if it's leveraged properly for the benefits of other people and for strengthening bilateral relationships, away from just the, quite frankly, generally speaking, the Orientalist view of looking at the region and its people either as victims, poor immigrants who are drowning in the Mediterranean, or as terrorists.
And if I also may add to that, so
can I ask the panelists to keep the answers short?
Yeah.
There are a lot of questions.
And sure. If you could add, since you're not a government official yet, either in Syria or Washington, so Damascus or Washington, can you add to the security conversation quickly? Israel is the big elephant in the room, and I don't think many people.
Yeah. So, but briefly,
how is Israel going to allow a viable, democratic state that has a military and is capable of defending itself and its borders? How will Israel allow that on its border?
Yeah. So I think that requires a whole panel, but let me do my best. Karim, I couldn't agree more with you. And I think you know best that this issue of looking at the whole region through the lens of CT, or counterterrorism, is not unique to Syria. It is an issue that's involved me personally. I move in policy circles. We do a lot. We have a lot of conversations with lawmakers and government officials, and this has been a constant refrain in every single conversation. Like, you want to address lawmakers and talk to them about, the Syrian as a human being, etc. And the focus is always on CT. But again, that's not unique to Syria. That's sadly, in the past, U.S. policy towards the Middle East was energy and CT. And as thanks to fracking, energy took a backseat, and now it's mostly CT. That's number one. Number two, and that we have a very powerful neighbor to the south, and they have a lot of clout and influence in Washington, D.C. Okay, so that aspect of the conversation, the security aspect, will always be there. Now, as Wael mentioned, I think what we can do, to the extent that we have control over this, I think what we can do, both here as a community, like the Syrian American community, but also folks on the ground in Damascus, is to try always to widen the aperture, to talk about the opportunities that Syria offers. And I think we have an excellent ally in Ambassador Tom Barrack, who is the U.S. Special Envoy to Syria, because that's all he talks about. He talks about business and investment and opportunities and self-determination. So I think the needle is moving on that. But while I'm cautiously optimistic, I'm also cognizant, just because I'm a realist too, that this is going to stay with us. Now, what I can say on a panel like this, very maybe cryptically, is that the past 6 months have been incredibly tough, specifically because of this, because this neighbor to the south was not too enthusiastic. And so the first week after the fall of the Assad regime, they conducted, I think, about 400 airstrikes, took out the whole Navy, took out tanks and missiles and rockets, like pretty much the entire Syrian military. And then it's been about 700 attacks. So 400 just the first week. Okay, I remember that was the first site that welcomed me to Damascus. The huge bombing up until the bombing continued until 3 a.m. I wasn't able to sleep because I was not used to it. People around me, slept like there was no problem. I wasn't able to because I wasn't used to it. And so I think it's public information. Reuters and other news agencies, the Netanyahu government didn't want sanctions to be lifted, does not want the United States to withdraw from Syria. They are deeply skeptical about the new government. I think President Trump took a decision despite those apprehensions, and a lot of lawmakers are just gonna, I think, go with the president. Now, if I recently did a tour of conservative circles in Washington, D.C., like we're talking like very far-right organizations, as well as very conservative lawmakers. We did that for a couple of days. And even though President Trump has made that decision, the skepticism is still there, and it's deep. And I don't think, I think maybe as Syria proves that we are headed there. The president said we have no plans to pose a threat to any governments. They shut down the captive on trade that was discouraged and applied in the region, especially for Saudi Arabia and Jordan and other countries. I think you're going to see more of those Syrian aspects being highlighted. But big picture, I think CT is going to stay with us.
Very quickly, just on the security question, when President Sharaf talks about the economy, it's not a change of topic. The argument from the Syrian government is, yes, absolutely. DDR, I know we love this word, it was never implemented right anywhere else. But for such a process to be in place, you need to improve the economy. it was at the beginning, in the first few months, it's a chicken and egg question. I think some in the Trump administration were saying, no, you need to do that first. You need to have control over all of Syria, control all of the security, and then sanctions would be lifted. And I think where the argument settled at the end is that that does not make any sense. If you want an effective state that actually controls the use of violence, controls who holds arms, you need to have the resources to do that. And if you want, and this is, I think, where the conversation, I guess, gets tricky. Yes, there are people who don't want this project to be successful. There are people in Washington who once said, you know, all of the Arab Springs brought, you know, the old regimes back. Why don't we try to bring back Assad? And they definitely don't want like things to move forward. But I think what has been missing here is that the main security challenges that we've seen in the last 6 months, they are not sectarian in nature as they've been portrayed in Washington. They are political in nature. You have former regime or current regime supporters among the Alawite communities who did the first insurgency in the coast. You have current regime supporters within the Druze community who are still holding power in Jerman and Sweden. And that is the main challenge. So I think where the current leadership in Washington, where their mind is that, yes, we need to tackle those challenges in Syria because those are Assadists, those are pro-Iran supporters. And you need to have the resources in place to be able to tackle those challenges. And that's where the sanction lifting actually came.
Right here. Palwasha, please go ahead. And if you can keep your questions brief and then please.
Can you direct them to us specifically?
Yes.
So yeah,
we can get a couple of questions. Yeah, so if you want to go ahead, Palwasha, and then behind you.
Yeah, my question, actually, you had mentioned a little bit about the deal, a possible deal with SDF in the north. And we've heard that they have a very unique way of doing governance that's very inclusive of religious minorities. And that, you know, whether that's going to be in clash or how that actually might play out. I was wondering if you could speak to some of those issues.
And then we'll take a question to your, yes, please go ahead. And then we can answer to together.
Hi, and this is for whoever wants to answer it. One of my concerns is that Syria has changed hands from Russian control and domination to contested control and domination, primarily from the United States and potential Emirati and Saudi investors. The word democracy and democratic elections is not really on the table. We have a self-appointed president. And certainly this is better than war, and turning Syria into a bigger UAE-style country is better than war. But you know, can we really talk about Syrian liberation without democracy? And I also wonder, in terms of the lifting of sanctions, what Syria had to give up in terms of concessions to the United States. There's been very little written about it, but I expect with our transnational president that Syria had to give up Syria's assets, just as Ukraine has, for continued U.S. support.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and answer those two.
Maybe just a point. Maybe just a point about democracy. So democracy should continue. Democracy should 100%. I'm a pro-democracy activist. And that's why I spent the past 14, 15 years of my life fighting for this. So I'm in 100% alignment with you, and this should continue to be the aspiration and the goal. Now, having said that, I'll also share with you that I think it was 2 years ago, maybe 2.5 years ago, I hosted the former Tunisian president for an event at my place. And I'll never forget what he shared with me, President Moussaf Marzouki. He said, and you know, we share a lot of similarities because, like, I'm an activist. Of course, he's a much more high-profile, activist, but we come from the same background: activist, human rights activist, same. And so we're preoccupied with the same things. And I'll never forget what he told me. He was like, "We spent the first 3 years nitpicking about this word and that word and this phrase and that phrase in the Constitution, and look what happened to Tunisia now." Because eventually people got fed up and they felt that transition did not deliver on the promise. In their mind, democracy, I think, meant, economic transformation. So again, back to the daily realities. If you were to spend, and I would encourage you maybe to go and visit, and don't stay at a hotel, maybe stay with a friend. experience life in Syria at the moment. If you've been there for a month, you will not want to talk about the same things that you just talked about now. You will want to ensure that your belly is full. So I think this is where we are now. And as far as that is concerned, I think the government has its priority raised. Now, once we've maybe successfully navigated this transitional period, I completely agree with you. I'm not trying to beat around the bush. It is a challenge. I am for separation of powers. I am for, consultative decision making and so forth. And we need to have that because I think that's the root of all evil. But for us to, I think, be too focused on that at a time when people can't. I overheard arguments, heated arguments between older ladies and minibus drivers because they could not afford 5 cents to take the bus. They were complaining that the fare had doubled from 2 or 3 cents to 5 cents. This is where we are. We're not at a stage where we can discuss repression democracy, but yes, I completely agree with you. It should be continue to be that.
First question about SDF.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. I mean, very quickly, I think on both. Concessions. So very quickly, I think one on democracy and on the SDF question. I think as Syrians, it's really about the frameworks that exist. It's not really about the banners. I was in Syria in 2011. Democracy as a word was not really on the agenda and our banners and our, yes, I mean, it sounds great, but because I've heard this a lot.
Recording in progress.
Why did the constitutional declaration did not include the word democracy? Well, I mean, I was there in 2011. For me, the word democracy itself is not my battle. It's not the hill I want to die on. The hill I want to die on is whether there's freedom of expression, freedom of political organization, and then yes, there is a political process in place where there is election. Whether that is called democracy or not, to be honest, as a Syrian, I don't really care, like how we call it as Syrian, because we have our own experience, and we do have the right to call our experience the way we like it. We are not bound by specific liberal Western democracy terms. We love the experience. We want to copy that and make sure it is like we have a representative democracy, but it might have a different name. So just like on the title, I think on the experience itself, and that actually goes to the Northeast Project and the Autonomous Administration Project. The Autonomous Administration Project has a lot of this. It has the nice titles. It has in every single position a president, like a co-presidents, a man and a woman. It looks great. But from the inside, it's really rowdy, because in every single institution you have a man and a woman leading the institution, but there is someone called a cadre, basically someone who's a member of the Marxist, communist, PKK, who actually controls the institution. So in a sense, yes, it is great to have a man and a woman place. It's great that you call it, a democratic institution, but at the end of the day, it is not democratic, and it is controlled by one single party like the Ba'ath regime. So do we want to copy that experience to the rest of Syria? I don't think Syrians want that experience to be copied. Do we want that local communities with specific cultural and religious heritage to see that cultural and religious heritage reflected in their own communities? Absolutely, yes. I mean, I can tell you, even like as a Kurd myself, yes, that is very important, because that is what at the end of the day matters for average Syrians, whether Kurds, Assyrians, Druze, or otherwise. It's not what the capital looks like. You see your culture and your heritage and the schools you send your kids to, and the street that you live in, and that's what really matters at the end of the day. And that is the model, I guess, we see some infrastructure put forth for it. The conversation right now between Damascus and Qamishli, actually very much there's an agreement on that part. The problem is that we have with the SDF is that the SDF controls 3 provinces of Hasakeh, Raqqa, and Deir ez-Zor. The vast majority of those provinces are Arabs, they're not Kurds. And basically the SDF is saying, we currently control that, good luck. It's like, it's not really about the Kurdish project, because the government has already said, go back to Kurdish regions and all of those cultural and and religious and heritage rights, you will have it there for your own communities as any other Syrian community. But the SDF wants to right now to maintain control over Arab majority or almost 100% Arab communities, especially in Raqqa and Deir ez-Zor. So that's where the conversation is. I think if that is resolved, and I can take the mistake that the PYD is doing as a political party, is that it is jeopardizing the Kurdish experience in Syria. There is a very possible and good win for the Kurdish community in Syria, especially the ones who came in the early 1900s. They still speak Kurdish. They live in northeast Syria. They're a minority within the Kurdish community, but they've been taking the lead on this conversation. And they can actually make something for the Kurdish community. But I think wanting a lot more than what is possible might jeopardize that. Last but not least, on just the concessions, so far there has been, and that is something, I can tell you, the Syrian government could tell you the exact same thing. US officials have said the exact same thing. There were no conditions when it came to sanctions lifting. There are mutual security concerns that will be addressed. It's not something that the Syrian government does not want to address. Whatever you hear in media, it is something that is of concern for the Syrian government. But President Trump, Secretary Rubio, Ambassador Barak made it very clear that if Syria does not succeed, that is the problem. That is what everyone is trying to prevent. Not only the United States, Turkey, Saudi Arabia, everyone in the region, they see the alternative. And the alternative is very bad for the region, for the United States. The second thing, which is very important, yes, there is an opportunity for Syria. And I think whether it is President Trump or others in the administration, they do see the economic opportunity that maybe it doesn't exist. It exists in Ukraine, possibly if there is a deal, but it doesn't exist as much in Syria. You have at least $1 trillion of possible infrastructure projects that could be done in Syria. The EU has already committed for this year $7 billion for infrastructure projects in Syria. The Gulf has not even set basically a budget for that. So is there an economic opportunity where actually, from US perspective, US companies can come in and invest? Yeah, absolutely. And for that, it does make sense then to lift sanctions. If we see something down the line, it's important to point out, but as a watcher, let's say, there has been, this whole conversation is about the opportunity that Syria can present for the US and for the region.
Thank you so much. I know there's a lot of questions.
And we have only 2 minutes left.
We have 2 minutes left, so we'll go here, but then our panelists will be around and you can have a conversation. And I think we need to do a day-long Syria conversation.
I need to more serious.
Yeah. So I think we need to maybe our organizations work together on doing a day-long thing because I think there's a lot of implications. Yeah. We'll go here and take 2 questions and then we'll end it. Go ahead, please. You can stand up and ask a question and I'll repeat it if need be.
Yeah, time is up, but I have 2 quick questions.
Let's go one, and then
I don't know which one I prefer. So since we are talking in the panel at the head of defending democracy in Muslim world, I think Iranian influence was terrible in Syria, but Turkey's as a model should not be negative as well. Because yes, Syria is in there, but now Erdogan has Silivri. The Istanbul mayor now in jail, who was the main rival to him. So this ideology, the political Islamist ideology, I'm very much happy that Syrians got the freedom. I as a person experienced this, I like to warn that you need to be careful. And if there are some control mechanisms to prevent sliding back into an Islamic-oriented authoritarianism, which will be terrible. I don't know what one of the panelists can take. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. And then we'll take your question, and then we'll wrap up the session.
Just very quickly, Sanjeev Barrett, Freedom Forward. There was a moment when people in the West didn't have a story to tell about the Syrian refugee crisis, and then there were actors with malintent who told a story that was very harmful. And it seems like we're in the former moment now, a good moment where there's an opportunity to build political power and goodwill beyond policymakers, beyond the Syrian diaspora, beyond even Muslim American communities. Amidst everything else that you're dealing with, all of the challenges, has there been thought given to that kind of a political program? Yes, can you read? Yeah, briefly. Just repeat. A lot of people in the West, outside of diaspora circles, outside of American Muslim circles, don't have a story yet about the new Syria and the future of Syria. Someone's going to tell that story, right? Vacuums don't exist for long in politics. Is there a strategy, or has there been thought given to how to fill that vacuum in a positive way to empower you to do what you need to do? Yeah. So obviously, a lot of, I think, civil society organizations here, Syrian American community organizations or others, that's what they work on. And also the Syrian government, again, there's a government in Syria, they have agency, they have plans. So I don't know, maybe Patayba can shed any lights on that. But, for example, I'm also advising a group called the Syrian Forum on promoting investment and reconstruction in Syria. And that's the job of such organizations, go out there and tell that story. I'm really interested to see what will happen in the cultural space. Because again, Syria has an advantage there in terms of its rich history, culture. Just the ruins in Syria are spectacular, and they are essentially part of the cradle of civilizations where alphabet was invented. So on that, I think you're going to see that. Particularly the Syrian American community is extremely creative and hardworking, and they've had some wins right now, and they want to keep winning in the form of normalizing the relationships between the U.S. and Syria and seeing Syria reach its full potential. On the other piece regarding gentlemen, sounds like you're Turkish, and so that's a question for Syria. I mean, just to be very fair-minded about it. It's Syria couldn't recover without lifting the sanctions or grow. But as you do that, you are empowering the current government to become more effective, more powerful, right? More popular, stronger. Is this government going to be representative of most Syrians and their aspirations or not? That's the question. Can they do that with the current formulations? They came to power. Now we have 4 or 5 years for the elections. What lies beyond that? Will they be able to include groups or individuals who didn't liberate Syria with them? Right? There's a group identity here also. We get hung up on Islamist or not Islamist, but it's a group identity. It's a group that fought and weathered a lot of tribulation in a corner of Syria. They know each other. They trust each other. They know who their friends were during the difficult years. And then they rode down to Damascus and won. And will they be able to be inclusive or transition that power eventually to another group? I think the Syrian people, what they're clear about is, yes, they want to have recovery and stability now. But also the Syrian people did not fight and die against a dictator to replace it with another. I think they know, and I think the Syrian government knows this. And so my hope is that they will navigate that through transparent, fair, and humane processes. And I agree with about what we call it is going to be less important, but it needs to look and feel and smell like democracy.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for our panelists for this great discussion. When it comes to the culture, but someone's going to write President Shadow's story in Hollywood. You guys better get on that because someone is definitely going to write that story. But thank you so much, and we hope to continue this conversation. And I'll pass it back over to Luke.
Thank you, Harris.
Okay, we're going to get started. I'd like to ask the great Sarah Leah Whitson to join me on stage. Sarah, please join me. We're going to get started. Okay, I hope you have a chance to have your lunch. Just as a way of a transition from the Syria panel to our keynote lunch talk, I'm going to propose to Radwan and our board that next year, if possible, we have the next conference in Syria. Syria is an emerging, hopefully democracy, inshallah. 54 years of one family rule has come to an end. We have Radwan Ziyada on our board. And so it would be great to have next year's conference in Syria. And then if possible, the year after that, I want to propose that we have the conference in 2 years in Jerusalem. Next year in Jerusalem, hopefully in an environment where everyone from the river to the sea can live in equality, regardless of religion or ethnicity. That's the aspiration that I think many of us share in terms of what's happening today in historic Palestine. So it's a great honor and privilege for me to introduce today's keynote speaker, Sarah Leah Whitson, who I've known for a very long time. Sarah Leah Whitson is the executive director of DAWN, an organization that seeks to support democracy and human rights in the Middle East, critically to hold abusers accountable, to reform U.S. Middle East policy. Previously, she had the distinguished position of being the executive director of the Middle East Division of Human Rights Watch, where she oversaw 19 different countries and many employees. And she sort of, that's how I got to know her work. She sort of had that position where she led that position with distinction, honor. I sort of envision that for Sarah Leah, that a future job for her after she's done with this one would be a position along the lines of the UN Human Rights High Commissioner, or possibly a future prosecutor at the International Criminal Court. She's a public intellectual. She is an activist. She's also, I want to announce, the author of a forthcoming book with Michael Omerman, From Apartheid to Democracy, a blueprint for peace in Israel and Palestine, to be published later this year by University of California Press. We're going to hope to have a book launch for her at Georgetown. She's also a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, and I can't think of a better person to come to a conference such as this one to speak about the challenges of authoritarianism, not just in the Middle East, but here in the United States and around the world, than Sarah Leah Whitson. Please join me in welcoming her today. Thank you, for that, and good to see all of you guys. But is this close enough? Thank you in particular to CSID and Radwan Masmoudi. I'm honored to be here on the 23rd anniversary. And Radwan, your commitment, your dedication, your perseverance are an inspiration to all of us, but particularly to me. So thank you for this work and bringing us all together. We are together in a very, very dark time. Amid the genocide in Gaza, there really is no room to speak of democracy and human rights. They seem a luxury, a decadent and unattainable distraction from what cannot but be our first priority and focus of our attention: to save the people of Palestine from the savage Israeli slaughter underway, to save, yes, even the Israeli people from the curse of being a genocidal nation. For those of us here in the United States, this is our greatest responsibility because of our own government's essential role in enabling Israeli crimes. The atrocities in Gaza have lowered the bar on what is imaginable and permissible in the region for people demanding their rights. The new threat that now lingers for those disrupting their oppression is outright extermination, making the crimes of General Sisi and Mohammed bin Salman seem quaint in comparison. The champions of freedom and democratic rule, thousands upon thousands, still languish in jail throughout the Middle East today, watching the genocide in Gaza. It makes me pause to wonder if this genocide might not have taken place, if it could have been stopped, were the Middle East to have actual democracies instead of dictatorships ruling the entire region, to put their collective weight in the region to persuade, pressure, or punish Israel into ending its crimes, or even to end the catastrophic civil war in Sudan, instead of fueling it with weapons to the worst culprits. Only one Arab state has taken concrete action to sanction Israel: the Houthi-led government of Yemen, itself rife with gross abuses against the Yemeni people. We know that many of these Arab states have the power and influence to act, particularly as a collective in the otherwise useless Arab League. Instead, because they remain reliant on American protection, they've exchanged normalization with Israel under the Camp David architecture, or the more modern iteration of the Abraham Accords, with the bill paid for by the Palestinian people. It's pretty remarkable today. We find ourselves pinning our hopes on Mohammed bin Salman, the sadistic sociopath leading Saudi Arabia, to use his financial power as leverage against Israel. To date, Saudi Arabia has held back on normalization, but taken no concrete action to ending the war, much less the military occupation of Palestine. The stark reality, as I stated at a conference last week commemorating 15 years since the Arab uprisings, is that there are no Arab democracies. Iran and Israel, not Arab states, are the only states where there is some measure of democratic rule, with a simple rule of thumb that we don't know who will be the president or prime minister in the country before the election. Much of Arab youth and talent, indeed global youth and talent, now flock gratefully to the mesmerizing riches and financial opportunities in the Gulf states, seeing no value in their worth as citizens, in their freedom of speech, in their right to democratic governance. Material wealth appears to be the only aspiration available to the lucky few who make it to the petrodollar states. The dictatorial monarchies are today among the biggest investors in global markets and businesses, with foreign leaders, CEOs, heads of institutions falling over themselves to woo Saudi, Emirati, Qatari cash, with nary a hint of displeasure at their autocratic rule. Meanwhile, the economies in much of the rest of the region are pauperized, stripped bare by the plundering ruling elites. Some years ago, in early 2014, I met with Saif al-Islam Gaddafi when he was being detained by the Zintan militia. He had been indicted and an arrest warrant had been issued by the International Criminal Court for his role in violently suppressing the democratic uprising in Libya. When I asked him about his treatment and detention, noting the laws of due process designed to protect even him, he remarked at the time, "What law? What human rights? I only see the law of the jungle." More than 10 years later, it's hard not to see his vision a reality. Gaza has become the graveyard of international law, as Raji Sourani, the head of the Gaza-based Palestinian Center for Human Rights, recently remarked. Not only has Israel's genocide in Gaza, aided and abetted by the United States, the United Kingdom, and Germany, among others,
Recording in progress.
Our own freedom of protest, our academic freedom have been sacrificed for the cause of protecting Israel from criticism. Our own democracies have been shown to be autocracies when it comes to Israel, where the mass popular support for Palestinian rights in every Western country, including the United States, has had virtually no reflection in the policies of our governments, which continue to aid and abet the genocide. What tyrant anywhere in the world will feel even remotely restrained by the international rules-based order including the edifice of international justice, the International Criminal Court, and the International Court of Justice, if Western leaders have abandoned the rules themselves. We must take particular pause to reflect on the role of the United States in the Middle East, given its role as the global superpower with the greatest presence and influence in the region among the nations in the world. Despite the extensive, if now expired, rhetoric of the United States government's commitment to democracy promotion, its role in the Middle East has always been one of democratic suppression, supporting abusive dictatorships, whether dressed up as presidencies or monarchies or emirates, with its military protection. Whatever the millions in spending of USAID, the National Endowment for Democracy, the Millennium Challenge Corporation, etc., for various democracy and civil society projects, the overwhelming power and influence of the United States, particularly the billions in US weapons and the political protection that go with it, have been used to support and defend the very undemocratic regimes in Egypt, Jordan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, Bahrain, Kuwait, and Qatar. This US support is primarily a result of the perception that democracy would be bad for US interests, risking our control over pliable dictatorships and monarchs who can be bought with the promise of security protection. These US interests have been narrowly defined, accepted as unchallenged scripture by the foreign policy elites, as securing the free flow of cheap, dirty fossil fuels, securing Israeli impunity, and maintaining US hegemony, particularly military hegemony in the region vis-a-vis its global competitors. We've also seen massive corruption by way of the military-industrial complex, the pro-Israel oligarchs and lobbies, and increasingly the wealthy Arab regimes themselves, who have not just gotten in on the game, but become the champions, creating a perverse incentive system to always reward American officials for doing the wrong thing for the people of the region, supporting wars and militarization, death and destruction for decades. This corruption, and it's important to call it what it is now more naked and exponentially greater than ever before. But let's not pretend that this is something Trump or the Republicans created. No Democratic administration, not Clinton, not Obama, and certainly not Biden, took any material steps to curb this corruption that has now reached epidemic levels in our own government. Rather than the Middle East becoming more democratic under the influence of so-called US democracy promotion, the US has become more like the hereditary dictatorships of the Middle East, distributing largesse to friends and family, and operating the entire country as their own family business. While George Bush briefly detoured into some gestures of democracy promotion in Egypt and, ironically, Palestine, when the results produced outcomes that threatened their influence, the democracy promotion project was quickly abandoned. Some justified Bush's war in Iraq in the name of democracy and human rights, but I think we're well past the point of needing to rebut those well-debunked lies, and of course, Iraq remains a perpetually near-failed state. President Biden was perhaps the end of the era of America's democracy promotion rhetoric. He arrived touting an alliance of democracies, promising to end the blank checks for Egypt's dictators and weapons to pariah Saudi Arabia, but soon found himself groveling for Mohammed bin Salman's and Saudi's largesse, debasing himself and our country before the entire world with his servile little fist bump. Many in the region felt abandoned, believing that Biden would be different, that he would change course and genuinely support democracy in the region. I did not share their hope or optimism about President Biden because it was very clear that he remained as beholden to Israel and its backers, as devoted to the Gulf states and their dollars, as loyal to the defense companies profiting like jackals on Arab corpses, as intoxicated by US primacy and control as his predecessors. President Trump's speech in Riyadh marked an abandonment of this fictional rhetoric, which felt fresh in its candor. The US was in town to do business, and the human rights abuses were mere sins of the heart. That's cheers to you, Muhammad, that the United States had no business meddling in. Of course, his speech came with its own distortion, conveniently lumping the regime change Western interventionists, nation builders, and neocons with the liberal nonprofits spending trillions failing to develop Kabul and Baghdad and lecturing on how to govern your own affairs, as if the people in the region have any say in how their affairs are governed. Certainly, Trump's critique is an entirely unfair one. Those champions of military intervention in the name of democracy and human rights, like recent USAID Administrator Samantha Power, but also some in the human rights movement itself, who are ready to self-immolate, demanding military intervention in Syria, for example, have much to answer for, particularly in the face of their silence on calling for any intervention in Gaza, because their failures have now given Trump the justification to discard the entirety of the human rights agenda. It bears repeating, however, that many of us never asked the United States to promote democracy or drop bombs on civilians in the name of human rights. We have simply asked our government to get its fist off the scale in favor of dictators, to do no harm, to end its military and political support for abusive regimes, so that the people of the region have a fair shot at freedom. No, we as Americans, I do not believe, have a responsibility to create democracy in the Middle East or fix the broken, corrupt regimes there. Perhaps we owe reparations to many peoples in the region. We most certainly, however, have a legal, moral, and national responsibility to stop supporting tyranny and genocide. The outlook's bleak, and I'm sorry to have to be the messenger of such bad news. I have struggled to find the sources of hope for democracy and rights in these dark times, not just in the region, but in the world. Of a liberal world order. But there are a few things that remain on the side of what is good for humanity, for freedom, for democracy. First, we may be seeing cracks in the Israeli diktat in the region, wedded to war and destabilization for so long. Hamas's October 7 attacks on the region, cruel and unlawful in their targeting of civilians, was nevertheless a game changer for the region, forcing a reckoning on the question of Palestine that had been completely erased from discussion as Arab states wished to pretend they no longer existed. And as I noted in October 2023, when this most heinous chapter of the long war on Palestine commenced, Israel's goal has been and continues to be to expel or exterminate all Palestinians in Palestine and to destroy all regimes and forces it sees as obstacles, from Hezbollah to Syria to Iran. The Biden administration was marching lockstep with these goals, and war with Iran felt inevitable. The Trump administration, to its credit, has shaken up this status quo approach in the region, sending important signals that it is breaking with Israel's chokehold over U.S. policy in the region, pursuing policy goals without Israeli approval or veto. Iran diplomacy, ending the war against the Houthis with a commitment only about attacks on U.S. ships, which is where we were before, negotiating with Hamas to secure release of an American citizen, lifting sanctions on Syria, pressuring Israel to allow him a tiny bit of aid, and apparently an imminent temporary ceasefire that passes for progress these days. Perhaps this is more a reflection of the Gulf states outspending the pro-Israel oligarchs, spending more to avert war with Iran and cool support for Israel. None of these reflect a shift to democracy or human rights, but they introduce a long overdue measure of decoupling U.S. policy from Israeli interests, as my colleague Raj Jarad has recently written. They reduce the risk of war with Iran and a broader war in the region, which is, of course, tremendously important for the physical survival of the people's region. With the growing global opposition to Israel and shifts in European policy now seeking to find some ways to sanction Israel, there may come a point where the decoupling from Israel intensifies and Israel finds itself more isolated and alone and seeks to find an alternative approach, a way out. In the Middle East, Israel remains the outlier, the single greatest liability for the United States in its endless conflicts and belligerence. The book I've just written, which Nader kindly referenced, presents such an off-ramp for Israel should its people seek to end the status quo of global revulsion and isolation, setting out a transitional plan for first, how to end occupation and apartheid, and second, to allow the people from the river to the sea to decide how they wish to be governed, whether in one state, in two states, or some other model. The most important point to emphasize, however, is that it is possible and it is doable to solve this man-made problem. The volatility and unknown remain a source of hope for us. Just as the Arab uprisings caught the world by surprise, the darkest forces in the world are no less subject to the forces of change than the brightest ones. As we've all seen, dictatorships are very stable until they're not. We need one successful model of democracy in the Arab world to set the path and serve as a model. This is why what happens next in Syria is so important and invaluable opportunity, not just for the Syrian people, but for all of the people of the region. Because most of all, I find hope in people. Today, I find hope in the Palestinians whose settlers continue to try to displace, remain in their homes. The Iranians behind bars in Evin who still find ways to right and dissent. In the Egyptian youth harassed by Sisi's forces, but who still speak out for change. And especially in our own backyards, I find hope in the students who still protest despite the political witch hunts. The reporters, the writers, the organizers, the teachers, and the leaders who chose to stay and show up and keep up their work. Their determination to freedom should inspire us at all. Their courage in the shadows teaches us all. We have, because at our core, a very human instinct for justice and for freedom. We have a hope that a new generation will follow the exhausted generation and have no memory of the suffering that they've endured. As my friend Dr. Issam Homesh reminds me, we choose hope. It's an action we take, but it's always a choice. Because when we are faced with injustice and cruelty, as he wrote, we choose justice, fairness, kindness, and love. Because when we are faced with darkness and senseless violence, we choose life, human dignity, and the courage to defend and resist. We choose it because it is most befitting of our beliefs, of who we are, of our outlook on life, of our definition of our purpose in life, and what makes our time on this planet honorable. For some, for Dr. Homesh, this is the divine secret. For me, it is my faith in righteous humans that we will prevail. This is our journey. This is our challenge. This will be our story. We are going to stand up and count no matter what the outcomes, because it's the right thing to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah, for that speech. I hope you're going to publish this so we can disseminate it. You touched all of the main points that I think matter for this transformative moment. We have about 15 minutes, correct? So I'm going to ask one question, then we're going to open it up to the floor. First, an observation, then a question. Thank you for mentioning the Gaza genocide, because I think when we have always been critical of authoritarianism in the Middle East, we always know the cost of authoritarianism. It's political oppression, it's sort of corruption, it leads to, destroyed societies. We never imagined one of the costs of the persistence of authoritarianism in the region would be greenlighting a genocide. And so now we see another, reason. If there was accountable governance in the region, then arguably this genocide would not be happening. So thank you for that observation. I want you to sort of just comment on, an important observation that matters for this conference, for this topic, and because we're in Washington, D.C., and you've talked about an important point, and that's the relationship between U.S. support for authoritarianism in the Middle East and its blowback effect on bolstering authoritarianism here in the United States. Could you talk about the details of that connection, how you see it working out in ways that, have produced this moment that we're all trying to navigate?
Sure. I mean, it's a long topic, and I've written on this extensively, but I'll try to be brief in summarizing. What is very clear is that the cost of hypocrisy, the cost of the double standards of talking about human rights and democracy, but actively maintaining, supporting, and protecting dictatorships is not just being called a hypocrite. It's the actual cost of eroding the very values of democracy and human rights. It is degrading any faith or belief that democracy and human rights have any value. And most significantly, it's the obliteration of the ability to seek democracy and human rights or international law anywhere else in the world. When Russia invaded Ukraine, there was no space for the United States to credibly argue that this was a gross violation of international law, that the acquisition of territory by force, that the indiscriminate attacks on civilians violate basic norms of international law, because at the very same time, the United States was blessing Israeli acquisition of territory by force, Israeli annexation of Palestinian territories, Israeli indiscriminate bombardment. And so the direct consequence of America's support for abusive regimes, whether it was Saudi Arabia in its 7-year-long bombardment campaign in Yemen, or Egypt in its sustained crimes against humanity, systematic and widespread torture, extrajudicial executions, is that it undermined America's ability to advocate for those, against those very crimes anywhere else in the world. And so it opened up the space for a global erosion. What I've always argued is that the United States' main advantage over China and its economic success, or Saudi Arabia and its economic success for that matter, is democratic rule, is freedom of speech. The reason why the United States remains a place where people want to come to, even if it may be more profitable in China, is because of the freedom here. And if we're giving that up, what do we have left? But in terms of undermining democracy and rights in our own country, it really has been Palestine that is the linchpin of withering of democracy and freedom in the United States. And that is simply because our elected officials have chosen to prioritize their pro-Israel donors and the oligarchs and their demands over their own public, over the U.S. Constitution, over our freedom of speech and freedom to protest. And so that crackdown on speech in the United States, just like the anti-BDS laws that have been passed over the past decade, restricting the right of Americans to advocate for a boycott of Israel, has opened the door to further undermine freedom of speech, academic freedom, freedom of protest throughout the country, and in a way that it goes well beyond Israel and Palestine now.
So we need an entire conference just on this topic. So maybe that's a theme for next year. But we have just under 10 minutes. We'll take 3 questions and then we'll do them together consecutively and we'll get an answer from Sarah. 1, 2, and then 3. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm a teacher, so I'm loud, but thank you for the mic. Thank you so much, Sarah, for this excellent keynote. I really enjoyed it so much, and it really touched on so many important points. I wanted to ask a question to the previous panelists, then have a chance to, so I'm going to ask it to you. What would be some of the proactive and preventive measures which could be put in place in order to ensure that a new rising hope in a country like Syria, for example, does not turn into some kind of nightmare of, authoritarianism or, democratic reversal, the detours we have been witnessing and seeing in some of the so-called quote-unquote post-Arab Spring countries, whether in terms of fighting or preventing some of the internal threats like sectarian divide and division, all that, or some of the external threats from counter-revolutionary forces like UAE and others in the region. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Salam, you're next.
Salam al-Marayati, Muslim Public Affairs Council. I just want to add my voice to commendation of your excellent, brilliant speech. And I agree it should be spread throughout and actually studied. My question is about national security because it's a conundrum. And while the US has gone out and said we're here for democracy, Western powers have claimed that, they also say we're here for our national security. This is a matter of national security. That adds to more support for tyranny. That adds to the erosion of civil liberties here. So how do we address that here to help alleviate the problems over there?
Sanjeev, go ahead, last question.
Thanks, Aurelia. With the ocean of oppression and is an ocean of hypocrisy, and with the ocean of hypocrisy is an ocean of opportunity. And so my question for you is, when you think about all of the interventions in the positive sense of activists and advocates that could be taken, that haven't yet been taken because of capacity, maybe if you have a moment to highlight what some of the suggestions might be that you have for others in this room or beyond that could take those up. All right, I'll try to be quick. Syria, national security and activism. On Syria, I was just having a conversation with Wet, and I don't know where he is, that we have our work cut out for us, we in the pro-democracy community, to actually identify a strategy for what we can try to secure from the current Syrian government, for what kind of protections we can ask for, given the circumstances in which they're operating. And, I agree with all those who say that democracy and human rights will always take a backseat to economic survival, food in people's mouths. I think that the principal protection that we have to secure first and foremost is freedom of speech. Without freedom of speech, there's no space for civil society. Civil society is a fiction and window dressing if it can't speak freely and critically of what the government does and doesn't do. And part and parcel of that is freedom of association. If civil society is to act as a de facto check and balance on the power of government, even if it doesn't have institutional power yet, it must be allowed to associate freely and without restriction by the government. Does that come with security risks? Of course it does. But I believe that the risks of not allowing civil society to speak freely and associate freely are far, far greater to the survival of the Syrian people and the Syrian state. This would take a much longer answer. There'd be a much longer list. On national security, I think that we have long operated under a lie that has been fed to us for many generations, based not on facts, based not on actual systematic analysis, but based on an ideology, a belief that's no less different than a religious belief, that the United States must be the hegemon. It must be the superpower of the world, and if it's not, that's bad. I think that approach, particularly to the Middle East, but in many other parts of the world, has seriously harm the United States, wasting our resources, wasting our population by creating, generating, and supporting wars and conflicts throughout the world, but in particular in the Middle East. And I don't believe that America's interests lie in acting like a third-rate, late-stage imperial power, where the only thing we really have to offer the Middle East are our mercenary American forces for protection. I don't think that that is a way for us to progress and advance the interests of the American people, much less our role and responsibility as members of this planet, as citizens of this planet. I know that the claims for U.S. interests are, presented as fact, that the U.S. national security interest demands that the United States have more military bases in all of the Middle East than all of the rest of the world's countries combined. That needs to be challenged and scrutinized, and I think an actual assessment of the facts would show that it's been harmful. I don't believe that ensuring continued access to cheap oil unrestricted is a benefit to what should be a transition to clean energy and clean fuel, not just in our country, but around the world. And the notion that protecting apartheid Israel has anything to do with the national security interest, is just a laughable claim that, any cursory review of the facts would reveal. And that is one thing that it seems the Trump administration, or some in the Trump administration, appear to understand. For activists and activism, what I have been advocating, particularly in the 5 years that I've been at Dawn and left Human Rights Watch, and I'm so happy to see my Human Rights Watch colleague, Ricky Goldstein, here, is that for the major human rights organizations, we can no longer opt out of the political space. That merely believing that we can report and document and name and shame and expose abuses, and then advocate with some benevolent government to do the right thing, that model has failed. Look at the record of the past 30 years of human rights research and documentation, and show me where things are better. It's not working. I do believe, though, that we have to address the sources of corruption in our own government that make it a not fair fight. We should be able to persuade our legislators that dropping bombs on name your country is a bad thing, that supporting genocidal states are a bad thing. But it's not an equal fight, because we're not actually having a battle of ideas. What we need to do is to root out the corruption. That means that these people are making decisions not in the interests of the American people, but in their own economic fortunes and advances. If we don't fight as activists to root the corruption out of our own government, the rest of the human rights enterprise and our human rights advocacy really doesn't stand a chance.
Thank you very much. Please join me in thanking Sarah Lewinsky. And Sarah, please publish that talk. It really needs to get disseminated. I think we are roughly on time, so we're going to take a brief break and transition to the next panel. Is that right? We'll publish the video as well. Great, very much. So we'll transition to the next panel. Please come up if you're on the next panel.
Is Dr. Imtiaz here? Is Dr. Imtiaz here?
Yeah. Yes, yeah. We start. We also announce that if they want to pray, there is a room there in the back. So pray.
So good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for being here for panel number 3. If you would like to step out and pray, there's a prayer room right in the back over there where they'll be conducting prayer. So our third panel, democracy is a path to peace, ensuring stability through political inclusion, sounds a little pie in the sky sometimes, right? For those of us who've been working and writing on this for quite a while, it's like, seriously, we're still going to talk about democracy as a path to peace? We wish. However, last year we did see a couple of bright moments, right? We saw what happened in Bangladesh with the removal of Sheikh Hasina. We saw what happened in Syria. And so while there are these kind of really pessimistic conversations, which is what I engage in most of the time, there have been these glimmers of hope. But I think more interestingly, the data on the ground tells us that, for example, after the Arab Spring, among Arab Spring countries, there was a 67% support for democracy. Today, among Arabs in the Middle East, there's a 78% support for democracy. And so while we become pessimistic about the future, it looks like there's something stirring on the ground that should give us pause to think about why is it that those on the ground still believe that democracy, democratic reform, accountability and transparency is still possible in what they're striving for. So having said that, we will have a panel today that will look at Jordan, at Morocco, at Tunisia, and at Sri Lanka as examples of possible paths towards the future. So we're going to begin with Dr. Jamal Tahat, who will talk about Jordan, analyzing the 2024 parliamentary elections and the growing power of King Abdullah. Whatever you want. No, whatever you prefer. Yeah? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for having me here. Thank you for everyone to attend this opportunity to meet and think together. Actually, the title, the brief I have contributed to, and which is also the title of my talk now, it's about, okay, the title of the speak is about the 2024 elections, parliamentary elections, and the growing power of King Abdullah. This is very clear that everywhere it's an opportunity to further democracy and to foster citizen participation. But in Jordan, it was an opportunity for the king to tighten his grip over the state institutions. To understand this anomaly and this unnatural situation and this anomaly, I think there are two major questions. First one, what factors make elections in Jordan ineffective in advancing democracy? And the second question, from my point of view, it is what steps can be taken to ensure that elections serve as an effective means for peaceful democratization in Jordan. So this is the challenge, to address the anomaly and to understand it, and actually also to find a way to deal with it. To answer the first question from, as per following up Jordan, I think we need to address 5 sections of the elections scene in Jordan. What happened in Jordan? What was the context of the election? How the Jordanians respond to this context and how they actually act in the election. How King Abdullah II utilized this election. And the fourth section, from my point of view, the motive, the economic motive of authoritarian regime to tighten grip over state institutions. why they are doing this. Is it a matter of psychological problem, or there is interests, economic interests behind this? And the fifth section, from my point of view, we need to address also, or to understand, it's about what sort of deception being used in Jordan to convince people, whether inside Jordan and international, that we are talking about democracy. How the regime managed to, let me say, set this event and this practice as quasi-democracy, or to be accepted internationally and locally. To talk about the context, from my point of view, we need a matrix of five sections. This one, it's about the latest constitutional amendments in Jordan, which from these amendments, Parliament becomes a sort of paralyzed institution, and there is more than 20 constitutional amendments over the last 20 years, all of them focused on concentrating the power in the king's hands. In addition to that, actually, and which is, from my point of view, very, very, very peculiar in Jordan, that the bylaw of the parliament itself allows the pro-king parliamentarians to dismiss any member of the parliament who loudly talk out of the official line. And it happens many times. So the context, very clear. And within this context, how the Jordanians respond, and it was very, from my point of view, very natural, at the same time, very, very challenging for the king. 68% of the Jordanians respond with abstention, which means the people who participated in the election, less than 32%. In addition to that, 260,000 of the voters submit blank ballots, which means it's another way of protesting the context, and it's another way of expressing people's opinion of what is going on. The third, or the other section of the scene could be helpful, which is, even this was the very clear Jordanians, the majority of the Jordanians' response. The king was, I don't know how to describe it. He said it clearly that the election being designed, and the system, the political system being designed according to what he called it, political modernization vision. And he says clearly, this is his words, this vision built on the highest level of national consensus. 68% are not enough to convince that this is not a national consensus. However, what really supports or why the king said so? Is he because he's somehow disconnected from reality, or he wants something else, or he thinks in a political system that feels 68% of the Jordanians looks like extra burden, and they are not welcomed to become part of the political system. That's why he's really defending what is going on. And by this, with this public response and the king's insistence to defend what he says, called it as political modernization vision, the king after the election behavior really gives very clear idea about what sort of political modernization vision is. First two things he did. He appointed a new government after the election, excluding any opportunity, any assumption that the new elected parliament could have a say somehow in the government structure, or who's going to be the prime minister or the ministers. So he is controlling the executive body and excluding a parliament from any way of interfering in formulating the Jordanian cabinet. Not only this, it's also imposed. He did impose his vision on the relation between the cabinet and the parliament, asking the cabinet to, exactly his words, to consult, to dialogue with the parliament and consult its committees. That is the relation between the executive body he appoints and he dismisses upon his discretion, and the elected parliament. And this is according to the vision we are talking about. What is the public will and what is the Jordanians' representative role? Mr. Guy, it's okay. After all, and just to make it clear, why the king insists with his on this vision, and is it again a matter of psychological attitude towards power, or there is economic interests behind this? Actually, from a revision of the economic situation in Jordan, there are so many economists, not only one, who make some assessment about the situation in Jordan, and one of them called it it's not a state, it becomes a dynastic enterprise, as the royal family, in fact, control more than 25% of the Jordanian GDP. In all sectors you can imagine: agriculture, education, health service, scientific research, universities, excavation for what they called it, I forget the term, all sectors, any sector, transportation, every sector, at least one member of the royal family or if we call it, by the order of the king. There is organization controlling part of this sector. In fact, controlling and dominating this sector. In scientific research, for instance, one of the prince, uncle of the king, and his daughter managing this sector, two institutions. And in what any sector you can imagine, they are there. So this is actually, from my point of view, explain what is the economic motives behind this political modernization vision. Now, how the king managed to sell this to the international community and to what we can call them Jordanian secular political components. The election law actually allows something very strange, that Islamic Action Front, while getting exactly 28% of the votes, however, they got 42% of the seats. And the loyalists, by getting 35% of the votes, they got 58% of the seats. At the same time, 37% of the voters being excluded from any presence in the parliament. The issue, it becomes very clear. Either you will accept the king, pro-Western king. Somehow we can't deny that he is embracing Western values, or we will accept the venture and the risks and the threats of dealing with Islamist government or Islamist majority. After this, there are few recommendations. Do I have a couple of minutes or no? Out of time? Okay. Okay. We will. If I have time, I will discuss it. Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I could listen to you forever, but I apologize. So next we have Maad Fatour from the Department of Religion at University of Georgia, who will be discussing from post-colonial leftist to post-Arab Spring Islamist, the Moroccan monarchy's strategic maneuverings.
Let me see if can I take this? Hello. So, hello everyone. Good afternoon. And I know we just have had lunch, and it might be sometimes we get tired and you might want to sleep, but just bear with us for a bit. So, thank you so much for inviting us to this, and thank you so much for organizing it, and thank you so much for bringing such amazing and distinguished people to share their knowledge with us. So. As you see, yes, thank you. My presentation today, it's a paper that I have been working on since the beginning of the year, and it's from post-colonial leftists to post-Arab Spring Islamists, the Moroccan regime strategic maneuvering. So basically, it's here. It's we are dealing with an institution. I think it's no. I'm not changing anything now. Can we go back to the first slide? So it's basically we are dealing with something that once I see you as I perceive you as a threat, so we're gonna use strategic maneuverings. And I used as an approach this carrot and stick approach. I involve you, and then I give you the carrot, then I can give you the stick later on. So, and basically here we have the issue with the in post-colonial Morocco, leftists, as you know, in the region, it was 1956. It was a challenge to all monarchies in Africa and in the MENA region. So the Moroccan monarchy, Hassan II, tried his best to push away the seculars, not to be in the to have the power. So how to do that? You use Islamists. What you did is that you just borrowed all these guys coming from Saudi Arabia. So, and Saudi Arabia give you these Wahhabis. Now, because you are the threat, do you know, can we go to the move to the other slide? And here in an article I was working on, which is basically also, it's still the maneuvering, which is how now the Moroccan monarchy is working on like moving from Salafism to Sufism as like a kind of like a global trend. All these countries rejecting Salafism. So the Moroccan monarchy, we are not surprised that he puts Sufism as on the facade of what we call reforming Moroccan Islam as a third element of the reform. So you find this type of jurisprudence, kind of like Maliki jurisprudence, which we consider as kind of like moderate, but Abu Hanifa remains top. And then they say Sufism is the state kind of like institutionalized form of Islam, kind of like now we are moving in which these before were in it. So now they move to what is called Sufism and promoting it in institutions, and King Hassan Muhammad VI, the current king, has been applying that. So the thing is why I am just referring to this, many of the guests here and the speakers were talking how this is really affecting us. Democracy is really affecting us. As someone who recently moved to Turkey to live with my wife there after graduation last year from University of Georgia, you feel like the situation is going crazy there. In Morocco, it's the same. In the US, what you see, the students and all, they are trying to just make people, you know, don't speak as the Turkish people. The first thing when I came, I learned konuşma, don't talk. So whenever I go to these, you know, interviews for a job, one of the things I didn't, in Morocco, even Morocco, I never thought, it never came to me. But after you finish an interview, sometimes they tell you, are you affiliated with the Gulenists? And then the Gulenists, you can do a brief research on what the Gulenists are, but it's basically the opponents of Erdogan. They were friends, Gulen, Fatullah Gulen, who died, may God bless his soul. But it's an issue. It's a very big issue there. So, and for these regimes, democracy is a big issue. So democracy is a big issue. It threatens people. That's why you feel like Donald Trump went and took all that money, because these people didn't want to implement democracy. So he got all their money from there. So you don't want democracy? Let me get, you know, your money. So I put you there secured. Don't be afraid from people. Can we move to the slide, please? Oh, can we move? Oh, yes. And here, when we are talking about the power of the king, it's very important to notice that here is the power of the monarchy, to know that when you say that Morocco is kind of like, you know, as a parliamentary democracy in Article 1, So the king actually holds an overriding authority, military commander, and then has this cabinet, whole cabinet's leadership, the power to dismiss parliamentary, and then he has this dahir, which is like basically a veto that can stand against all these ministers or even the head of the government. And also you have religious authority, which is the commander of faithful. The king in Morocco is called Amirul Mu'mineen. What does that tell us? Like, is a blow to the secularists and also to the Islamists. What does that mean? Don't even for the secularists that they are pushing for the state and religion separation, don't talk about that. It's up to me. I am the commander of the faithful. And for those opposing him from the Islamists, Salafists, Wahhabites, you can't come with anything. When I do these religious reforms, which happened in 2004, after the terrorist attack in Casablanca, my city, in my neighborhood, close to me. So the king came with a lot of reforms which the Salafists and Wahhabis were not happy with. Don't talk, Konishma, as the Turkish people say, the king who can decide. So the seculars don't talk, so the Islamists and conservatives don't talk about any of the king's decision. He is Amirul Mu'mineen. So, and then what happens is that it feels like sorry, I can go back to the other slide, is that what happens is that the head of governments, what happens to them is that they stay with symbolic authority, nothing. Because even in this 2011 constitution, the king still holds the Ministry of Interior, the head of it. And then Foreign Affairs, he's the one in charge of it. And Ministry of Justice and Islamic Affairs, these are all called ministries of sovereignty. Yani, meaning that it's the king who hires them. And the head of government can't have any say on them. So he hires them and they can stay for 18 years, for 15 years. So basically, with all this entrenched power, including this is non-constitutional, by the way, that you can hire them, that you can put these ministers, even if politically non-affiliated, but still you go there. This is maneuvering. All of this is called maneuvering, democracy and maneuvering. We can go to the other slide. And here, what you come out with that conclusion that before trying to see what democracy is, and especially in countries like us, it's very important to see that you look beyond what elections and to see what is structuring that power. And then here, for example, you see that most of these, the leftists, for example, in 1998, these leftists were really causing a lot of problems to the King Hassan II before. After post-independence, finally, he included them. But he included them in what? In times of crisis. That time it was called the cardiac attack of the country. The country was about to have a heart attack. No, the economic situation was crazy. Everything was going down. The king finally, and after 3 failed attempts, military coup, you know what was happening in the post-independence era in the MENA region and in Africa. The king was lucky to survive 3 attempted military coup. And then he brought the leftists, and they stayed from 1998 till 2002. But there was a promise. The monarchy had a promise with the leftists that we would transition to. We would transition to something called, democracy. It's called the government of alternates. Hold on now, we have been fighting for more than 4 decades, but we can, now I involve you, you become Idris Yusfi was the prime minister, and then he put him there on the condition that we will transition to a democracy later on. Just hold on, but the king was dying. He wanted someone to he wanted the new king, which is now the current one, King Mohammed VI, to transition to power without the leftist fighting. And then we have the Islamists in the Arab Spring, post-Arab Spring, that's called the storm of the MENA region. So it was really crazy. And then, okay, now we moved from heart attack from the MENA region. Let's now put them in this called the storm of it. And the king was very smart because he was looking and seeing what's happening and was observing exactly in Tunis and then in Libya and then all these moments of crisis. Let me put now the Islamists. Maybe they would fix something. And then the Islamists came for over a decade. But it was all of this giving you the stick, but you can't do anything. It's me who is involved in everything, but it could be direct, it could be indirect through the coalition. The coalition, all of them are the palace supporters, not you. And then after you feel like you are there, you're promising, the leftists were promising, the Islamists were promising, then when they saw that they can't do anything, there is no power, what happens is that they started to get closer to the king. And then this is also another way of maneuvering when you get closer to the king, so people would see that you can't trust these guys. The only person we can trust is the monarch. And then especially when the monarch start implementing big reforms like human rights reforms. We have some feminist women's rights reforms like Mudawana that we're gonna come to these. I hope I have time for this. Can we move to the other slide, please? And then here we have, I am not denying that we have, when you come to the MENA region, people talk about how Morocco is an exception, but the thing is, all this exception of Morocco is often moderate Islam, we have this reformist monarchy, we have these things that talks about including women as becoming female scholars, something in the region is a new thing. This is all after the 2003 bombing attacks. The king is all doing this, but what? It's also a way that polishes his image in Western policy circles, that he is a reformist king. And some of these reforms, which we will come to, I hope, some of these reforms, I remember that a lot of leftists were fighting for some reforms, that they keep fighting for them. From 1998 till like 2002, and they were not implemented until they left. So the credits will be for the king, not for them. And that's how it works. And then I was just talking about how sometimes we have this, I took this quote, I can just go back to this quote. Sometimes we see these optimistic interpretations of liberalizing reforms like the new family code. There are making women, female scholars in the MENA region as women, as scholars. This is something new. You don't find it in the Arab world. Only you have like female women religious guides, for example. These are all, they look like liberalizing, but underneath them, there is an entrenching authority and authoritarian rule in them. That's what's... That's it. Can I do a conclusion or something? Oh, let me see. Let's just choose the. Can we? And then just probably 1 or 2 minutes, I would say, like, what is the stick for this party? When I mean the USVP, this is a socialist party. That's a leftist party. They were all the reforms. They were included as a carrot after they have been under repression. And then when they came to power, all of the reforms were not implemented, as I said, until they left. So credits are not for them. And also that government, they were promised to transition to democracy, which is governmental alternatives government. The Moroccan monarchy in 2002, when they even succeeded, he just chose a technocrat. It was like, I'm sorry, the country is going in a crisis, blah, blah, blah. We need to give a technocrat. Even if they were the top, that they got the elections. They got all this election. And then 1 more minute, it's about the stick for the Islamists. The stick for the Islamists is that what happened is that Islamists also came in this just to help the crisis of what's going on in the Middle East and the Arab Spring. And then what he did is that a lot of palace affiliated parties. The king wanted them to be in the government of Abdullah bin Kiran, which is an Islamist. And then he refused. Then what the king did in 2017 is that he dismissed him. And then Islamists, Morocco is still conservative. But during the Islamists, the king forced the Islamist head of government to sign the normalization treaty with Israel. That was their final stick. And the year after that, in 2021, they got only how many votes? 13 out of 126 before. So then liberals came. I'm sorry, it took some time. Well, thank you so much.
I'm really trying to embrace democracy and not be dictatorial. But I'll have to be a little bit more dictatorial. Okay, so our next presenter is Dr. al-Khalifi. He's an author and attorney from Tunisia. He's an attorney at the New York City Commission on Human Rights. He'll be talking about democratic backsliding in Tunisia, lessons for democracy in the Muslim world. Please.
Hi, thank you everyone for being here this afternoon. I want to thank everyone who's here and for the invitation to give this talk about Tunisia. I'm happy to see faces I know, like people who were I was with in struggle in Tunisia and activism, like Amman, hi, and like people who gave me space to write, like Democracy for the Arab World Now, like Sarah Lee, thank you. I want to talk about, the title of the article is Lessons for Democracy in the Muslim World. I don't want to claim here that we're giving any lessons, because in Tunisia, always the situation is about, we're always like seen as that Arab Spring started in our country and we're giving lessons to others. So I'm just trying to highlight some key points of what happened and why the current political situation in Tunisia is like now today. The Arab Spring started in my hometown in Sidi Bouzid. So the Arab Spring is a cause that is deeply personal to me, and it affected the way I see things a lot. And it's hard to watch how democracy is being dismantled in Tunisia now in fast pace, unfortunately. So Tunisia emerged from the 2011 Arab Spring with remarkable democratic promise in a region fraught with authoritarianism and sectarian conflicts. Tunisia stood as a beacon, adopting a progressive constitution in 2014. And the constitution of 2014 was not a donation from who was in the government back then. I would say it was the result of a lot of struggle of civil society, a lot of compromises of different political powers who accepted to work together, which saved us a lot probably of conflict and saved us probably a long-term crisis. And Tunisia had the chance to hold free elections to an extent, which was very unique in the Arab region and in the Muslim world. And the civil society was empowered. I had the opportunity to take part of that as a member or an active member in civil society and see how civil society in Tunisia almost shaped or participated in shaping the political climate in Tunisia post 2011. Then, while initially what Kais Saied did, the current president of Tunisia, who ironically was my constitutional law professor in law school in Tunisia before coming to the law school here, he justified like his act as a response to political gridlock and corruption. The subsequent months marked a clear departure from democratic norms. And so I tried to investigate Tunisia's democratic backsliding and try to consider what lessons the trajectory holds for democracy in Muslim majority societies. And the concept of democratic backsliding has gained scholarly traction in the last decade with all what is happening in the world now, especially not only in the MENA region, but I would say all over the world. Particularly the work of Nancy Bermeo on democratic backsliding. It's a fantastic piece of work that defines democratic backsliding as the state-led debilitation or elimination of political institutions that sustain an existing democracy. This erosion does not necessarily take the form of a coup or military takeover, but may unfold through legal mechanisms and populist legitimacy. And in classic democratization theory, Liz and Stephen emphasize 5 areas of consolidation: civil society, political society, rule of law, a usable state bureaucracy, and an institutionalized economic society. Tunisia appeared to make some progress in all 5. But yet some analyses have attributed authoritarian persistence in the Muslim world to cultural or religious factors, like we are not fit for democracy, we don't deserve democracy. There's this whole narrative in the Muslim world stating that, no, we just need a dictator because we do not have democracy rooted in our culture. However, scholars like Alfred Stephen argue that Islam is not inherently democratic. There were interventions before me about that. And that institutional and socioeconomic structures are far from explanatory. Tunisia trajectory supports this institutionalist view. The problem obviously was not Islam. Tunisia is 99% Muslim, and even the non-Muslim communities lived for thousands of years in peace in Tunisia. But it was technically the fragility of democratic norms, lack of economic inclusion, and the personalization of power. The findings of this brief paper was first the limits of institutionalism, and that the 2014 Tunisian constitution was lauded internationally. It was to a good extent progressive. It guaranteed a lot of freedoms. It was a result of, I would say, a lot of different classes in Tunisia, including the political class and the civil society, the social movements. Everyone participated to make sure that they imposed their own view and to have a say in the constitution of 2014. It guaranteed a separation of powers, judicial independence, and individual rights. Yet institutions on paper did not translate into perfect democratic resilience. Parties were fragmented, electoral coalitions were unstable. We saw a lot of good coalitions that collapsed easily. And the judiciary remained somehow politicized, unfortunately. While the 2022 constitution, adopted by referendum amid super low turnout, around I think 20% or even lower than that, dramatically restricted the balance of power. It was clearly written by, I would dare to say, one person who was the head of state. It granted President Said near absolute authority, including the ability to appoint judges, bypass parliament. And while he made that sound or look technically legal, these changes undermined the spirit of democratic pluralism and I would say destroyed any attempt to build the constitutional institutions that were laid out in the Constitution of 2014. And this does suggest that institutional design without enforcement and culture of democratic practice is insufficient. Constitutions are not self-enforcing. Tunisia demonstrated how the hardware of democracy can be overridden when the software, like the political culture, the political environments, and civil commitments are absent. The second finding I think is the most important is the populism and the authoritarian drift. President Said rhetoric painted him as an outsider of the corrupt political elites. He's this teacher who was not involved in any political corruption, or he didn't participate in political life, while I disagree with that. He used the very populist discourse. He spoke only in Fusha, and that was somehow appealing to a lot of people, seeing him as a saint or like this professor who is very clean and that is out of the political elite that we need in the scene. He used this populist discourse of moral renewal and national rescue. He appealed directly to the people, as he would like to say, often bypassing intermediary institutions. And as I said, his background as a law professor and outsider lent credibility to his promises to an extent. And this mirrors a broader pattern where populist leaders weaponize popular dissatisfaction to entrench power. In Tunisia, there was a frustration with unemployment, with political visibility. People were somehow frustrated with the scenes they see in the parliaments. Then COVID hit, and it's really amazing to see how pandemics can really affect like the whole political stability in some countries. And CSID, to an extent, used that to seize power. Inflation, some elite impunity created like this fertile grounds. And sides ruled by decree governance post-2021 and arrest of opponents, journalists, under anti-terror laws exemplify how populism morphs into autocracy that we're witnessing now. Yet, unlike classical dictatorships, the shift was gradual and clothed in constitutional legitimacy, a hallmark of 21st century. Even though I can find some counterexamples to this, like Alberto Fujimori in Peru, who technically is the same strategy of like this outsider person who became a politician that became this like dictator in Peru and then ended up as a fugitive. The third finding is the role of civil society, like the resilience meets repression. Civil society was definitely a pillar of Tunisia post-2011 transition. I would say even during the revolution. I remember very well in my hometown how UGTT, the national labor union in the country, was organizing some of the protests, played an important role in dialogue, even in 2015, I think. So also the Union of Tunisian Journalists and organizations like the Tunisian League of Human Rights played a crucial role in mediating political conflict and defending liberties. However, those groups under CSID have faced growing pressure, surveillance, judicial harassment, regulatory crackdowns have curtailed civil society space. The arrest of activists, dissolution of opposition parties, restrictions of foreign-founded NGOs, always labeled now as like traitors and sellouts, signal chilling environment. And I would say even some of the biggest organizations like the labor union in Tunisia is almost kneeling now and collaborating with the regime with what is going on. So just to conclude, since I only have 5 minutes left, I would say that first, elections alone are not enough. Tunisia's story reminds us that elections, though vital, are not sufficient for democratic consolidation. Electoral legitimacy can coexist with authoritarian governance, like what is happening now. What everyone's argument is like, oh, CSID won with 90%. Why are you questioning his legitimacy? Particularly when the rule of law is weak. As Farid Zakaria notes, the liberal democracy is on the rise where leaders are elected, but institutions are hollowed. Second point is populism as the Trojan horse. Populist leaders often exploit institutional dysfunction to justify radical centralization. Their legitimacy rests on a direct and a mediated dictatorial relationship with the people, bypassing checks and balances. While for CSID, everyone is a traitor except him, and he's the only one who is the spokesperson of the people in Tunisia. Tunisia showed how quickly populism can become a tool of legal authoritarianism. Third conclusion is that civil society needs legal and political guarantees. We have seen how easy is it to dismantle civil society, to make the civic space shrink. In Tunisia, it's kind of very scary how things are different now. So civil society actors cannot safeguard democracy on their own. They need protection. They need legal guarantees. laws that ensure freedom of association, independent judiciary to defend those rights, and a media landscape that fosters pluralism. In Tunisia, the erosion of these protections has made resistance symbolic rather than transformative, unfortunately. The last point is the culturalist fallacy. Tunisia revokes essentialist claims that Islam is incompatible with democracy. We have seen attempts to have a stable democracy in Tunisia before 2019. The 2014 constitution was one of the most progressive in the region. We have to give it that. The Communist Party accepted secular norm, had given some compromises. Other secular parties did the same. Everyone sat on the table and talked together. And even though personally back then was hardcore opposing all of the political scene and all the political spectrum of parties back then, when I look at it back now, I see that that was a good attempt of having a stable political situation or political regime in the country. The breakdown was structural and not religious. So what happened, to sum up, is that poverty, institutional weakness, foreign pressure, and elite dysfunction in a lot of points, not Islam as a religion, undermine democracy. And thank you.
And finally, we have Dr. Imtiaz, Affiliate Scholar, South Asian Center, University of Pennsylvania, who will be discussing the rise of religious authoritarianism among Sri Lankan Muslims, implications for pluralism and democratic stability in Sri Lanka.
Hello, everybody. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon. So we had a lot of things from all morning to afternoon about the democracy in Muslim societies. So my country is not a Muslim society. It's a extremely single majority society. The Muslims are tiny minority. So we don't have Muslims as a majority. We have Muslims as what I call privileged minority. Okay, anyway, first of all, I want to thank you to Dr. Radwan Masmoudi for accepting my proposal. And it's my first time to be in this group. I so far enjoyed it very much. Okay. Before I talk about myself, let me talk a little bit about myself. I'm from Sri Lanka. Was born and just in Sri Lanka. Then I got my PhD from China, where I lived there almost 15 years. Speak Chinese very fluently. I taught, work, and married to Chinese woman. Then they kicked me out of the country because of my one publication about Uyghur national questions. So they gave me a 2-week notice. Asked me to get the hell out of the country. So I was expelled in 2020, happily expelled, and I came anywhere. I'm here now. All right. So my country, as you guys might know, they call it Sri Lanka. It's a tiny island, or you guys might know, right? Every time I go to class, talk about my country, people have no idea what's your country, Sri Lanka. Because I told my students that maybe this country has not been bombed, my country yet. So if he has bombed this country, you could have it now. Anyway, it's a country right next to India, where I was born and raised. And my presentation is about Muslims, what I call privileged minority. So Muslims in Sri Lanka, actually, we have a very solid rights. It's pretty much closer or very similar to what Muslims will have in Muslim majority country. The reason that we have such a what I call privileged situation in Sri Lanka is there's an ethnic conflict going on between the Tamils and the Sinhalese. So the Muslims in Sri Lanka, we are not associated with the other minority who are Tamils, who speak Tamil language. So we are with the majority ethnic group called Sinhalese ethnic group. Even though I speak Tamil as my native language, I seek my ethnic identity based on my faith,
Islam. Back in my country again, the Muslims seek their ethnic identity based on faith, Islam, which is a very interesting. That concern came to my community during the British colonial period, when the British administration tried to give the local power. The leaders from my community, they demanded what they call separate and distinct identity for Muslims, even though we speak Tamil language as Tamil. The British easily accepted and gave a separate identity representation to Muslims. So this ethnic concern not came from the Muslims, it's a Muslim concern. It came from the top, from the British government, and we took it, we enjoyed it so nicely. And after independence, our successful governments still supported our own identity based on our faith, and they actually accommodated us in a lot of things. They gave us a separate mosque. If I want to build a mosque in my country or in my community, I could build it without any permission. What I teach, what I pray, nobody cares nothing. The government cares nothing. And also, the government, governments have allowed, I usually allow you establish or find madrasas wherever I want. And I could teach anything. Yes, literally anything, saying that non-Muslims would be in a burning hell. They'll go to hell. Whatever I can preach. I can teach those kids who are coming from low-income families. I have read their syllabus, very extremist syllabus. And government pays nothing. They don't care because they want the Muslim support plus the Tamil tigers. So the Muslim madrasas taught these poor Muslims with a horrible hatred toward non-Muslims, and the government knew and did nothing about that one. But the Tamil tigers who are fighting against the government, they responded to us. They burned the mosque, they expelled the Muslims, and what happened was then the Muslims decided to have their own political party. In the past, until 1985, Muslims did not have any separate party. The reason was simple, because our government is giving everything to us. So why do I want to have a new party? But the Tamil tigers, who are Hindus, they burned few mosques, they expelled the Muslim from North Sri Lanka, and we had a new political party called Sri Lanka Muslim Congress. This political party itself very aggressive in terms of formulating the agendas, slogans. I was the time the high school kid. I saw it. So their campaign, Allahu Akbar, Nare Takbir, Allahu Akbar. And when you see this kind of slogans to ordinary people, farmers, oh my God, they had a new gun come to be kill people. On that kind of emotion, I have seen those things by my own eyes. And it's been when you use Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah Rasulullah, and we kill the Tamil tigers. You see one thing here. If LTD is killing us, the LTD is leaving us out of our homes simply because we happen to be Muslims, simply because we say La ilaha illallah Muhammad Rasulullah, because of our belief in Allah and Prophet Muhammad. If that is the only reason, it is the commandment of the Holy Quran that we should declare jihad against them and kill every LTD. We shall now intend to slaughter every LTD, including Mr. Prabhakaran, the personal note, I'll be happiest if I can die in a battle at the time of slitting the neck of the bloody Prabhakaran. Here, the guy Prabhakaran is the leader of Tamil Tigers who were killed on May 9th of 2009. So when that Muslim party was formed, the Muslims responded very positively. You know, the party won a lot of elections very easily. Because when you say Allahu Akbar, La ilaha illallah, Rasulullah to poor people to win elections, yeah, so you can win the votes. They won easily. A lot of ordinary, uneducated youth and workers because that La ilaha illallah, Rasulullah. Then also during this period, when this kind of what I call Salafist slogans come up, the ordinary Muslims also really against the Sufis in Sri Lanka, across the country. Many Sufi mosques were burned. Sufi leaders were killed by Wahhabis, and one of my uncle was narrowly escaped from this Wahhabi attack. And one of the leaders of the Sufi movement was shot and killed. And these Wahhabis did not allow his families to bury his body in his place. What they did was they carried his body, the died Sufi guy's body, carried the body across the street. They carried his body. Why? Because he was a Sufi. Horrible experiences. So many Sufis were killed. So my uncle, as I said, survived miraculously. And now you see here, on your left, the ones like you can see the date tree, am I right? Or palm tree, whatever. The tree, a palm tree. You know, my country is not good for this kind of trees because it's a tropical island. You don't put that one. But these Wahhabis, these Wahhabi brought all these things. They buried, they planted to make sure they are real good Muslims. You know, also you see there's a mosque on your left over there. They built the mosque like exactly to show that we are the best Muslims, you know, even though we are minority. The government said nothing. Okay, everything happened was, you know what, finally, what happened was we saw this guy. We saw all these, yeah, thank you. So all these finally led to this guy's rise, ISIS. 2019, so there were huge terrorist bombing in Colombo and across the country. 300 people were died by a group of people. And you see here, they targeted the church mainly. You can see one guy was coming to the church. The church was totally bombed and killed. All of the people died. All Christians. You may ask me why they're Christians? Why they want to kill Christians, even though Sri Lanka is a Christian country? They said that because there was a bombing in New Zealand in mosque. So they want revenge Christians in Sri Lanka for that bombing terrorist act. So there's a main reason. And they said that the Christians live mainly in democracies. So we oppose democracy. So that's why we kill those people. Okay, and also, last one. You can see the Muslim girls, you know, if you go to my country, you can see a lot of Muslims are nowadays like this. My mom never wear like this. My mom wear sari, like Indian dress, you know. Now you don't see, if you wear sari nowadays, they'll say you are non-Muslim. And the boys, the young boys are being taught kind of Wahhabi style of thinking. So how do we go from here? That's a good question. How do you go? Where are you going from here? Sri Lanka, the Muslims is clearly, they are enjoying a very good space. That no any kind of pressure from the government to stop what they are doing, because government want Muslim support. Anyway, I actually have to talk. I want to talk now. I have more time. If you have any questions, we can talk later. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Okay, we have about 6 minutes for Q&A. We have about 6 minutes for Q&A. We'll take 3, 4. Okay, 1. Oh.
Thank you. I have 2 questions, one from Wad, one from Mohammed. Thank you for your presentations, all of you, by the way. The first one is for Wad. And according to your presentation, it seems that the PJD is somehow co-opted, as you use this term, if we can say that. And the only voice which is expressing somehow a dissident against the authoritarianism monarchy could be, for instance, the movement of justice and spirituality. And I was wondering, what do you think about that? What is the role of this movement? And if this movement is also having a role at the diasporic level, considering that is very challenging against the monarchy. So this is the question for you. And the question for Mohammed feels very sympathetic, because I was in Tunisia from 2015 and 2018 for my fieldwork, so it's very sad what is going on in these days. And I do agree with you with all the causes that paved the way to the autocratization. But as I was wondering if, in addition to the lack of economic support, the lack of institutions, such as the lack of a constitutional court, which is the major pitfall, if you were considering also the fact, for instance, that there were already since 2014, some securitization dynamics against, for instance, civil society actors. There was a huge breakdown of civil society in 2014. Many associations that I was interviewing were closed. So my question for you is, do you find any correlation between what was going on in 2014 onwards as a kind of path dependency that facilitated the autocratization process? Thank you.
We have 3 here, right?
Thank you. I had a question for Muad. My question is about, you talked about the king's religious authority, right, as the commander of the faithful, Amir al-Mu'mineen. I was wondering, so there's an alternative discourse coming from the Islamist groups, especially, right, the 2 main ones. But is there any alternative religious discourse from the ulama or like the more official religious institutions in Morocco at all? In Egypt, for instance, you have Al-Azhar, Sheikh Al-Taib, has a relatively autonomous voice when it comes to religious matters, particularly from the authoritarian government in Egypt. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question for Muad as well. About Morocco. What does the presence of Israeli troops on Moroccan soil recently in joint military drills tell us about the resilience of authoritarianism in Morocco? I mean, obviously it tells us it's very resilient because they don't care about public opinion, but you could say more about this recent development in terms of the political landscape in Morocco?
Hi, my question is for Mohammed. I followed Tunisia for many, many years at Human Rights Watch. And in hindsight, I overestimated the strength of the democratic reflex among the Tunisian people. I think we in civil society, both internationally and domestically, thought we were busy consolidating democracy in Tunisia. But things went off the rails abruptly. And the pushback has been, for me at least, very disappointing. And I'm not making a cultural observation because I'm seeing the same thing with horror in this country. And the pushback to the dismantling of our checks and balances here has been disheartening. So I think Americans and Tunisians have something in common there. My question to you is, well, my feeling is that the democratic reflex will return only when the authoritarian or the illiberal alternative goes off the rails. And I don't see that yet happening in Tunisia, but ask you if you see signs of a stronger democratic pushback at all in Tunisia, or is it just the usual suspects who are a small minority pushing back?
So we'll go through one time, and if you have any concluding remarks, probably include it then.
Well, thank you for your questions, and I will try to do my best to answer them. So basically, your question, according to your question, is basically when we talk about justice in development, which is the Islamist that I was talking about, al-Adala wal-Tanmiya, which is taking the model of the Turkish model, so the Erdogan one. So, and the justice and benevolence, which is al-Adl wal-Ihsan. So al-Adl wal-Ihsan and the justice and development party, and then the al-Adl wal-Ihsan, justice and benevolence. These are two, I would say, the opposing one is al-adl wal-ihsan, the justice and benevolence. Yes, as you know. So it's basically the difference between these two is that the justice and benevolence, al-adl wal-ihsan, these ones are hardcore on opposing the king, and they are also banned from the political participation because Sheikh Salam Yassin, you know him. He's the one who sent the letter to. It's basically a small book to the previous monarch, saying either Islam or the flood. And the thing is that these ones, they believe that the institutions, the state institutions, are corrupt and they can't participate in the political change or political arena. So they believe that this participating in it, it's just symbolic. Plus, the big difference between them, the other ones, which is the other Islamists, which are soft and they are accepting to integrate in politics, they believe that we can still bring change through democratic institutions, but the Justice and Development Party, Justice and Benevolence, al-Adl wal-Ihsan, they don't even believe in these institutions, plus they disagree with each other on one important thing, which is the title, the Islamic title of Amir al-Mu'mineen. The justice and benevolence, al-Adl wal-Ihsan, they don't believe that he is Amir al-Mu'mineen. They believe, even if he has a lineage, they say even if he has a lineage to the Prophet, this doesn't make him having that legitimacy, religious legitimacy. But the other ones, which is the Justice and Development Party that ruled for 2 decades, now people hate them. And I think that's also part of the plan. But also, this doesn't mean that they didn't make mistakes. They made mistakes. But they believe he is the Amir al-Mu'mineen, what is it? Commander of Faithful. But it's very interesting. What happened is that during the Arab Spring, the other ones, the opposition, which is justice and benevolence, who are against the king and they don't want to participate in political institutions, these were the ones behind all supporting and bringing the masses to the streets along with the leftists. And also the leftists went down the streets fighting for that. So, and then what happens is that they felt betrayed because when the election came, who came? It's the ones who were recognized by the state, who are the Justice and Development Party. And those people also couldn't fulfill their promises, also because they say there were constraints. There were some constraints that the king was putting directly and indirectly on them. But also, that's the differences going on like this. One wants to change through political institution. One doesn't believe in it. One believes he is the commander of faithful. One, they believe he is not, even if he has a prophetic lineage. And then the betrayal for the justice and development, justice and benevolence, العدل والإحسان, is that they fought for it, but the Islamists, the other ones, took it from them. And according to your, I hope I answered. Yeah, because there are two other questions. Yeah. I don't know if he can answer her, and then we can. And then the other question is that, of course, having to rule the government, to rule the country as a head of the state, as a king, of course you need that title, Amir al-Mu'minin. But this doesn't mean that all of the Muslim communities agree. Salafists or these is al-'adl wal-ihsan, the justice and benevolence, they don't agree. But of course you have your own ulama, you have your own scholars, and you are the head of the scholars of. So these scholars who are basically traditionalists, that we refer to them as Maliki scholars, so they go and they give the legitimacy for the king. I hope this answers the question for that. And the third one, which I just had a look, it was brief, that I just had a look on the Israeli training there. So Moroccans, I would say, as many of the Arab people that they feel the pain of Palestinians, they really are not happy with all this normalization, and they are not happy with all what's going on. But it's always, you feel like the issue is between Morocco and Algeria. Morocco is trying to push to this, bring in American troops to do this military maneuvering, bring in Israelis, because we have this issue with the Sahara in the West. So the Moroccan Sahara, the Western Sahara, it's a big issue. So, but to be honest, to give further on that, people are outraged with it. They don't want it, but you feel like you can't do anything about it, because I would say one more point, I'm sorry, is that the king had a privilege because no state that had the Arab Spring was as a good model for people. So you go back to authoritarianism. These people, I want them, and I can do what I want. So that's so.
Thank you. I'll try to answer both questions super quickly. The first question, I totally agree with you that the 2011, 2019 was not the best period of time or the best democratic, like 10 years. Back then I was maybe arrested once in December 2016. I was detained in October 2017. I was arrested again in March 2017 in between. So I didn't have the best time. However, I wish that some of the mistakes that were made back then did not exist. Like, I really wish that the Constitutional Court was established. This could have probably saved us now from what is going on. I'm not going to say that what happened during that time did pave the way to the coup of Qais Said, but I would say some mistakes were brutal and somehow contributed to paving a way for him to do what he did, unfortunately. However, at least I would say, I wouldn't say this years ago, but I would say it now, looking back at it, reflecting on it, that at least back then we were able to sit at the table and talk together and talk things out. We had a national dialogue. People somehow governed together, like the last parties that you think would agree worked so hard to agree on things they never agreed on. So we were working out something. Maybe it was a quasi or an attempt for a democracy that we could have developed. But what is going on now, the guy sent tanks to the parliament, literally, dismantled, suspended the parliament, then dissolved it, then suspended the constitution. They wrote a terrible one. He is doing everything that is to make us lose hope. We have a lot of political prisoners. We have journalists, bloggers, activists. There was a crackdown on civil society before Qais Said, to be totally transparent. There were some attacks, there were issues, but what is happening now is way more dangerous. Back then, dialogue was always an option. I'm convinced now that dialogue at least was there back then. People would sit and talk together. I would speak with people in the Communist Party, people in Nahda. At the end of time, they were all Tunisians. Tunisians never looked at each other as enemies.
like what is CSID promoting now. Literally all his speeches, 90% of his speeches are, it's me who support me and enemies and traitors and bad people that we should punish. There's a whole speech, there's a lot of hate speech that is being laid out there, and I think this is super dangerous. To answer super quickly the second question, I remember a cell phone fire in December 2010. That happened on December 17th. I took the bus to Sidi Bouzid the next day. The uprising/revolution to happen. People were upset, were tired, but nobody expected the revolutionary momentum. I would hope to say the same now. I think that the revolutionary momentum might strike at the last time we would expect it to happen. The situation is unfortunately really bad. We have a political scene that has disappeared, was killed by the regime. Our freedoms are shrinking. Our margin of liberties is being destroyed. However, I would say I have faith, at least in the new generation that is very aware, that is very knowledgeable, that a lot of people who never lived under dictatorship of Ben Ali. So now when they see dictatorship being built, I also accept it. The situation is not as best since its leaders are in prison, and they need a lot of discussions and conversations to agree again and work together. But I have at least always hope in the new generation that is probably more used to living and calling for democracy than accepting dictatorship.
So please join me in thanking our panelists for bringing us examples from Sri Lanka, Jordan, Tunisia, and Morocco. And we'll go right into the next panel. Should I call al-Marayati, who's the co-founder of MPAC, who is the co-sponsor for today's event?
No. We have one more panel, and I think it's a really great panel that you don't want to miss. And we have the concluding remarks and speech by Professor Asma Afsaruddin. And then we have a reception, because I think one of the main reasons for us to meet is to get to know each other and to talk with each other and to build a network with each other. So, but I can see your faces, you're tired. So do you need a break? Should we take a 10-minute break, or should we go directly into the next panel? Huh? Okay, break. Okay, 10-minute break. 10-minute break. There is coffee. You can go outside and breathe some, fresh air. And let's start the next panel in 10 minutes. Thank you. There are some refreshments here. No refreshments here. No refreshments.
Dahlia, where's Dahlia? There she is.
10 minutes. 10 minutes. Sorry. We're gonna use the podium.
So here, Abdullah al-Aoud here. Radwan. Radwan. Is Abdullah here?
Yeah, this is
Abdullah al-Aoud?
Yeah.
How do you pronounce his name?
Al-Aoud. Abdullah, where's Abdullah?
Abdullah al-Aoud. Oh, there you are. All right. Al-Aoud? Al-Aouda. Aouda? Okay.
Hey, sir.
Yeah, it's spelled with an H. It's in
انه بيصدر على السجودين السعوديه في السجن كبار العلماء يعني
Yeah, it's spelled with an H.
spelling is
Oh, but it's Al-Aouda. We're gonna go in order. Okay. You're gonna go to the lecture? Sure. Okay, each person. If I sit, you can sit. No, they're gonna use the lecture. I assume you're gonna use. I'm fine with whatever you recommend. I'll go there. Okay, I'll go there too. Everybody can use the lecture. All right. Okay, we're gonna commence with our last panel. It's on U.S. international responses to democratic backsliding in the Muslim world. And again, I think like every panel, this can be a conference within itself. And we have a very esteemed group of speakers that every word I'll be listening to and will be analyzing. So we're going to start off with a really good friend, and he also happened to be a professor for my son, and we speak very highly of him all the time. And I think I'll take a selfie with him at the end so I can send over. Nader Hashmi, who's Associate Professor and Director of Al-Walid Center for Muslim Christian Understanding at Georgetown University.
It's an honor to be on this panel. Thank you everyone for staying into the afternoon. I'm going to speak about a topic that's different than the title that's in the program, because I wanted to speak to this contemporary moment that we are passing through. So I woke up this morning and I read the headlines. The first one was that at least 62 Palestinians were killed in the past 24 hours in Gaza, hundreds more injured. The other headline that caught my attention was that 82% of Israelis support the mass expulsion of the people of Gaza from the Gaza Strip. Yesterday, I tried 3 times to watch Feroz Sidwa's statement before the UN Security Council on the situation in Gaza. He's the famous trauma surgeon from California who's volunteered as a doctor in Gaza. I challenge anyone to try and watch his remarks that I'm referring to without breaking down in tears or vomiting in disgust. This is where we are today in our world. This is what the situation in Gaza looks like. Gaza is the great moral crisis of the 21st century. It's not just a crisis, obviously, for Palestinians and for Israelis. What's happening in Gaza has deeply rocked the entire Middle East. It has produced a new chasm between the West and the global South, and it has reopened a long-standing, festering wound in relations between the Western world and the Arab Islamic world. And it would be morally responsible, at least of me, not to address this topic at a conference such as this. I'm really glad that during her noontime remarks that Sarah Leah Whitson really spoke about Gaza with a lot of moral clarity and purpose. So what does the Gaza genocide mean for the prospects of democracy in the Middle East and North Africa? That's the topic that I want to ruminate on in the next 10 minutes. First, some background. These are the dark days of history for the Arab Islamic world, replete with torture states, corrupt ruling elites, repressed civil societies, and detention centers overflowing with political detainees. Authoritarian regimes are ascendant everywhere, while democratic opposition groups and social protest movements are severely repressed, especially in the Arab world. When judged by key indicators such as democratic development, civil rights, press freedom, censorship, women's representation, the status of minorities, state-sanctioned executions, the countries of the Arab and Islamic world, some of the lowest. Adding to this is the expansion of mass poverty and economic destitution for hundreds of millions of people in the region. Data on global inequality reveals that the Middle East, despite its abundance of wealth, has some of the highest wealth inequality scores in the world. The World Inequality Lab reports that, quote, the Middle East is the world's most unequal region, where the top 10% capture 61% of the national income. Oxfam has confirmed these findings, observing that the coronavirus pandemic has significantly expanded the problem of mass pauperization throughout the region. In statistics on poverty, unemployment, the income gap, food insecurity, corruption, stagnation, and political system are shocking, given a region that does have a lot of natural wealth. Youth unemployment, on average, is around 30%. It's some of the highest percentage in the world for youth unemployment. And now just consider the following statistic, the population projections. In the year 2000, the Middle East and North Africa had a population that was estimated to be around 380 million. In 2023, the population of this region was around 500 million, and the projected population in 2050 is 780 million. Where are the jobs? Where is the housing? What are the prospects for political representation? Where is the hope for a better future? And there's very little of any of these in the offering. The Middle East and North Africa region is a political and economic basket case. Often in the media reporting and discussion, it's Qatar, it's the Emirates, it's Saudi Arabia, they get all the attention. That's very much it's a non-representation of the broader region. In short, there is severe and expanding human rights crisis in the region, a severe and expanding crisis of political governance, a population crisis, a severe and expanding economic crisis, and there's a new crisis that is rocking the region in the coming years that you're all sort of at some level aware of, the expanding environmental crisis. The Middle East is heating up at twice the rate as the rest of the planet. And on top of all of these crises, we have another crisis that will rock this region for generations to come. Of course, I'm referring to the genocide crisis in Gaza. This is the first live stream genocide the world has witnessed, according to Amnesty International. It will contaminate the Middle East and North Africa for a very long time. It will also negatively affect the prospects for democracy in the region. So when social scientists write about democracy, discuss democracy, they agree that there's a set of common preconditions or factors that help promote democracy. The existing of a political culture that supports democratic values and habits, free and fair elections, basic human rights protection rooted in freedom of speech and association, a sizable middle class, a certain amount of wealth and income distribution, existence of the rule of law, and a robust civil society and institutions that can promote democracy. The more that these are in place, the better the prospects for democratic transition or a democratic consolidation. Democracy, however, requires something that's actually much more fundamental and foundational, and that is political stability, internally, regionally, and internationally. Obviously, genocide and mass violence produce the exact opposite. It produces deep instability, deep uncertainty, and chaos that undermine the prospects for democracy. What genocide produces is deep political polarization and radicalization that undermine democracy at a very core level. This is now a new factor that is going to shape the politics of this region, and that we're going to, if we ignore it, we do so at our own peril. So as I watch the genocide in Gaza unfold now into its 20th month and counting, I'm just wondering how many young people in this region are being radicalized by this ongoing moral obscenity backed by the United States in Gaza. The liquidation of Gaza is now accessible to every young person in the region who has access to a smartphone on a daily basis. Now, we're having this conference at a location where last week, not too far away, in fact, just a couple of blocks away, 2 innocent people were killed at the Capitol Jewish Museum by a 30-year-old young man from Chicago. According to everything that I've read about the shooter, he was radicalized by the war in Gaza. This got me thinking that if a young man living in a relatively free society can be radicalized to commit a grotesque murder, allegedly because of Gaza, what might be happening in other societies that are unfree, that are repressive, such as the ones in the Middle East and North Africa? How are young people being affected today against the backdrop of the suffocating political and economic conditions that I just described a moment ago? What does this genocide portend for the future of the Middle East and the Arab and Islamic world? As we know from people who study the region, 2 of the most significant political actors, theoreticians of radicalism and proponents of violence, were deeply radicalized by the question of Palestine. The question of Palestine is the prism of pain through which people in the region look at the world through. I'm talking, of course, of Sayyid Qutb and Osama bin Laden. I don't have time to go into the histories, but they're just representative examples. We forget that, on 9/11, the social and political conditions that produced those hijackers in the lead up to 9/11 today are much worse in the Middle East and North Africa than they were at that time. If you look at other cases of mass violence and genocide, it produces people who are willing to resort to extreme measures as a response to this genocide. The radicalization of the Zionist movement that allowed people who were affected by genocide in Europe to then go to the Middle East and engage in the mass expulsion of Palestinians is one such example. Similarly, in Gaza today, we know that 70% of Hamas recruits are orphans from Israeli military operations. They seek revenge for the loss of their family members and the destruction of their society. These forces, once unleashed, cannot be easily contained. The proverbial genie cannot be easily put back into the bottle. And of course, the complicity of Arab autocrats is a big part of this story that I don't have a chance to get into. One of the interesting things that I've noticed since the genocide in Gaza started is many people from the region who self-identify as being liberal or secular, not relatively religious, they've been radicalized. They're shocked by what's happening in the West reaction. They're questioning their pre-existing assumptions. So in conclusion, ending the war in Gaza is obviously a moral necessity for reasons that are self-evident. A genocide has to stop. It's gone on for too long. But of course, stopping the genocide in Gaza and supporting a just resolution of the conflict in Israel-Palestine is also a moral necessity because of the goods that will come from that. It will obviously enhance, I think, greater peace and stability. It would also, I think, create better conditions for the prospects of democracy in the region. And so we're very much at this conference at the Center for Study of Islam and Democracy interested in the question of democracy, authoritarianism. One way of promoting better social conditions is to stop those types of the mass violence that we're seeing today. A solution for Israel-Palestine based on a formula where everyone from the river to the sea can live free in equality, regardless of religion or ethnicity, would contribute significantly to the prospects of Middle East democratization. However, it might be too late. I fear that the violent forces that have been unleashed or are being unleashed in Gaza today will rock our world in the same way that 9/11 did. Sadly, an end to the genocide in Gaza, and this is the worst part, seems nowhere in sight. In many ways, the worst of what's happening in Gaza could lie before us, thus exacerbating the type of political and religious radicalization that I'm referring to. And of course, the West being deeply complicit in this whole project makes the question of democracy, I think, a bigger challenge in the region because people associate democracy with the West. And if the West is deeply complicit in the mass extermination of the people of Gaza, that makes the question of democracy much more difficult to promote, I would argue. So in the end, we lack the power at least those of us here in this room, we lack the power to stop this grotesque genocide. All we can do is to call it out, to try and document it, and to chronicle it as extensively and as honestly as possible, including talking about how this genocide severely undermines the prospects for democracy in the Middle East. Thank you.
Thank you, Nader. And I think calling it out is not just what we can do, but it is probably one of the most critical things to do. In fact, it's very prophetic. If you read about all the prophets in scripture, their main task was to bear witness to the truth. And I think this is, in many ways, Radwan Masmoudi is bringing us along this prophetic mission to speak the truth. So thank you for your incisive and really profound remarks about the implications of the Gaza genocide on all of us, on Americans and people of the Middle East and the whole region. Next, we have an expert who is a distinguished professor of international relations, College of International Security Affairs from the National Defense University. He will speak on U.S. foreign policy in South Asia, navigating the fault lines of Pakistan, India, and Afghanistan. Please welcome Professor Hassan Abbas.
Thank you very much. It's truly honored and privileged to be here. First and foremost, I really salute the resilience and patience and persistence of Radwan Masmoudi for doing these conferences every other year. It's a hard act to follow. Professor Nader, his thoughtful and very profound remarks, we all were inspiring, as well as forcing us to think and rethink and frame and reframe these issues, which are so critical to not only democracy, but about pluralism, about freedom, about justice. Thank you, Nader. What I hope to do in about next 10 minutes or so is to focus on US policy in South Asia, but looking at democratic norms, democratic performance, the reality on the ground in terms of representative institutions in India, Pakistan, and Afghanistan. Of course, hard to do that in 10 minutes. So what I'll do upfront is, first, I'll just give you three highlights of how democracy and the overall developing situation in South Asia can be framed. And then, depending on time, 2 minutes each, I'll go a bit deeper. So in case of Afghanistan, a lesson is extremely important, and I've done a lot of work on that in the region. Also have interviewed lately Taliban leaders as well, and I follow this with a lot of research work. I think there's no other way but to put it that our whole democratic project in Afghanistan had failed. That would be an understatement, failed miserably. And it failed miserably because the leadership or the democratic process that we were supporting, with good intentions, I must add. I have been involved in teaching and training Afghan officers and interacting with them. I think the intentions were good, or at least there was some rationale behind it. But at the end of the day, the institutions that we supported in Afghanistan before the rise of Taliban lacked authenticity, lacked credibility. It was built on these tribal warlords. We thought those are the stakeholders we must talk to and deal with. At the end of the day, Taliban are back in the government. I can't say Taliban are very popular. If there's an election today, I seriously doubt if Taliban will win, but they will get some support because in certain areas they have a support. Everyone I'm talking to, and I'm just coming back from Turkey where we had a track 2 with Taliban in Afghanistan in a private academic setting. And it was clear, those who were, they were very reasonable people who were working in the previous Afghan Republic as well. They came from Kabul and all of them said was, there's peace. Of course, we understand the counter argument, there's peace in the graveyard as well. But the peace in a sense that people can travel, Taliban are adjusting to the new reality. So what this means for US policy, now hardly very little humanitarian aid is trickling. Previously, we had trillions of dollars that's spent. And it's not a slip of the tongue. There was now, according to new records, it might be $2.5 trillion that was spent in Afghanistan overall. So the crux, the first highlight
You cannot develop, strengthen, facilitate democracy in a way that takes out the credibility and authenticity. And if it is not rooted in indigenous way, I'm not at all saying that there cannot be democracy in Afghanistan. There can be. That's not the argument I'm making. I'm saying the way we invested in democracy in Afghanistan was counterproductive. One. Secondly, on India. India, I can't say one of the oldest democratic countries, but of course the largest democracy in the world today, known for its constitutionalism, known for its secularism. Where it stands today, it is so clear. It is this internal democratic backsliding which is taking place. Minority rights, especially when it relates to Muslims, and there are about 250 million Muslims in India today, and Christian communities. What they're facing through challenges of freedom of speech, also the rise of the right-wing forces in India are having a deep impact on what democracy in India means and stands for. That we'll come to a bit more later, what that means for US policy, because India, among all these three countries that I'm talking about, is the most important US partner in that region. Third, Pakistan. Of course, Pakistan is a classic case where you can say that civil-military disconnect or civil-military imbalance leading to the creation of a national security state is something that has been impacting or influencing negatively its credentials. And with that, Pakistan is one of the few Muslim countries. If I compare it with many of the Middle East states, nothing in a demeaning sense, but if you compare it with any other country, I think other than Indonesia and Turkey, Pakistan may come out right on the top in the top three, because repeatedly Pakistan had thrown out military dictatorships. There were massive movements in 70-year history where they pushed back on military dominance and asked for democratic credentials. The first Muslim woman to become elected head of a Muslim country as a democratically elected Benazir Bhutto was also from Pakistan. So but currently the most popular political leader in the country, the former prime minister, is in jail, and there are severe, credible allegations of violence and oppression and persecution of all those who are linked with his political party, Pakistan Tehreek-e-Insaf. That is a reality also. So that was the three things I wanted to say up front, but let me go a little deeper, maybe in a minute and a half or 2 minutes each, for each of these countries. Afghanistan. When I was hearing the last panel and I heard the phrase Amir al-Momineen, it reminds me that's what Taliban's new leader, that's what he wants to be called. He says he's a Sheikh al-Hadith. But a lot of his work and his fatwas or edicts and his latest policy statements, many leading Muslim scholars would argue, have absolutely nothing to do with the main core Islamic principles. Whether it comes to girls going to school, he has banned girls from going to school, and despite repeated conversations and pressure and other ways to influence. And I've also heard from Taliban leaders that if a majority of Taliban are asked today whether they want girls to go to school, they would say yes. But Hibatullah's edict is something which is dominating the policy. And there's a big shift. Taliban, in some shape or form, are following a more cruder version of what's happening in Iran, if I may call that. Because Kandahar is where the heart of this clerical regime resides, and the actual government, which is the cabinet ministers, which is in some ways more diverse than what we would have thought. In Kabul is being influenced from Kandahar. But at the end of the day, it's extremely important to revisit what were our priorities. We went into Afghanistan, I think, legitimately for war on terror purposes and etc., etc. That's a strong argument. But whether this state building, and state building still works out in an international relations context, but initially we were calling it nation building. We are in no position to do nation building. And it's impossible in some ways, and it's very demeaning to say to a country which is such a powerful civilization to say we are going to do nation building. So we are learning in our efforts to support democracy has a lot to learn, and I think hopefully we are learning a lot. But at present, that's what we're dealing with. An engagement with Taliban not necessarily with a goal to facilitate democracy, but in terms of representative government. If US engagement with Afghanistan will lead to more opportunities for the ordinary Afghans and provide humanitarian assistance, that's the way to go. The regional countries have learned this lesson, whether it is Uzbekistan, which is giving free electricity, or Turkmenistan, which is, despite its own close, dealing with Afghanistan, or other regional countries who are regularly engaged with Taliban. This Taliban, what I call Taliban 3.0, is not what were the Taliban of the 1990s. They are a different group, not democratic, not pluralistic in a sense that we would like to believe, but nonetheless, the engagement is important. We tried, I say often this to my Afghan friends, with deep respect for their contributions and the struggle and the sacrifice they're making. Many of our Afghan friends who were forced to leave the country, our hearts are with them, and absolutely not trying to take away any of their credit and sacrifice. But the fact is that the democratic process, a choreographed, superficial democratic process that we were supporting was not something that had legs to stand upon. So engagement is the next best option at this time. This may lead to empowerment of forces that may seek or pursue justice. India, in the interest of time, I'll skip India, but it is very obvious today in terms of what's happening to minorities. And the lessons from India are important for this primary reason. That a country where constitutionalism is embedded, there's absolutely no doubt that the Prime Minister of India is not only properly, fully democratically elected and has strong democratic credentials. The problem is with the policies which are now leaning extremely to the right and partnering with coalition members who are known for Hindutva ideology and RSS, which were the organizations which were known as the most extremist organizations. And that building on that kind of narrative damages the democratic credentials of India. India, for us, from US point of view, is extremely important because it's a partner nation. Also from a lens to contain China. So for US policy focus on India today is primarily not necessarily linked to democracy. Even if we frame it, it sounds very good. Two biggest, oldest democracies talking to each other, engaging with each other. It's a security interests which bind. Same in the case with Afghanistan today. Why US is engaged to a much limited reason? Because Taliban are no more the real bad guys. It's the Daesh or Islamic State of Khorasan and the security and terrorism threats that emanate from them. So in both cases, in case of India and Afghanistan, and I'm coming right to my last 2 minutes, both in case of India and Afghanistan, for US, the primary concern is security. And this brings me to Pakistan, a country very dear to me, you might be able to guess. And that's a tragic story that Pakistan has gone through these cycles of democratization and democratic consolidation. And currently, we have an army general, the head of the army. Actually, now he is actually a field marshal. After the recent India-Pakistan confrontation, Pakistan came out quite well in their perspective, and that was supported by facts. They elevated the head of the army to the rank of field marshal. But that he's the most powerful man. The elected prime minister of the country is ruling the country because he's the choice from the military headquarters. And that tells you a lot. And then there are on the side challenges of extremism. Whether if you dare say something which can be even misinterpreted as blasphemy, that is your death sentence in Pakistan today. If you're a minority, if you are from Ahmadi, irrespective of your views about that sect, you call somebody Ahmadi, that is the end of their political or military career. If you're on the border of Afghanistan, the Shia Muslims are quite strong in Pakistan overall, 20, maybe 25%, but 20% for sure. But there's an area in Parachinar which has been disconnected from the region, and the atrocities from some militant groups against the Shia Muslims is also a fact. So pluralism has taken a serious hit, and now with the terrorism challenge as well. What this all means for US, I would end by saying, and my conclusion is, this means for US security lens has become the central lens. And I think that may not be the ideal way to deal with South Asia. We have been dealing with the security through the security lens for the last 70 years in some shape or form. But the reality on the ground is that in case of all these three countries, the most profound, the most if not philosophical, most powerful narrative and commentary is coming from global South. And if you, as I say, as an American, if I am claiming to be representative or a part of or a proud citizen of a nation which claims global status and global power, and if my narrative is not global and it is purely focused on certain security interests, that step by step will push me away from my global status. And that's what is so obvious. So for US in South Asia, in 3 words, if anyone listens to me, I would say India, Pakistan, Afghanistan focus on inclusive governance, focus on regional cooperation, on sovereignty and pluralism. These should be the ways in which we should also push our policy through, keeping aside in parallel to our security interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Abbas. And for the last 70 years, we keep talking about security, and everything we've done has made us less secure and exacerbating anti-American sentiment throughout the world, not just the region. So we need to review what the security measures are and get rid of geopolitical biases that actually compromise our security as citizens of the United States. Next, we have a person that I have a tough time keeping up with. She is in every sector of work, whether it's providing scholarships for rising stars in public policy and media, teaching, moderating panels. She moderated the panel before, now she's a speaker, just to prove the point. She is an associate professor of political science at Long Island University, and her topic is U.S. foreign policy and authoritarianism, implications for democracy in the Muslim world. Please welcome Professor Dalia Fahmy.
Thank you so much. It's tough to follow these 2 speakers. I actually want to problematize the title of the panel, the U.S. international responses to democratic backsliding in the Muslim world, because it assumes that there's a causal arrow here, that there is a democratic backsliding that begins in the Muslim world. And I actually want to problematize that and talk about the global resurgence of authoritarianism and the democratic backsliding everywhere. And ask ourselves, why do we see it as, for example, a fundamentally Middle Eastern issue and not something bit more global? Yes, I'm going to pay particular attention to the Middle East today, where a region where authoritarian governance is deeply entrenched and is continuously evolving. And I want to talk about the manifestations of this evolution, but authoritarianism is on the rise. According to Freedom House, 2024 marked the 18th consecutive year of global democratic decline. The regression is not uniform. Yes, it has different dynamics in different regions of the world, but the global trend is undeniable. And I think in building on the last 2 speakers, looking at 20 years of war in Afghanistan, where did that lead us? The Taliban are back. We talk about Iraq as an oops, right? The former president said, Iraq, oops, right? Without the global implications of what U.S. foreign policy has done, and Gaza being a fulcrum of how we will forever think about international human rights, international law, and how we talk about liberalism and democracy. Perhaps it's redefining how we should see ourselves. So how do we understand authoritarianism? Authoritarian regimes are characterized by the concentration of power in the hands of a narrow elite, often with limited political pluralism, constrained civil liberties, and a weak rule of law, something that we're being tested with here in the United States, where the last bastion is this rule of law. It's the only thing that we have left, basically. These regimes might be military juntas, absolute monarchies, or presidential autocracies, but they are not static. Today's authoritarian leaders do have this facade of democracy, elections, parliaments, constitutions, while hollowing out institutions from within. What we're seeing globally is a form of authoritarian resilience, where regimes are learning from one another, adapting, or even cooperating on how to resist democratization. So what's fueling this rise? this idea of a disillusionment with democracy. Although earlier today I did talk about how there's 78% of those of civilians in the Middle East that were polled say they do support democracy, good governance, transparency, and elections. There's this also a narrative rising globally about a disillusion with democracy, especially in its perceived inefficiency and failure to deliver, right? Which is what we're hearing here in the United States, for example. The second are the technological tools of surveillance and control, which make repression much more sophisticated and much more globalized. Again, where are these companies from? Where do they sit? And who's buying the technology? I'll discuss shortly. Geopolitical realignment, the role of the United States and how it's waning. We see a rise in Russia, China, Iran, and others offering global alternatives. And economic volatility, exacerbated by war, climate change, and post-pandemic instability. Now, how do these manifest particularly in the Middle East? While the Middle East is often regarded as the bastion of authoritarianism, the region has more monarchies and fewer democracies, but this generalization actually obscures a couple of important nuances. First is that in the Gulf, authoritarianism is, yes, monarchical, but these regimes have a traditional blend of legitimacy with oil wealth and coercive capacity. Let's take Saudi Arabia under MBS. Since 2017, he's consolidated power under the banner of reform, modernizing the economy, loosening social restrictions. But alongside Vision 2030, modernization has come with brutal repression. For example, the murder of Jamal Khashoggi, mass executions, the silencing of dissent. I'd be remiss if I didn't say, especially those moderates like Salman Ada, who still is in prison, whose son is the next speaker, by the way, sorry. This is modernized authoritarianism, tech savvy, reformist in rhetoric, yet uncompromising in control. Next, military and presidential autocracies. Egypt is another example. Since the 2013 military coup that removed elected President Mohamed Morsi, President Abdel Fattah al-Sisi has presided over one of the most repressive regimes in Egyptian history. You know, we've been saying 60,000 political prisoners since 2013. No, today they're actually more than that. Tens of thousands of political prisoners languishing in jail. Media is tightly controlled. Actually, about 100% of the media is owned by the security apparatus, and civil society has been attempted to be decimated. Illiberal hybrid regimes and de-democratization. Tunisia was once heralded as the Arab Spring's only success story, but in 2021, President Kais Saied dissolved the parliament, assumed extraordinary powers, and rewrote the constitution. And so what we're witnessing is a democratic backslide into personalized autocracy, not unlike trends we're seeing throughout the rest of the world, where it's personalized around a personality. And what about the new tools of control? Across the region, authoritarian regimes are increasingly using digital surveillance, cyber crime laws, and artificial intelligence to monitor dissent, both online and offline. Israel's Pegasus spyware, for example, has been used by multiple governments in the Middle East to target journalists and activists. What's common with all these regimes is that a strategic emphasis on stability, security, and national unity to justify the oppression. Now, these regimes often point to the failure of democratic transitions like Libya and Iraq and argue that only a strong man can protect against those failures. And what about the regional and global dimensions? The Middle East's authoritarian turn is not happening in a vacuum. It's embedded in global dynamics. Authoritarian regimes are learning and supporting one another. For example, the UAE and Saudi Arabia backed Sisi's coup in Egypt and have supported other illiberal actors in the region, often framed as a fight against political Islam. But it's also a battle against democratic norms. What about the authoritarian international? Russia and China have both increased their footprint in the region. For example, Russia's military support for Assad when he was in power helped him stay in power. What about China, meanwhile, offering a different model for economic development without political liberalization that's investing heavily in Gulf economies? And as multipolarity weakens the leverage of Western democracies, it emboldens local authoritarians, seeing that they have alternatives. And finally, what about the role of the United States and how it's contributed to its authoritarian persistence throughout the region through selective engagement? While Washington historically has supposedly promoted democracy, rhetorically, it supports autocratic regimes for so-called strategic interests. I remember when President Obama gave his final address to the UN General Assembly, he said that, again, post-Arab Spring, the US would put the full power of the military behind counterterrorism operations, the security of the State of Israel, Sinai and flyover rights, and access to the Suez Canal. But when it comes to things like democratization and human rights, these are things that will enter into discussion. And so it's that big distinction that happened right after the Arab Spring that says, wait, perhaps this notion of selective engagement is not really about real democratization. And so what are the implications of US foreign policy then? Well, we're in a strategic dilemma. We talk about realpolitik versus normative values, but is it really about normative values? What about the decline of the US in the region and the rise of China and Russia? Authoritarian regimes have alternatives. And what about weaponized stability? Stability is also often seen as fragile and repressive. You know, for years, I think my first CSID conference was in 2005 when I was a grad student. And since back then, every time I spoke, I say the same thing, that we have in the United States seen democracy and authoritarianism as two sides of the same coin. We would rather the so-called stability of authoritarian repression rather than the uncertainty of democracy. But what we do know since the Arab Spring is that the uncertainty of democracies actually to long-term stability rather than repression that actually leads to increasing instability. And yet we refuse to update our repertoire when it comes to that. What about credibility and soft power? What about the challenge of democratic solidarity? What we saw happen a couple of weeks ago when President Trump visited the Gulf has significant influence on, I think, the future of US foreign policy in the Middle East because it actually solidified transactional diplomacy and a regional realignment. And it's recalibration to that we are not even beyond the kind of conversation of norms and democracy versus realpolitik. Rather, there is a shift towards transactional diplomacy. In this recent visit, President Trump emphasized economic partnerships, not necessarily security partnerships. He talked about arms deals, energy investment, infrastructure projects that are not just to benefit, I think, the United States, but more so himself and his family. The approach underscores a strategic move away from US advocacy for democratic reform, moving towards this pragmatic insistence on mutual economic gain. What about re-engagement with Iran and the other Gulf states and how they caution this move? What about the controversial Gaza proposal and the regional response? What about the US Houthi ceasefire in Israel? What about ethical concerns over business dealings and what they blur in terms of lines between personal and national interests? Do we even talk about national interest in the way we did historically about long-term interest? And so President Trump's recent trip signifies a strategic pivot in US Middle East policy characterized by a focus on those transactional relationships. While some see this as pragmatic, it's a departure from traditional advocacy for democratic reforms. We actually didn't hear the word democracy used. We didn't hear the term international human rights. And so to conclude, authoritarianism is resurging globally, but especially so in the Middle East where regimes have adapted to new realities, employing technology, manipulating elections, and coordinating with like-minded allies. For US foreign policy, this represents an interesting challenge. How do you balance this new understanding of pragmatic transactional interest with how we understand democratic values and how we used to historically talk about democratic values and democracy being the gateway to long-term stability? Is democratic peace theory dead? Well, there's no easy answer. But what's clear is that ignoring authoritarianism stability is not sustainable. And perhaps we need to look at the future, talking about reality as it is, not between democracy and authoritarianism, but between flexible resilience and brutal control, between inclusive governance and elite domination. And what does it mean to actually have civil society engagement and principled leadership? In the Middle East, in this regard, will remain a key battleground in the struggle of how we define long-term stability for the United States. Thank you.
Thank you for that overview of our status, not only in the region but globally, and indeed number of what's called national interest with democracy. We're still. So thank you for that, Dalia. Next, we have Abdullah Al-Auda. He is Senior Director for Countering Authoritarianism at the Middle East Democracy Center, and he will speak on aborting the only semi-democracy in the Gulf. And we'll stand one day and say, oh, the good old days when we had a semi-democracy in the region.
Thank you so much. Well, it's in a way harder to speak after Dalia. It's also easier because she said the things that you want to say in a more articulate way. So thank you. And thank you for the panel and everyone here, for Radwan for organizing this and the co-sponsor. So why I'm speaking about Kuwait. I'm a Saudi, born and raised, but I got interested in Kuwait because we noticed over the years since 2011 that there is a campaign, a dedicated campaign coming from the UAE and Saudi Arabia, led by a lot of what we called Saudi bots, trying to portray the Kuwaiti experience, the Kuwaiti remaining democratic institutions as chaotic, as producing chaos, as and trying to highlight the throwing of chairs inside the parliament of Kuwait, trying to highlight the, here and there some, corrupt politicians, MPs and whatever, like if Saudi Arabia was ever, innocent of all of these things, or the UAE for that matter. And then, but this whole, semi-democratic experience in Kuwait took a very hard and harsh turn last year in April. And I'm going to speak about that in a second. So since 1963, Kuwait's unicameral legislature has held competitive elections and parliamentary opposition in the country has acted as a check on the monarchy. But in May 2024, the Emir of Kuwait, Sheikh Mish'al Al-Ahmed Al-Sabah, announced the suspension of the elected parliament for up to 4 years, starting that and stating that there will be that the Emir will not permit democracy to be exploited and destroyed by these corrupted politicians. And again, like what we've seen in Tunisia, for example, when they created the environment to kill democratic institutions, Kuwait also, but even without prompted, without any event, without any things on the ground, the Emir said that, there is a political dead end, and to, address that situation and crisis that the state itself created, they announced that they will suspend the parliament. That's what they did. They suspended also a few articles from the constitution, especially pertaining to succession within the royal family, and it's for obvious reasons. And, the freedom of speech also getting eroded by the day. They arrested a few, politicians, including some former MPs, after people to media. And when there was a time that a lot of Saudis, a lot of people from the UAE, from Kuwait, from Qatar, look up at Kuwait as the only semi-democratic experience that they look up for. Now the Kuwait is just following the UAE and Saudi model. And to give you just a glimpse, when for example, some families visited the Emir of Kuwait. He told them, he said, we benefit from all this mess of parliament, of all these discussions that we have, of all that, debates that we are having. Nothing. Look at Saudi Arabia, for example, with MBS. So that's the Emir talking to families of Kuwait, like old families of Kuwait. He said MBS was able to pull it off. He made all of these projects. He presented Vision 2030. So that's the model that Emir Mish'al in Kuwait is looking for, that, Mohammed bin Salman was able, according to the Emir of Kuwait, to do whatever he has done. And it's questionable. It's like, for me, I don't know what Mohammed bin Salman has done for, development or reform, but for the Emir of Kuwait, it's worth noting. And he thinks that the model of Saudi Arabia is worth basically mitigating, because it produced, development, it produced projects, it produced all of these, mega projects that Mohammed bin Salman promised to do, by the way, and hasn't completed or fulfilled yet. So for the Emir of Kuwait, the parliament is just basically going to be a thorn to the side of the state, and for the Kuwait to embark on this development project, to embark on this, on its own vision, they have to basically get rid of the parliament, get rid of all these noisy politicians. That's what the Emir of Kuwait did. Another step that they have taken since April 2024 is the basically restructuring of the social fabric in Kuwait. And by that, I mean the series of revocations of citizenship since that day. And just to give you a quick context, the Emir of Kuwait has this idea that the Kuwait is divided into two groups. One, the real Kuwaitis. I think they took it from Trump and all these, xenophobic idea of who the real citizen is. And then there is this group that is actually not original Kuwaitis, who came from outside, and then they got citizenship. And in order for Kuwait to come back to its origin, to make Kuwait great again, they have to get rid of these foreigners, basically. And they started this announcements of many revocations of citizenships that included players, artists, activists, preachers across the board. And, I don't know if you know how big the, Kuwaiti population, but it is actually 1.4, 1.5 something. And then they revoked actually up to date about 46 or 47,000 of people so far, thinking that only what they called Ibn Batnaha, or the sons of its belly, or whatever, how you translate that, is worth the Kuwaiti citizenship, and therefore worth the privileges, the stipends and everything that the state is providing for these citizens. So they started these revocations about the same right after the suspension of the parliament. So they started about April, May 2024. And, for just within 1 year, they revoked about 46,000 people, included, by the way, famous people that from Kuwait. Just one quick example that came to mind is Nawal al-Kuwaitiyya, who's in her name is called Kuwaitiyya. So people were joking, it's like Nawal al-Not Kuwaitiyya, Nawal al-Lati Laysat Kuwaitiyya. because her citizenship was actually revoked, and the state think that she came from somewhere else that I'm not going to mention. So the idea here is that the Kuwait was actually by the initiative of the Emir, who thinks that the democratic experience that was held in Kuwait since 1963 was not working. And because of all these convictions about the difference between original Kuwaitis and non-original Kuwaitis, because of all these, because of how the Emir of Kuwait exploited also the environment, the regional environment, the global environment, and backsliding toward authoritarianism, he took advantage of that. And if you notice, that came about a few years after the coup in Geneva, the coup everywhere, that actually, and then of course about 10 years after the coup in Egypt, and about when Trump was coming to power. So the idea is that the region, the world, and the local environment helped the Emir of Kuwait to basically abort the only semi-democratic experience in the Gulf. And as a Gulfi, I think that the UAE and the government, like they did with Egypt, with Tunisia, with every democratic experiments in the region, they also did to Kuwait by trying to influence, trying to convince the Emir of Kuwait that the power is only bringing discussions that the Emir of Kuwait does not need, and the only way for development and reform is to get rid of democracy. That's the stability model that they try to present. I'll just stop here.
Thank you, Abdullah, for that insight and very insightful observation about, even the smallest of democratic experiments, the powers that be decide that that's just too much for them to handle. So they will nip it in the bud, so to speak. Okay, we'll right to questions. Do we have a microphone for the floor? Or? Yeah, we'll go this way. I see you. Here. And please keep it brief, because we have about 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you for this great presentation from the panelists and also the moderator. I had one question for Dr. Hashim and another for Dr. Abbas. And my question for Dr. Hashim is, every one of us will feel that where there is innocent people are killed or die or suffer. But one thing which also I saw from online audience that they were asking, what is your alternative for extremists in both sides, either the Gaza or the Israel? This is for you and for Dr. Abbas. The question is that, thank you for training those democratic for Afghanistan, as you mentioned. But did you notice at that time how much popular they were, which they came to power in Afghanistan as a democratic people, Karzai, others? Thank you.
Your question is, what's the alternative to extremism? My answer is we have to change the social, political, economic conditions that produce extremism if we want to do extremism. So that's how I would answer the question more broadly. In terms of the other side, if you're referring to the Israeli side, I think that's very much a question that we Americans have to answer, because we are Israel's biggest backer, supporter, and sustainer. The problem that we're facing right now in the context of this genocide is we have a political landscape in this country and in this city where both political parties are openly pro-genocide. From Biden, and now we have, Trump, and Trump's, it's official US policy now, speaking of extremism, to ethnically cleanse, to engage in mass population transfer of the people of Gaza, which under international law is not only a war crime, it's probably a crime against humanity. That's official US position. So those living in the United States who have US citizenship and we don't like, and we oppose these policies, there's a lot of work that we have to do, because the choice is between the Democrats and the Republicans. And so it's fundamentally my view that, unless we can fix our broken democracy here in the United States so that people's views are represented in policy, not the views of those people who have a lot of wealth and they can purchase elections. Until we fix that fundamental problem, there's going to be no shift in American policy with respect to Palestine or anywhere else in the world.
You're the host. Come last.
I'll respond to the question.
Okay, sorry.
Thank you, sir. On Afghanistan, where I was at the National Defense University, we were training mostly the military officers and others for whom I have great respect. Many of them did well. But overall, it's an important question. Right after the 9/11 tragedy and the US campaign in Afghanistan, initially there was support. I think some of them, for example, Karzai, Dostum, Ismail Khan, they were all popular in their own respective areas, in their own tribes. So if I'm Ismail Khan, I'm Herat, I'm close to Iran, I'm strong. Dostum, I have a strong power. But in the south and east, where Taliban were the strongest, that was the biggest problem. Initially, still, I think the people of Afghanistan were ready to give it a chance. The challenge in Afghanistan has been the urban versus rural. Urban areas, you can think of democracy. In rural areas, there were other cultural norms and other issues which were predominant. So it was not an easy task. Even if US really wanted and some of the policy decisions were right, this was no way to introduce democracy. That's the point. Karzai, I think still Karzai, to give credit, I have respect for Karzai. Karzai is one of the only leaders who's still living in Kabul. He said, I'm not going to leave it. So in that sense, some of them, the leaders had support. It's just because we thought of new institutions exactly mirroring Western institutions. We thought, okay, Italy will train Afghan police. The French will build up their law enforcement, their judicial system. The American democracy model with constitutionalism, and none of these systems were talking to each other. So in the process, those who were aligned with this big project started losing credibility. It started off well, I must admit.
Okay, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 questions.
6 minutes left.
And we have 6 minutes left. So that means 15 seconds for the question, 30 seconds for the answer. But realistically, let's try 30 seconds question and make it a question, please. We've heard all the lectures. So we just have the questions now, and then as well as you can, keep it to a minute response. Go ahead.
I'm Hanan Zalwani Idrisi. Up till recently, I was with the USAID at the Bureau for Humanitarian Assistance. Thank you very much to panelists for the great talk, and thank you, Dr. Masmoudi, for.
Okay, that's 30 seconds.
I've not started yet. So. In view of the status quo in the US, how do you think the US is going to respond to the backsliding in the Muslim world? Number one.
No, please, just one question.
No, I'm sorry. I need to say.
Okay.
And second, how are we going to find the buy-in in the region in terms of also credibility, if we take into consideration that, like for someone like me who works with civil society groups, with activists, with community leaders,
right.
It is very hard to find now
credible partners.
Not credibility in the US. How are they going to buy in, especially in view of what is going on in Gaza
And
Okay.
This.
So Delia, why don't you answer that question?
So on the Syria panel, we talked about perhaps imagining different alternatives, right? Perhaps we don't need US stamp of approval on the programs that we have. Perhaps we should stop looking for credibility from the United States. Perhaps civil society organizations, as difficult as it is, have to work internally and amongst themselves and find partnerships perhaps in the global South until the US gets its act in order and sees that the future has to be tied to returning to the narrative of global democratization. And I think that ties into the question on extremism, because I remember after the Arab Spring, actually during the Arab Spring, we started to talk about the failure of the narrative of extremism because change was coming from the street peacefully. And so the greatest challenge to extremism is the moderate voices, as I mentioned, but also those seeing that change comes peacefully from the street when people are heard. And perhaps we need to redefine where we get credibility from, right? It's going to take time, but we do have partners in the rest of the global South, in Latin America, who actually want to work together. And perhaps the realignment will waken the United States back up to, look, US is not a monolith, we know that too, right? We know some of the most principled people we're in the State Department, we're in USAID, right? That soft power really does work, right? And so until we get our act together here in the United States, perhaps we need to look for alternate avenues that are in different places, but that give credibility to our indigenous voices in our countries.
Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna take 3 questions at a time. So we'll start here. Yes, and then go there, and then come back here. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hello, my name is Faribo Parsa, and my question is about the democracy project. Everyone talks about democracy, and I want to just share my experiences. So I was born in Iran, and I lived in Denmark for many years, 28 years. I'm also American citizen. And I'm a political scientist and work on democracy. In academia, we have very focused on political project, but I'm also activist. I'm a founder for a nonprofit organization. I work with the Danish political parties and organization, and I figure out that democracy is about the culture.
Okay.
It's not about
the question.
It does only want to. That is the question. Is just considering and maybe comments about the problem with the democracy in, for example, the Iranian. What every group wants a democracy, but they want to eliminate the group. So it is the how much we need to, how we can work on the democracy as a cultural project, not political project.
Not just political. Thank you. All right, over here.
Thank you so much. A question for Dr. Abbas about Afghanistan. To what extent is the Taliban government trying to build diplomatic relations with both the East and the West? And are these countries willing to overlook some of the human rights issues in Afghanistan to build relationships?
Okay, Dr. Abbas, you have that question, and then the last over here.
Okay, I'm Dr. Fahmi. Then my question is, there are some counter arguments due to absence of bourgeois revolution or absence of liberal tradition. Even if there is democracy in Middle East, that may be a liberal democracy. So some proponents of liberalism here in West, they prefer liberal autocracy, authoritarianism over illiberal democracy. And how do you see that kind of argument?
Okay. Who wants to take that one? The liberal, liberal autocracy versus illiberal democracy, and then you have the issue of Afghanistan, the question of how do we make democracy more organic and cultural as opposed to purely political. So those are the 3. Which one do you want? Go ahead.
Liberal one. Very quickly, I think it's rooted in a very Orientalist, racist mind, linked to this idea that our panelists from Tunisia talked about when they think that the society is not fit for democracy or not ready for democracy in the Middle East, and they have a different culture, the different ideas of what democracy is and how to operate, and therefore the only way forward is to have this benevolent autocracy where one man can lead the show to development and all that. I think, when we ask, for example, in Saudi Arabia, are the Saudi people ready for democracy? My answer is another question. It's why do you think any people on the planet are ready for autocracy or ready for authoritarianism or injustice? That's just the opposite.
Dr. Abbas?
I can quickly take the Taliban question. The short answer is countries in both East and West are engaging with Taliban quite robustly. However, there's very little interest or influence they have on Afghanistan because they're not taking it up. Saudi Arabia, also one other country, Oman, they are fighting over rights for the Kabul airport. Pakistan, India, Asian countries, all are concerned about Talibanization. I seriously doubt anyone has talked to them about human rights issues. And Saudis also went, the Pakistanis sent their top Deobandi Sunni Hanafi leader saying that they should talk to them in religious terms. Taliban said, get out, we know how to interpret and we'll do our own interpretation. So it's a tragic scene also in the regional countries, even the top Muslim countries, they're all looking for their interest, economic interest, security interests, but not on human rights issues, tragically.
Now, you want to take the last question?
What was it again?
The liberal,
yeah. Yeah, see, people who claim that, look, autocracy is bad in parts of the Middle East or the Muslim world, but some forms are better than others because there's a certain liberalism to them. Like, look at the UAE, right? You can go there, Westerners feel very comfortable. MBS in Saudi Arabia is bringing all of these
UAE,
concerts.
I think the UAE has an official department of fun. Happiness.
Well, they had a department of tolerance too.
Oh, yes.
And then the minister who was in charge of tolerance was involved in a scandal when he engaged in sexual assault against a British journalist. So much for tolerance there. But the problem fundamentally is this: if you're really serious about liberalism, what guarantees sort of liberal rights is not the benevolence of a dictator. In the case of the Gulf family dictatorships, it's the rule of law, it's accountability, it's transparency. Right? These are the things that sort of guarantee liberal rights. So I think people who advance this argument, they don't really care about liberalism. These are often sort of fake arguments used to justify and perpetuate an existing political order because it benefits the United States, it benefits Israel, it benefits US investors. That's really what's going on.
You want to add anything to
that? Just really simply, none of these countries are immune to the laws of political science. In order for there to be winners, there have to be losers. For the people to win, you have to ask yourself who stands to lose. In order for the rule of law to uphold real law and for us to have dynamic understanding of democracy that's tied to civil liberties, for the people to win, who has to lose?
Inshallah, the tyrants. Yes. You have the last word.
Okay. Last comment for the conference too, unless you're doing closing remarks.
No.
Oh yeah, we have closing remarks.
We have closings. Last question.
The question I wanted to ask is actually not from me, it's from somebody on Zoom. I was watching Zoom on my computer, and I think it's a very important question that's on the mind of a lot of people. He or she basically said, don't tell us what the problems are. We know what the problems are. We are looking for you to tell us what the solutions are. What can we do? What should we do? It's depressing to talk about the problem only and not to offer solutions. So we are here in Washington, D.C. We are literally 100 meters or 150 meters from Congress. We are, most of us at least, are American citizens. We have 7-8 million American Muslim citizens. Where are they? Why don't we speak up about all these issues? I mean, the foreign policy of the United States is terrible, but we are responsible for it, whether we like it or not. It's our responsibility. we have to change it. We have to do at least our best to change it, whether in regard to Gaza or in regard to democracy. And in my opinion, final word, the two are completely related. How can we solve Gaza without democracy in the Arab world? I just don't see it, because there is a balance of power. Talking about it is not going to change it. Only democracy in the Arab world will change the balance of power. And I remind you, there was a Gaza war also in 2012, but it ended in 1 week. 1 week. This one hasn't ended, and it's been almost 2 years. So I think democracy is part of the solution. I mean, it's problematic, and how do we do it and all that, and it's difficult. But I don't see how we can liberate Gaza or Palestine without democracy. And that's my opinion.
Yeah, see, the problem now, Radwan, is much worse, because now, you're talking about democracy in the Arab and Muslim world, and if we had it, genocide wouldn't happen in Gaza. Now we have a much bigger problem for American Muslims. Our democracy here is basically over. We're in the middle of an authoritarian transition. So now there's, a whole set of new things that we have to think about. And I think that's why I think really the most important conversation is trying to understand at a deep level how Donald Trump got elected again. Despite all of his lies, his attempt to overthrow the supported them. Yeah. That's a problem as well. Yeah. So there's a lot to talk about in terms of why don't American Muslims do more, or what are our responsibilities. That's really a question for Salam. Salam has been involved in this for a long time, so you should weigh in on this.
DC office. So that's the next panel. Yeah, go ahead.
Just one liner is this whole notion of American Muslims taking up foreign policy issues as a top priority is slightly problematic. Unless we are invested in democracy, how many Muslims have stood for positions of mayors, local councils, school boards? I think it starts from there. How many Muslims are voting? We are hearing hardly 20%. Or maximum 30%. Unless Muslims are invested in domestic politics, the foreign policy should question, we will be able to influence, contribute once we are invested in institutions, which we are not.
I think also, since you directed part of the question to me, the way to continue war, or the way to continue tyranny and corruption is to continue the paradigm of war. The more war, the more instability, as Dalia and so many of our panelists have spoken about, and the more the corrosion of democratic institution building, even as a thought, it's not even going to be considered. So working here with all Americans against war, for peace, building bridges, people-to-people diplomacy, with the people of the Gulf, with Palestine, with the Egyptians even, and Tunisians. And I think that is part of the answer. And the other way of looking at it is that if people keep trying to create that divide between Islam and democracy, then part of the answer is to show the commonality between the two. Not that they're similar in terms of origin, but the values that are represented here in America and in Islam are very similar. And they say that the best way to achieve peace, you have peace with your allies who share similar values. And what the warmongers are doing are trying to say that the values of Islam are completely alien to America. And I think our job is to counter that and to provide the narrative that shows not only similarity, but the need for interdependence between Muslim majority countries and the United States of America. And I think that's part of our mission that we will continue to pursue. And I just want to, take this moment to thank Radwan Masmoudi for all the work that he's done in bringing these wonderful panelists here, showing us not only the importance of this work, but the value that we can bring to the policy discussions and discourse here in Washington, D.C. And I think our task is to also take the discussion here and take it over there in hearings, in discussions, in meetings, and make this into an American discourse, not just a discourse of the very special and insightful people here, but a discussion that all Americans can find value. So thank you again, Radwan, for this project. And everybody, please not only give him plus, but give him support by trying to find more funding to make this even bigger and better, inshallah, next year. So thank you again for our panelists, and we'll go to the next. I think our final speaker, our keynote speaker, will start now. Thank you.
It really gives me great pleasure to introduce our final keynote speaker today, Professor Asma Afsaruddin. She's a professor of religious and Arabic and Islamic studies at the University of Indiana. She's also the chairwoman of the board of CSID for the last 10 years, I think, or something like that. CSID has been around for 26 years. It's hard to believe, but since 1999, so it's been a long time. But Asma has been extremely helpful and supportive in keeping CSID going, and inshallah we'll work together to make it even better. We have done our best, but we are also a team, and the support of the board is very important. And, we have been through ups and downs, but we have always stuck together and worked together. So Asma will deliver, Professor Afsaruddin will deliver the final keynote remarks for this conference. And I hope they will be a little bit optimistic. I hope, it's good to be optimistic and not to lose hope, because things can change very quickly. Things can change very quickly. When Ben Ali fell in Tunisia, when the Arab Spring started in Tunisia, I was in Tunisia at the time. Nobody expected it. It was completely unexpected, just happened all of a sudden. On that day, I was there. And, people were still supporting Ben Ali, until the end. And France was supporting Ben Ali and all that. Things can change very quickly. So let's not lose hope, and let's keep going and do the best we can. Professor Asma?
Thank you, Radwan, for this fine question. So, under the gifted leadership of Masmoudi, as you can see from today's proceedings, that this is the kind of conversation we've fostered over the years. What results we've actually been able to achieve, only time can tell. But needless to say, we have to continue to make that effort. So good afternoon, everyone, again, and thank you for sticking with us till the very bitter end. And I hope you will agree with me that this day has been full of deep insights and lively discussions of some of the most critical issues in the current period concerning democracy and the spread of authoritarianism and how to tackle some of these issues. As we learned today, these are all timely topics, since good governance appears to be an elusive concept these days, not just in the Arab and Muslim majority world, but in large swaths of the planet today. It's a point that made forcefully maybe by Dahlia, but this is the point that we need to make over and over again. For the last several years at our annual conferences, we have been sounding the alarm that democracy, both as a concept and a process, is facing an existential threat, in so much as its desirability itself and are being increasingly questioned, even in well-entrenched democracies like the United States. All the warning signs that remind us that we must be ever vigilant against the forces of tyranny are present here and elsewhere. As Timothy Snyder, author of the widely acclaimed book titled On Tyranny that was published in 2017, some of you may be familiar with that work, remarked, and I'm quoting now from the book, "We might be tempted to think that our democratic heritage, as Americans that is, automatically protects us from such threats, that is, the threats posed by tyranny. This is a misguided reflex," he continues. "In fact, the precedent set by the founders demands that we examine history to understand the deep sources of tyranny and to consider the proper responses to it. Americans today are no wiser than Europeans who saw democracy yield to fascism, Nazism, or communism in the 20th century." Many of you, like myself, may be feeling demoralized, and I get it from the tenor of this conference today that some of you are actually sharing my feelings of demoralization by the current political atmosphere. And why not? In the US, this has led to an unprecedented attrition in our civil rights and rule of law. For those of us who are in academia, we have watched in dismay the increasing assault on academic freedom on our university campuses and the arbitrary restrictions placed on freedom of speech, especially in regards to what can be said and what cannot be said in our classrooms about US foreign policy measures, particularly in regard to the Middle East. At some universities, including at my institution, students are being encouraged to snitch on their professors if they find their lectures unpalatable for political reasons and lodge formal complaints against them, to which the professors are then forced to prepare detailed refutations, as if we have nothing better to do with our time. Many university administrators, including at my institution, have adopted draconian and harshly punitive measures to crack down on student protesters against the war in Gaza, as well as on select faculty for inviting certain speakers. International students have been particularly targeted at many campuses, as we know, some of whom have faced deportation proceedings and have been abducted outside their homes and placed in detention for publicly criticizing specific US foreign policies. It is perhaps telling that Professor Tim Snyder, whom I just referred to, has left Yale University, where he taught until recently for the University of Toronto. And one may surmise that his departure was prompted at least in partial response to the curtailment of academic freedoms and the erosion of our First Amendment rights that we once took for granted in the US. You cannot have a flourishing democracy in which all residents within a nation state do not enjoy the legal protections offered by due process and the rule of law that should apply equally to citizens and non-citizens alike. As a constant backdrop to the events unfolding in the US is, of course, the war in Gaza that continues to unleash a cycle of violence unprecedented in recent history that has resulted in unbearable human suffering among Palestinian civilians and threatens to destabilize the entire MENA region. Only time will tell what the long-term implications of this humanitarian calamity will be for democracy in the region. Although Nader Hashemi actually gave us, I thought, a very insightful preview of what is at stake. The immediate consequences are heartbreaking. There's chaos and devastation for the indigenous Gazan population, who is now facing mass starvation and the continuous degradation of their lives and their intrinsic dignity as human beings, as much of the world looks on in complicit silence. There can be no denying that the dystopian Orwellian future some had predicted back in the 20th century is increasingly encroaching upon us and is no longer just a figment of the literary imagination. I'm assuming that you're attending this conference today because you are interested in promoting and strengthening democracy rather than undermining it. And you're also very likely interested in thinking about concrete strategies as to how to go about doing just that. And again, throughout the day, of course, we've heard and listened to very insightful comments on how to react to this unfolding calamity before us, for which we are mostly unprepared. So we've heard very intelligent analyses of many of the complex factors that are contributing to our contemporary dystopian landscape, and listened to informed discussions of possible solutions to these escalating problems. I would suggest that there's nothing more important today than to band together and push back at these alarming trends that threaten to erode the international order and the rule of law. I would like to suggest that we craft effective responses and strategies in 3 critical ways. There's a little bit of optimism that I've tried to inject into it, so we'll see if you pick up on that. First, we tend to forget that religious values indeed be harnessed in defense of democratic values, and to promote a culture of representative government and political accountability on the part of those who rule. Certainly those of us who work in the area of Islamic political thought continue to make the case that there are important scriptural and intellectual resources within the diverse Islamic tradition that can be drawn upon in order to craft robust arguments for the promotion of democratic forms of governance in the MENA region and in the broader Muslim majority world. And we heard a number of compelling arguments in favor of this position today, and I will not rehash them here. But our own Nader Hashemi, who's still in the room, in his important book titled Islam, Secularism, and Liberal Democracy, Toward a Democratic Theory for Muslim Societies, concludes, and I'm now quoting from your book, that the struggle for liberal democracy, both in the West historically and in the Muslim world today, cannot be disconnected from debates about the normative status of religion in government. Second, I want to emphasize that one of the most important positive values to be derived from Islamic religious, ethical, and political thought is that of justice. And we've already heard this mentioned multiple times in the course of the day, but it is worth repeating. Justice has to be a cornerstone of democratic societies. A functioning democratic state cannot be unjust and discriminatory towards selected groups living within its boundaries, just because they look different or they worship differently, etc. Since Muslim populations are increasingly the victims of social and political injustices in many countries, this is a principle that should be of fundamental importance to us. We need to draw from our own Islamic tradition to resist the indignities that are being inflicted upon us, and that is increasingly leading to the abrogation of our human rights in both majority and minority contexts. And we must do so in ethical and principled ways. The means to achieve noble ends are just as important as the ends themselves. This may sound trite, but it's extremely important to keep in mind, particularly in the contemporary world. Resorting to violence and vengeful actions cannot be the answer. One of the most relevant verses in this context found in the Quran is derived from chapter 5, verse 8, which counsels, quote, "Let not the rancor or hatred of a people toward you cause you to incline to wrongdoing and depart from justice. Be just, this is closer to piety." In addition to being highly relevant in our contemporary world, racked by divisiveness and mistrust of one another, it is also one of the most difficult verses to act upon, suggesting as it does that we overcome our instinctual human response to retaliate in kind against those who inflict justice and violence on us. But the Quran shows us a more humane and morally superior way forward to address such gross injustices without succumbing to a deadly, unending spiral of reflexive, retaliatory violence that is ultimately self-defeating. The rich commentary literature known as tafsir reveals a consensus among pre-modern and modern Quran exegetes on the general meaning and relevance of Quran 5:8, constructing a distinctive mode of Islamic piety that deliberately forsakes the revenge-based tribal code of military practices that were current among the pre-Islamic Arabs. Such violent tribalism is unfortunately triumphantly resurgent in the contemporary period, as we can very easily see. The famous late 9th century Quran commentator at-Tabari remarks that this verse in general exhorts Muslims to be upright and just in their character and conduct toward all, regardless of whether they're allies or enemies, and thereby not transgress the divinely delineated boundaries of righteous behavior. Should Muslims reciprocate the hatred of their enemies and act unjustly, then they would be guilty of stooping to their level and violating the commandments of God. In the late 12th century, another famous Quran exegete, Fakhruddin al-Razi, similarly stressed that the verse cautions Muslims against capitulating to irrational anger and hatred, and commands them to observe the requirements of temperate behavior, even, as he says, when the enemy behaves badly with you. Al-Razi stresses, now I'm quoting from his tafsir work, when the enemy behaves with barbaric ferocity against you, one must still continue to act justly and observe the bounds of civilized conduct. Regardless of the wrongful curtailment of their religious rights and other acts of injustice directed at Muslims by the pagan Meccans in the 7th century, Al-Razi underscores the fact that the Quran required Muslims to act in accordance with the dictates of justice and equality, ala sabil al-adl wal-insaf, and thus forsake, and quoting now again from Al-Razi, partisan sentiment, oppression, and tyranny, even in the face of extreme provocation. This is a broad injunction, khitab am, binding on Muslims in perpetuity, states Al-Razi. And finally, I want to point out that in an increasingly globalizing world, the Islamic tradition can provide helpful moral paradigms and historical precedents that help establish the case for embracing pluralism in its broadest sense, of being receptive to diversity and being inclusive of everyone whom we reside with. The Quran in chapter 17, verse 70 declares, "Indeed, we have honored every human being," and states in Quran chapter 95, verse 4, that every human being has been shaped in the best of molds, thereby establishing the intrinsic dignity and equal worth of all human beings, regardless of ethnicity, race, gender, social status, and other markers of difference. The 5 fundamental objectives of the Sharia, or as they're known in Arabic, maqasid al-Sharia, guarantee protection of religion, life, intellect, lineage, and property for all human beings, regardless of their religious and ethnic backgrounds, again, or of any other marker of difference and identity. The historical document known as the Constitution of Medina, drafted by the Prophet Muhammad in the 7th century, and that was referenced earlier today, accepted non-Muslims as equal citizens of the polity established in the city-state of Medina, as long as all members of the community, the Ummah, observe the rules of peaceful conduct and cooperation among themselves, and promise not to resort to disloyal and treacherous acts. Terms like diversity, equity, and inclusion may have become dirty words now on university campuses. I think that's true for most campuses today. The Office of Diversity, Equity, Inclusion that we had, and that did actually really good work on campus, was just recently dissolved without any explanation. It just disappeared overnight at my institution. Well, they've become dirty words now on university campuses and in the federal government. In contrast to the Quranic worldview, in which these are the very shibboleths that bind us together as moral, humane, and upright communities. In the famous 13th verse from chapter 49, the Quran reminds, "O humankind, we have created you from a male and a female, and made you into nations and tribes that you might get to know one another. The noblest of you in God's sight is the one who is most righteous. Let us then get to know one another and form alliances. Let's attempt to live up to our fullest potential as human beings and protect each other's civil liberties and uphold the rule of law by establishing and nurturing democratic societies that can guarantee justice and security to all without exception. In closing, let me take this opportunity to thank once again the Muslim Public Affairs Council and its president, Salam al-Marayati, and the Prince Al-Walid bin Talal Center for Muslim Christian Understanding at Georgetown University and its director, Dr. Nader Hashmi, for graciously and generously co-sponsoring this conference. I think the themes that we dealt with today will have lasting significance for the foreseeable future, and your input and your contribution to that discussion was just as valuable. So thank you all for your presence today and taking part in this important conversation. There's a reception following, so I hope that we will continue this discussion that we've just barely. So thank you. We don't have questions.